Chapter 1. The Nightmare Prophecy in the Study of Barren Castle, located in the Storm Territory. Nayland lay sprawled over his desk, drenched in sweat. His tightly shut eyelids quivered incessantly, accompanied by the unsettling sound of his grinding teeth, clearly indicating that his current dream was anything but pleasant. Nayland abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up rigidly, his gaze frantically scanning his surroundings. Once he discerned his environment, he finally relaxed his muscles. Though remnants of fear lingered within him. Another immersive nightmare. Could it be that my method of traversing realms is flawed? Having reincarnated as a lord with a title of nobility, one would assume this to be a fortuitous beginning. Yet, within just a week, he had experienced two remarkably vivid nightmares, leaving Nayland profoundly unsettled. This was a fantastical world set in the Middle Ages, populated by noble knights and magical beasts. Even more extraordinary was the occurrence of a miraculous meteor shower every week. The meteor shower bestowed luck upon this realm, yet simultaneously heralded peril. The fortune lay in the fact that the meteors often contained precious treasures. The threat, however, stemmed from the possibility that the shower might also summon terrifying dark creatures. These dark entities were malevolent, bloodthirsty, and formidable. Their emergence signified disaster. Unfortunately for Nayland, his territory frequently endured assaults from these dark beings, rendering it a place feared as the land of misfortune. The original owner of Nayland's body had perished from a fever upon learning that he had been assigned to the land of misfortune. Knock. Knock, knock. My lord. A dull knocking resonated from beyond the study door. Enter. Nayland commanded. My lord, I bring good news. Under your astute command, Captain Quake has successfully slain a skeletal warrior and a skeletal archer. This evening's meteor shower has spared our territory from any losses. The castle steward, Thomas, hurried in, his face alight with joy. What? Nayland stiffened at the news, the report striking a dissonant chord within him. Is the nightmare truly a portent? 7 days prior, Nayland had experienced his first nightmare, foretelling the descent of 2 meteors, each accompanied by dark creatures upon his land. The vividness of that dream had prompted him to send out soldiers. Though he was now confronted with the grim reality that nightmares served as ominous harbingers, destined to manifest. If that were the case, then the second nightmare he had just endured while resting at his desk was also poised to become reality. In that second vision, next week's meteor shower would bring forth an astonishing 30 dark creatures, including a hellhound and a headless knight. With this realization, Nayland lowered his gaze to the parchment resting on the desk. In the year 355. On the second month, the meteor shower brought 24 dark creatures to the Storm Territory, comprising 12 skeletal warriors, 10 skeletal archers, and 2 hellhounds. That night, Barren Castle was breached, and none within the castle survived. The Baron perished in battle. In May of the same year, Baron Bond succeeded the Lord of Storm Territory. The meteor shower struck again, yielding 10 skeletal warriors, 10 skeletal archers, and 1 hellhound. Barren Castle was breached, and Baron Bond met his demise. In October of the same year, Baron Peter assumed the lordship of Storm Territory. The meteor shower summoned 31 dark creatures. Baron Peter perished. In July of the following year, Baron Doak took over the lordship of Storm Territory. Baron Doak perished. The harrowing tales of those who had come before weighed heavily upon Nayland, as he felt the specter of death looming ominously over him. Perhaps he was destined to become the 5th lord to meet his end in the Storm Territory. What should I do? Should I flee the territory immediately? But what of the citizens? If they perish, not only would I lose my title and land, I might also face the wrath of the Count. Half a month prior, Count Tulip had suddenly issued a decree summoning all vassals' younger sons, bestowing upon them knighthoods and lands. Should these younger sons achieve success within 3 years, the most distinguished among them would be granted hereditary baronial status and the opportunity to wed the Count's only heir, Miss Stella. The flower of tulip. For those without inheritance rights, this was akin to a stroke of fortune, and the original owner of Nayland's body was one of the fortunate recipients. However, it was now evident that Nayland had to choose between survival and relinquishing his slice of fortune. Heaven above. Could there not be a solution that allows for both survival and prosperity? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, the first nightmare prophecy. System successfully bound. Weekly lottery function has been activated. Quest rewards distributed. 1 energy point. Ding. Main quest. The second nightmare prophecy has been issued. Please prepare to complete the task. The reward for the second task is 5 energy points. Completion status, 028. Suddenly, a series of chimes echoed in his mind, causing Nayland Tay to pause in bewilderment. Was this the standard for those who had traversed realms? Did the second nightmare prophecy refer to the one he had just experienced? In that moment, Nayland Tay was torn between weeping and rejoicing, for he had but 11 official soldiers at his disposal, yet the system expected him to slay 28 dark creatures. I can only wait and see if the system proves helpful. Otherwise, I am surely doomed. Upon binding to the system, Nayland Tay noticed the emergence of a system panel on his retina. With a downcast expression, he began to peruse it. The system panel was quite simple, currently featuring only 2 functions, the Lucky Maiden Codex and a search function. Lucky Maiden Codex. This was a compendium capable of identifying the Lucky Maidens. Upon encountering one, the codex would automatically record and alert the host. Lucky Maiden? I have no recollection of such a being. This world appears to be populated solely by Misfortune maidens. Nayland Tay pondered, slightly perplexed, as no information regarding Lucky Maidens resided within the original memories, while Misfortune maidens were widely known. Since pondering this conundrum proved fruitless, he turned his attention to the next function. Search function. Can consume 1 energy point to activate the search function for elemental sprites appearing within the territory. One can actually search for elemental sprites. Nayland Tay's arms trembled with excitement. Elemental sprites were the precious treasures brought forth by the meteor shower. They were diminutive beings composed of elemental essence. They bore resemblance to mining sprites from his previous life in Warcraft, albeit these sprites were smaller, more colorful and undeniably cuter. Currently, 4 types of sprites were known. Green sprites, which enriched the soil and augmented crop yields. Purple sprites, which could randomly enhance the quality of certain plants on the land. Yellow sprites, which could endow the soil with hidden mineral deposits. Blue sprites, which transformed the land into a favored habitat for certain creatures. These 4 types of sprites encapsulated all the essential elements for the development of the territory. If one were to trade these sprites, it would amount to a significant fortune. However, acquiring such invaluable sprites was no easy task, as their appearance during the meteor shower was exceedingly rare, and once they touched down, locating them proved immensely challenging. Should a sprite not be discovered and bound by a contract within 24 hours of landing, it would awaken and vanish from existence. Now, with the advent of this search function, Nayland Tay was freed from the burden of seeking out the sprites. Tonight is the night of the meteor shower. If I can locate even 1 sprite, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for the storm territory. Each sprite is worth hundreds of gold coins, and I could then hire soldiers from other nobles. Hope ignited within Nayland Tay's heart, and he could no longer remain still. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, he pressed the search button. Ding! Consumed 1 energy point. Search function activated and underway. There must be one. There must be one. As the soul energy point was deducted, a radar-like circular frame appeared on the system panel, and Nayland Tay began to silently pray as he watched the radar. Ding! Congratulations, host, for locating an elemental sprite within the territory. Soon, a small red illuminated the search radar, accompanied by the system's announcement that an elemental sprite had indeed descended upon his land that very night. Haha! There truly is one. Nayland Tay could no longer contain his elation and leapt from his spot. My lord. The ever-patient steward, Thomas, was taken aback by Nayland Tay's sudden outburst. I completely forgot that the steward was still here. My apologies. Steward Thomas, your news has filled me with such exhilaration that I momentarily lost my composure. Nayland Tay quickly regained the dignified demeanor befitting a lord. I dare not. Though Thomas longed to voice his thoughts on his lord's slow reaction, he stifled the impolite sentiment. Thomas, prepare the horses. I must venture out. Yes, esteemed lord. Thomas assumed his master intended to inspect the battlefield and promptly began making arrangements. Before long, he led one of the 3 horses available in the castle into the courtyard. Chapter 2. The purple sprite. As the grand gates of the castle creaked open, Nayland mounted his steed and rode forth alone, swiftly heading eastward. Such solitary excursions were not typically in accordance with noble etiquette, however. Nayland's sole contingent of guards had already been dispatched to May Village. By fortunate coincidence, The location of the elemental sprite was not far from the village, thus safety should not pose a significant concern. Following the radar on his map, Nalantar soon arrived within proximity of the red marker after a little over 10 minutes. Only 50 meters to go. The radar was a marvel, expanding as Nalantar approached his target, allowing him to pinpoint the sprite's exact location. Tethering his horse to the roadside, he brandished a torch in one hand and unsheathed his sword with the other, stepping down the dirt path. He slashed through the thicket of brambles and soon found himself in a small clearing. At the center of this clearing lay a small pit, half a meter in diameter, from which wisps of steam were rising. "I found it," Nalantar exclaimed with delight as he hurried forward. Discovering a fist-sized meteorite within the pit, faintly glowing red, he gently tapped the meteorite with his sword. Crack! With a few crisp sounds, the meteorite's shell shattered, revealing the precious and wondrous elemental sprite nestled within. The sprite emanated a soft purple glow, its round body adorned only with a pair of small eyes and a tiny mouth. It is indeed a purple sprite. The sprite remained in slumber as Nalantar retrieved it with utmost care. Though it radiated light, its body was not hot to the touch, instead feeling pleasantly warm and soft. Nalantar quickly produced a small porcelain vial from his cloak, sprinkling a bit of powdered substance onto his fingertip before offering it to the sprite's mouth. This was a powder made from the magical tulip, one of the sprite's favorite delicacies. As Nalantar's finger approached, the sprite instinctively opened its mouth and licked with its tiny tongue, even in its slumber. Truly greedy. It can already sense the deliciousness before waking. Nalantar chuckled inwardly. Smacking its little lips, the sprite savored the taste of the magical powder and, without hesitation, bit down hard on Nalantar's finger, exposing its tiny incisors. "Ow!" Nalantar gasped, enduring the pain as he watched the sprite consume the powder mingled with his blood. Buzz! After devouring the blood, the sprite suddenly erupted in a brilliant violet light, which rippled around it like waves. And slowly, it opened its eyes. "Me-goo, me-goo." In that instant, the sprite gazed up at Nalantar with its big, watery eyes, and he felt a warm wave of emotional connection, a spiritual bond forming between them. Although the sprite could not speak, it conveyed its feelings of joy and sorrow through this psychic resonance. "I truly cannot bear to part with it," Nalantar thought, gazing at the sprite that resonated with his spirit, reluctant to use it as a bargaining chip for gold. However, without gold, how could he resolve the impending crisis in a week's time? Burn her! Burn her! Just as Nalantar was torn by his thoughts, a chorus of shouts erupted from beyond the trees. What is happening? Why are the serfs making such a commotion in the woods at this late hour? Nalantar furrowed his brow and quickly tucked the purple sprite into his cloak as he retraced his steps down the dirt path. Upon reaching the path, he spotted a throng of people, torches in hand, approaching from over 100 meters away. Burn her! It is this daughter of Misfortune who has brought tonight's dark creatures. If she is not killed, she will soon bring us calamity. Yes, burn her. Let the Lord burn her. So it is the daughter of Misfortune? Nalantar finally discerned the situation from the shouts. The daughter of Misfortune was a being that invoked dread and disaster. Feared by all, from the highest kings and nobles to the humblest peasants and serfs, it was said that when a meteor shower fell, 3 outcomes could arise. First, the shower contained nothing but ordinary meteorites. Second, it bore elemental sprites, bringing fortune to those who found them. And third, it concealed terrifying dark creatures. The daughter of Misfortune was said to be a summoner of dark creatures, and wherever she was within a 3-mile radius. Any meteor shower would surely harbor dark beings, often in overwhelming numbers that threatened entire territories. One could only imagine the feelings of the lords and the thoughts of the common folk when the daughter of Misfortune appeared nearby. In such circumstances, a strict law was established. The daughter of Misfortune must die. Once she manifested, she was to be immediately delivered to the pyre. Who goes there? At that moment, the crowd spotted Nalantar, and the leader was none other than his captain of guards. "It is I," Nalantar replied solemnly as he mounted his horse. "My lord, how is it that you are out here alone at such a late hour?" Recognizing Nalantar's voice, Captain Quick hurried over. "I heard that 2 dark creatures had appeared in May Village, so I came to investigate. What is happening?" "My lord, the daughter of Misfortune has emerged in May Village. Perhaps she is the one who summoned tonight's dark creatures. Captain Quick answered respectfully. Take me to see her. At once. My lord. Hail, my lord. Hail, my lord. Quick raised his torch and led Nalantar toward the crowd. As he announced Nalantar's presence, the serfs fell to their knees, offering their respects. Rise. Nalantar commanded the serfs. My lord, this girl is the daughter of Misfortune discovered in May Village. Her name is Vivian. Seizing the opportunity, Captain Quick brought forward a girl whose hands and feet were bound. The daughter of Misfortune appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years old, slight of build and bearing a gaunt appearance. Clad in a long linen dress riddled with patches and lacking shoes, at her age, she would have been a sheltered flower in a greenhouse, with her life's beauty just beginning, yet in this world. She was soon to be condemned to the pyre. Quick, how did you determine she is the daughter of Misfortune? Nalantar inquired after scrutinizing her for a moment. Upon awakening, the daughter of Misfortune typically displayed distinct physical changes, however. Due to the loss of some memories from his past life, Nalantar did not immediately notice anything unusual. My lord, it is her eyes. Quick replied without hesitation, then turned to the daughter of Misfortune, admonishing her, lift your head and let the Lord see your eyes. The frail girl trembled and slowly raised her head. Nalantar then beheld the girl's brown irises, encircled by a ring of golden patterns. In another life, this might have been seen as a fashionable accessory, but here, it served as compelling evidence of her identity as the daughter of Misfortune. My lord, should we take her back to May Village for execution now? Delaying may bring misfortune upon the territory. As natives of this world, both the serfs and Captain Quick harbored no pity for the daughter of Misfortune. She was the source of calamity, and Quick's suggestion of execution meant sending her to the pyre to be burned. Returning Misfortune to the abyss. Ding! Detected the daughter of Fortune. System catalog automatically records one daughter of Fortune. Please check the detailed information yourself, host. At that moment, a notification echoed in Nalantar's mind. The daughter of Fortune? Nalantar was taken aback and quickly opened the system to investigate. Dark creatures are bloodthirsty and formidable beings. Each appearance brings forth a scene of bloodshed and disaster. However, the Creator is fair. For every dark aspect, there exists a light counterpart, and the light is embodied in the powerful daughter of Fortune. They possess various extraordinary talents, crucial for countering dark creatures. Upon opening the system catalog, Nalantar was astonished by the transformation it underwent. The system catalog had morphed into an ancient and exquisitely crafted tome, and on the first page lay an incredible revelation. Theo confirmed this information further. Nalantar turned to the next page. Daughter of Fortune, Vivian, semi-awakened, specialty, archery unique talent, precise perception, deadly strike. She is a powerful archer. On the day she matures into a master marksman, even the frostbone dragon will tremble before her. She is also an exceptional general, in her initial awakened state. The archers she trains can master archery within a week, and they will permanently gain a 10% bonus to precise perception. Note: in the initial awakened state, the maximum number of trainees per session is 10. The number can be increased with higher levels of awakening. This daughter of Fortune remained in a semi-awakened state, rendering her talents dormant and allowing dark creatures to sense her presence. However, she could be brought to initial awakening through a potion. Initial awakening potion formula: 1 portion of Lungyu flower, 1 portion of white bellflower, 2 portions of silver needle grass. Chapter 3. The daughter of Misfortune. The daughter of Misfortune is actually a being of extraordinary talent? Nalantar exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. This is merely a simple identity transformation, yet it possesses the potential to upend the entire continent's perception. My lord, should we take this harbinger of misfortune to Maoye village for disposal? No. Nalan furrowed his brow, contemplating the frail girl before him for a moment before rejecting Captain Keek's suggestion. Perhaps, at this moment, this girl was the key to addressing the impending invasion of dark creatures in a week's time. Keek was taken aback. He was not alone. The surrounding serfs were equally stunned. Observing their expressions, Nalan understood that he alone was privy to the true nature of the harbinger of misfortune. They would undoubtedly be unable to comprehend it. Thus, he altered his stance. First, Let us take her back to the castle. I am feeling rather fatigued today. We shall deal with her another time. The truth could not be disclosed, at least not in front of so many people. For once it was leaked, the consequences would be unpredictable. Yes, my lord. Though perplexed, Keek, as a subordinate, did not hesitate to begin the execution of the order. Wait, my lord, you cannot proceed in this manner. Just then, a voice of dissent arose from the back of the crowd. The throng parted, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a silk robe who rode forth on a magnificent steed. The horse he rode was a true war horse, instantly overshadowing the scruffy mount upon which Nayland Saturday. Minister Anthony. I greet you, my lord. The man atop the war horse, whose presence eclipsed Nayland T's, was none other than the civil minister of the Storm Territory. Ordinarily, as the Lord of Storm Territory, Nayland wielded the power of life and death over his domain, and no one would dare defy his will. Yet, the complication lay in the fact that Nayland had acquired his title and territory by participating in the Earl's performance competition. Upon arriving at Storm Territory, apart from his own horse, all his possessions and subordinates had been allocated to him by the Earl, including the steward and the sole guard unit. The guard unit and the steward had been entrusted to Nayland and would remain loyal to him for life. However, Minister Anthony was different. He was only assigned to the Storm Territory for 3 years and was tasked with overseeing the territory's development and reporting monthly performance metrics. Therefore, Anthony remained, in essence, a man of the Earl and held the honorary title of knight, categorizing him as an esteemed noble who was not intimidated by Nayland. Anthony, do you have any objections? Nayland tone instantly turned frosty. Anthony was not a benevolent individual. He had been deliberately sent by Viscount Alding to vex him. In the 2 days since arriving in the territory, Anthony had not ceased to create trouble for him. As for Viscount Alding, he was the younger brother of the Earl, and Nayland assignment to this land of misfortune was entirely the result of Alding's machinations. Alding had even discreetly dispatched 5 guards to Anthony under the pretense that Storm Territory was too perilous, which emboldened Anthony further in his dealings with Nayland. My lord, the harbinger of misfortune will bring calamity to the territory. You would risk the entire populace of Storm Territory merely due to your fatigue? Are you not aware that the longer the harbinger of misfortune exists, the greater the danger it poses? Anthony's words struck at the heart of the matter, causing the serfs, who were already filled with dread regarding the dark creatures, to become unsettled. While it was generally understood that incinerating the harbinger of misfortune before the night of the meteor shower could avert the dark creatures, there were indeed instances where dark creatures still invaded even after the harbinger's demise. Although such occurrences were rare, the populace was acutely aware that eliminating the harbinger of misfortune was always best done swiftly. But it did not end there. Anthony continued with his sarcastic remarks. Furthermore, my lord, you have been in the territory for over 2 days, yet you have not even conducted a tour of the land. Pray tell, how could you possibly be fatigued? Indeed, the Lord has yet to survey Storm Territory. How could he be weary while remaining in the castle? In an instant, such sentiments began to circulate among the serfs. Lord Anthony, the Lord fell ill from exhaustion during the journey here and only began to regain his strength this afternoon. Kindly remember your position. Who is the true Lord of Storm Territory? At this moment, Captain Keek stepped forward to counter Anthony's assertions. Although he too felt quite helpless about being assigned to the land of misfortune, serving as the captain of the guard under a lord was still an opportunity. He hoped that his lord would rise to prominence, perhaps even becoming a hereditary noble, thereby elevating their own status as well. Keek, you are merely a lowly captain of the guard without a title. Should you dare to disrespect me again, I shall lodge a complaint against you with the noble council in Tulip City. Anthony regarded Keek with disdain, threatening him coldly. Enough. Anthony, this is my Storm Territory, and I hold dominion over all matters within it, including you. Nayland's voice thundered, reverberating throughout the area as his gaze turned icy upon Anthony. Just then, perhaps sensing Nayland's fury, the previously tranquil purple sprite nestled in his arms stirred, peeking out curiously with its large, watery eyes. What is that? It's a sprite, a purple sprite. Indeed, it is a sprite. I have never seen one before. It is truly beautiful. The sprite radiated a gentle glow, becoming the center of attention amidst the night, and both the serfs and guards gasped in amazement. The existence of elemental sprites was well known, even to young children of 3 or 4 years. This was because lords often posted bounties in their territories for the capture of sprites, offering gold coins as rewards. 1 gold coin in this world equated to the value of 10,000 in the past life, enough to afford a prosperous life for a serf's family. Given such temptation, it was impossible for the serfs to remain indifferent. How could I forget this little one? It is the perfect leverage against Anthony. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the crowd, a spark of inspiration ignited in Nailent's mind. Anthony, you inquired why I am fatigued. This is the reason for my weariness. I have just discovered a purple sprite. Moreover, do you know what a sprite signifies? It symbolizes fortune, the favor of the god of glory upon me. Hence, I have no fear of misfortune befalling storm territory. Nailent's tone grew assertive, leaving Anthony momentarily speechless. The rarity of finding elemental sprites required immense effort and energy, and their discovery indeed represented good fortune. Have you nothing more to say, Minister Anthony? I hereby command you to vanish from my sight at once, or I shall not hesitate to exercise my lordly rights, even if it incurs the Earl's wrath. Anthony's expression fluctuated as he grappled with confusion, unable to comprehend how the timid, ineffectual son of a baron had suddenly become so assertive. Ultimately, under Nailent's piercing gaze, Anthony turned to the 5 guards behind him and declared, "We are leaving." With that, Anthony retreated from the crowd in disgrace. Keek, disperse the serfs and escort the girl back to the castle. Nailent's tone softened at last. Yes, my lord. Keek was now quite elated. His lord had, on only the 2nd day in the territory, acquired an elemental sprite. This was indeed a splendid beginning. Soon, under the guard's direction, the serfs, who had seen a sprite for the first time, returned to Malya village with satisfied hearts. My lord, you have returned? Upon Nailent's arrival at the castle with Keek and the others, Thomas, having received word, awaited them with a servant bearing a copper basin. He swiftly took the reins of the horse and, as Nailent dismounted, handed him a damp cloth to wipe his face and hands. After enjoying the attentive service of the steward, Nailent finally spoke with a sense of relief. Thomas, take that girl to the inner castle, allow her to freshen up, and then bring her to my chamber. Yes, my lord. Thomas cast a glance at Vivian, who kept her head bowed throughout, failing to recognize her identity as the harbinger of misfortune and expressing no surprise at the lord's request to have a girl cleaned before sending her to his chamber. Such occurrences were commonplace among the nobility, and their nocturnal activities often unfolded in such unembellished and mundane fashion. My lord, I shall take my leave now to arrange for the night watch. Watching Thomas escort the harbinger of misfortune into the inner castle, Keek felt an urge to offer a word of caution but ultimately refrained, his gaze lingering on his lord with a hint of complexity. Along the way, the group had speculated that their master was suffering from fever due to shock. But now it seemed otherwise, for only a bold noble would dare to have the harbinger of misfortune spend the night in his chamber. Be off. Nailent, oblivious to how he had become viewed as a demon of lust in the eyes of his subordinates, dismissed them and entered the inner castle. Chapter 4. Vivian. Upon entering the inner castle, Nailent made his way directly to the storage room on the 1st floor. The system had provided the formula for Vivian's preliminary awakening. And fortunately, the required ingredients were quite ordinary and readily available within the castle. Should he succeed in facilitating Vivian's initial awakening, there might be hope to confront the impending invasion of dark creatures in a week's time. With the necessary ingredients in hand, Nailent proceeded to the empty kitchen. A few minutes later, the potion was simply brewed, and after disposing of the dregs, he returned to his chamber. The girl has yet to arrive. While I wait, I shall take a moment to explore what the system's lottery entails. The search function and the illustrated guide to the lucky girl revealed to Nailent the formidable power of the system. He now eagerly wished to explore the utility of the lottery feature. System, I wish to draw lots. The lottery system has been activated. You currently have 1 opportunity to draw. Please initiate the lottery button. As Nailent's words fell, a grand spinning wheel materialized before his eyes, adorned with an array of peculiar fruits. Strengthening fruit. Ingesting it will enhance physical fortitude. Agility fruit. Ingesting it will augment agility. Intelligence fruit. Ingesting it will improve cognitive abilities. Such remarkable treasures indeed. Tay could not help but widen his eyes. In this world, where fighting spirit exists, it was unfortunate that the original host was an innate weakling, a failure in cultivation, unable to gather a seed of fighting spirit even at the age of 16. Yet, these fruits could potentially alter his plight. Without hesitation, Tay pressed the button to initiate the lottery. The pointer on the spinning wheel began to whirl rapidly. Ding! Congratulations! The host has drawn one strengthening fruit. It has been stored in the system panel. Please collect it at your convenience. Haha, splendid! Tay exclaimed with delight. Although he did not urgently require an increase in agility, the most crucial aspect was to improve his frail body. Only by possessing a strong fighting spirit could he survive more securely in this perilous world. Once the lottery wheel vanished, Tay promptly retrieved the strengthening fruit. It was a golden fruit, roughly the size of a lychee, and the moment he summoned it from the system panel, he was greeted by an enticing fragrance. I hope the effects match your exquisite appearance. The golden fruit emitted a scent so alluring that it made Tay's fingers twitch with anticipation. In the next instant, without a moment's hesitation, he popped the strengthening fruit into his mouth. Oh, is this sensation truly so exhilarating? Once the fruit was bitten into, Tay's eyes widened in astonishment as he chewed. The fruit transformed into a warm flow that slid into his abdomen, spreading a profound comfort throughout his entire being. This warmth lingered for over a minute before gradually dissipating, and astonishingly, the strengthening fruit left neither peel nor pit behind. Truly delectable and wondrous. I can only wonder about the effects. Tay felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the outcome. He then approached the bedside and drew forth the long sword. My strength has indeed increased, and by at least double. Grasping the long sword with one hand, Tay exclaimed in amazement. This sword was a typical Western two-handed cross sword. Weighing approximately 2 kilograms in the past, holding this long sword aloft with one hand would have caused his arm to tremble uncontrollably, yet at this moment, it felt as light as a wooden sword. He proceeded to thrust, swing horizontally, and slice diagonally. Through a series of movements within the relatively spacious bedroom, Tay confirmed that the enhancement of his strength was no mere illusion. He was now stronger than the average adult. Knock. Knock, knock. My lord. At that moment, the voice of Thomas echoed from outside the bedroom. Come in. Tay discreetly sheathed the long sword. The door opened slowly, and Thomas entered, accompanied by Vivian, who had completed her morning ablutions. My lord, do you have any further instructions? After bringing her in, Thomas, aware that his master had important matters to attend to, promptly prepared to take his leave. No more matters, Steward Thomas. You may retire for the evening. Yes, my lord. Wishing you a splendid night. Thomas offered a respectful bow and carefully closed the bedroom door. Come here. After Thomas departed, Vivian, donned in her maid attire, appeared somewhat flustered, standing still in place. Tay gestured toward the sofa beside him and gently instructed, Please, take a seat. Why yes, my lord. Vivian, hesitant to disobey, timidly approached Tay, but instead of sitting on the sofa, she knelt on the floor. Tay contemplated stopping her but held back. The rigid class hierarchy was deeply ingrained in the hearts of all within this world. And it seemed that this was the only way she could feel at ease. Is your name Vivian? Why yes, my lord. Vivian bowed her head, unable to meet Tay's gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Do you have any other family members? I have a younger sister, my lord. Though I am the daughter of Misfortune, it does not pertain to my sister. She will certainly not bring any ill fortune, I beg you. Do not hold her accountable. I am willing to serve you diligently and even walk to the stake to eliminate the misfortune. Tay sought to learn more about Vivian's family situation, both to alleviate her anxiety and to prepare for potentially winning her over in the future. However, to his surprise, Vivian appeared utterly startled upon hearing the question. Vivian was not a native of the Storm Territory. She had been exiled here 2 years prior. The reason being that her sister awakened as the daughter of Misfortune and was reported by their father for a reward, leading to her execution at the stake. As the daughter of Misfortune had a certain likelihood of being hereditary, both Vivian and her sister were sent to the Storm Territory, a land of misfortune that would be their final refuge. If even Tay could not accept them, their only fate would be death, regardless of awakening. Such actions were not unheard of among lords. 3 years prior, the previous lord, who had been slain by dark creatures, had issued such a decree, resulting in the deaths of dozens of girls within the storm territory. Vivian and her sister had only been exiled the following year, thus narrowly escaping that calamity. Vivian, raise your head and look at me. Although uncertain of why Vivian reacted so strongly, Nalente had summoned her with the intention of winning over this daughter of luck, and he certainly could not frighten her. Hearing his authoritative tone, Vivian trembled and slowly lifted her gaze. Now that she was clean, her face, devoid of dirt, revealed her beauty in the bright candlelight of the bedroom, a fair complexion, rarely seen among serfs. A delicate nose and bright, large eyes made her far more beautiful than most noble ladies in Tulip City, had her physique not been so frail. Vivian, I will not send you to the stake, nor will I harm your sister. Nalente gazed intently into Vivian's eyes and earnestly promised her. Not send to the stake? Upon hearing the Lord's words, confusion flickered in Vivian's eyes. If the daughter of Misfortune did not perish, she would surely bring calamity upon the territory. Noticing her bewilderment, Nalente placed his hands gently on her shoulders and tenderly lifted her onto the sofa. Not only will I spare your life, but I also intend to appoint you as the captain of the guards. Nalente uttered a statement that left Vivian even more astonished. See, captain of the guards? Indeed, Vivian, do you believe what your lord says? I believe, my lord. Although her heart was rife with doubt and questions, Vivian instinctively nodded under Nalente's unwavering gaze. Excellent. Now, please drink this bowl of soup. Nalente disregarded whether Vivian truly believed him or not, and promptly presented the prepared primary awakening potion before her. Regardless of her beliefs, the truth would reveal itself by the next day. Yes, my lord. Vivian dared not refuse, accepting the porcelain bowl and drinking it down. After consuming the potion, it seemed to take effect quickly, and the girl soon slumped softly against the sofa, drifting into slumber. Nalente carefully laid her flat on the sofa, then covered her with a blanket. Having completed his tasks, he returned to his own bed. Quick's earlier words had not been mistaken. The days of high fever during his journey had left him feeling mentally fatigued even now. Chapter 5. Captain of the Guards. The following morning, warm sunlight poured through the window, and Vivian's eyelashes fluttered as she stirred from sleep. This slumber had been unusually sweet, the softness beneath her providing a comfort she had never experienced in her time spent in dark, damp shelters. Suddenly, Vivian realized something and quickly opened her eyes, having forgotten that she was in the Lord's bedroom. Sitting up swiftly, she discovered that she was covered with a brand new wool blanket, and she promptly lifted it to inspect her clothing. Everything appeared as it should, and she breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, her expression dimmed again. She was the daughter of Misfortune, and the fact that the Lord had washed her clean and brought her to his bedroom indicated that. His words from last night must surely have been false. Vivian was not particularly afraid of death. Her only concern was for her 12-year-old sister. She recalled how, after being abandoned by their cruel father, her sister had followed her, foraging for wild vegetables and fruits to eat, never crying from hunger but instead always putting on a brave face to lift Vivian's spirits. Little sister, I am sorry. It is my fault. You must live well. Vivian silently prayed in her heart, wishing that if the deities despised her, all misfortune would fall upon her instead, allowing her sister to live a fortunate life. You are awake? Just as Vivian pondered whether to exit the bedroom or wait in place, a gentle voice resonated from the door, belonging to the handsome and amiable Lord. Lord. Vivian hastily descended from the sofa, kneeling barefoot on the floor. Rise. Nalente softly commanded, then added, Vivian, look who has come. Dear sister. Just as Vivian was engulfed in confusion, a voice that she knew all too well suddenly echoed from the doorway. Lilia. Raising her gaze, she beheld her sister Lilia standing at the threshold, clad in a pristine maid's outfit. Vivian's face instantly lit up with joy. She had thought she would never see her sister again. Sister. The Lord has instructed me to come to the castle as a maid. He said I would receive 10 copper coins as daily wages. What? You are to be a maid? Vivian exclaimed incredulously. The role of a castle maid was a prestigious one, and how could the kin of the daughter of Misfortune possibly assume such a position? Unable to contain her surprise, Vivian glanced at Nerint. Nerint smiled and nodded. From now on, you shall be my captain of guards, while your sister will serve as a maid in the castle. This way, you can serve me with greater peace of mind. Vivian, are you willing? I am willing. Thank you, my lord. Vivian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She finally understood that the lord's words from the previous night were indeed true. But my lord, I do not know how to fight, let alone being the captain of the guards. Even a regular guard required a robust physique, and Vivian felt a sense of uncertainty within her. Ding! System side quest. Assist the fortunate daughter of Misfortune, Vivian, in discovering her abilities. System reward. Information regarding this second little sprite. Such a function exists? The system had unexpectedly issued another quest. However, this side quest was essentially a bonus for Nerint, as he had intended for Vivian to showcase her abilities anyway. To discover information about a second little sprite was a delightful surprise for Nerint. Vivian, you need not worry. Soon you will learn what abilities you possess. Come, the servants in the castle have begun their meal. You both should eat. Afterward, I shall formally appoint you as the captain of the guards. Yes, my lord, Vivian replied anxiously, and Nerint led the two sisters downstairs, entrusting them to butler Thomas and this world. Commoners were forbidden from dining at the noblesse long table in the castle, as doing so would be punishable by death for the contempt of nobility. A rule that nobles themselves were also obliged to remember. Seated at the 6-meter-long table, Nerint enjoyed what could be considered the most sumptuous breakfast in the Storm Territory, a slice of white bread and a piece of roasted bacon. Just as he was about to finish, a male servant entered the dining hall, accompanied by Captain Quake. Have the matters been resolved? Nerint inquired, taking a white towel offered by the servant to wipe his hands before speaking leisurely. Indeed, my lord. The 10 young serfs you requested have been brought here, 4 of whom have experience as hunters, and the others are among the strongest youths in the territory. Excellent. Nerint nodded. These 10 young serfs would become the candidates for Nerint's second guard unit. He had instructed Quake to arrange for the formation of this second guard unit on the very first day he arrived in the territory, with the intent of countering Anthony. After all, Anthony also had 5 guards, and Nerint needed to assemble a force of 20 to effectively suppress him. With that, Nerint picked up a delicate mask from the edge of the long table and left the dining hall. Upon reaching the castle's courtyard, he found Vivian had already finished her breakfast and was watching as Thomas instructed Lilia on how to be a competent maid. My lord. The moment Vivian, who had been smiling gently, spotted Nerint emerge, she immediately composed herself, kneeling respectfully on the ground. Rise, Vivian. Put on this mask. From now on, whenever you step outside the castle, wear this mask. This mask had been found in the castle's storeroom. Once used by nobles during grand balls, the castle had endured 4 baronial families, all of whom ultimately met their demise here, leaving behind many trifling items. These seemingly worthless artifacts were disregarded by others, as everyone feared that the objects within the castle might also be tainted by misfortune, thus inadvertently benefiting Nerint. Yes, my lord. Vivian understood that if she were to step outside the castle, she would surely frighten anyone who recognized her. After receiving the mask, she obediently donned it upon her face. Ah, no wonder nobles are so fond of this style. As Vivian secured the mask, Nerint was taken aback by its exquisite craftsmanship. The mask delicately concealed only the area around the eyes and was made of intricately carved copper. The ornate design was breathtaking, and rather than feeling stifling, it appeared remarkably elegant. Coupled with Vivian's rare fair complexion among the serfs, she presented an image that danced between allure and grace, a tantalizing interplay of temptation and decorum. Greetings, my lord. Outside the castle, 10 ragged youths, aged between 10 and 12, knelt in unison, raising their voices in greeting. Their faces betrayed an uncontrollable joy. To serve as the direct guards of the Lord was undoubtedly the most prestigious occupation within the territory. It offered not only generous rewards and high status, but also the privilege of standing by the Lord's side. Being selected by Quake felt akin to winning the lottery for them. Do you all know what you are about to undertake? Yes, my lord. Excellent. I hereby declare that from this moment on, you are officially the subordinates of me. Nerint B. Rick, the guards of the Storm Territory. Thank you, my lord. We pledge our lives and loyalty to you. Upon hearing Naren's proclamation, the youths erupted with excitement, exerting all their strength to vow their allegiance. From this moment forth, their oath of loyalty to Naren signified their qualification to escape the bonds of serfdom. If fortune favored them, with enough achievements and capabilities, they might even attain the status of commoners or be granted parcels of land to cultivate. While it was rare for even a few among 100 to achieve such heights, there was at least a glimmer of hope, which explained the unwavering loyalty of the guards under lesser nobles. Very well. Now let us meet your captain. Vivian, step forward. At Naren's command, a wave of astonishment swept through everyone at the castle entrance. Not only the young serfs but even Quake and the other guards looked utterly bewildered. My lord. You appointed Vivian as the captain of the guards? Isn't that inappropriate? This time, Quake did not hesitate. It was one thing if the lord merely wished to alleviate his woes by employing the daughter of Misfortune, but to elevate her to the position of captain of the guards was utterly absurd. For the safety of the territory and his lord, Quake felt it necessary to voice his concerns. What is inappropriate about it? My lord, Vivian is a daughter of Misfortune, and her abilities, Quake replied under mounting pressure. Quake, I had a dream the other night, in which the god of glory revealed to me that the daughter of Misfortune does not bring misfortune, but rather brings me good fortune. Naren had anticipated this very moment and prepared his reasoning, opting to invoke theology to explain everything, for in this primitive world, theology could be considered a truth. This, Quake and the others exchanged glances. Perhaps you think a dream proves nothing. However, I must tell you, in addition to the daughter of Misfortune, the purple sprite I found last night was also an inspiration from the god of glory in my dream. Thus, it is evident that the god of glory has graced me. Naren be Rick, and as a knight of nobility, it is my honor to adhere to the will of the god of glory. Now, do you understand? We understand, my lord. Although still filled with doubt, the mention of the god of glory and the corroboration of the purple sprite left Quake and the others reluctant to voice further objections. In this world, the favor of the god of glory was akin to auspicious omens of ancient times. One might doubt the omens, but to directly proclaim them false in the presence of the emperor would be utterly disastrous. Excellent. Now let us quickly meet your new captain. Naren nodded in satisfaction. He did not require Quake and the others to fully believe him. He merely needed to gently guide them to avoid strong resistance, after which he could use the authority of the Lord to suppress any dissent, for this was a world where the Lord wielded absolute power. Salute to Captain Vivian. The 10 newly recruited serfs, having no voice in the matter, promptly followed orders and bowed respectfully to Vivian. You all. Faced with the greetings of the 10 youths, Vivian felt somewhat flustered, hurriedly returning their salute before glancing anxiously at Naren. Did you not just question why Vivian is fit to be the captain of the guards? Now, I shall allow her to demonstrate her capabilities. Naren stepped forward slowly, taking a longbow from the hands of a guard beside Quake and handing it to Vivian. Vivian, shoot an arrow for them to see. Aim for that wild fruit on the tree. Naren pointed to a fruit tree not far from the castle. Having been untended for a long time, several small trees had grown outside the castle, and one particular fruit tree, over 2 meters tall, bore more than a dozen bright red wild fruits. Yes, my lord, but my lord, I do not know how to shoot. Vivian instinctively took the longbow, only to realize afterward that she lacked archery skills. The guards, witnessing this scene, displayed expressions of bemusement, perplexed as to why the Lord had orchestrated such an absurd spectacle today. No, Vivian, you possess the skill of archery, a gift bestowed upon you by the god of glory. It is simply that you have yet to become accustomed to it. Allow me to guide you through it now. Nalanter, unperturbed, approached Vivian from behind, pressing against her back and grasping her hands on either side. First, grip the longbow tightly with your left hand, and with your right hand, knock the arrow by pinching its tail. Then, raise the longbow towards your target, draw it back, and aim shoot. With Nalanter's hands-on guidance, Vivian finally executed her first shot in life. However, the outcome was less than ideal and rather embarrassing. The arrow sluggishly sprang from the longbow, veering off course after a few meters before plummeting to the ground, lacking any force. Witnessing this scene, Quake and the others lowered their heads, their faces flushed, fearing they might burst into laughter and incur the wrath of their lord. So, how does it feel? Unbeknownst to the onlookers, a transformation was occurring within Vivian, who had previously been a novice in archery. At the very moment the arrow was released, a peculiar sensation welled up within her heart. This feeling, inexplicable in origin, suddenly bestowed upon her a sense of familiarity with the longbow in her hands. "I feel it, my lord," Vivian inexplicably nodded vigorously. "Excellent. Now, it is your turn," Nalantar responded with a smile. "Though it may seem disrespectful, if Vivian manages to hit the target, I shall eat that longbow," Captain Quake thought to himself. Glancing at the fruit tree over 50 meters away, hitting a fruit the size of a fist from such a distance was a feat even he, the captain of the guards, would not dare guarantee. Inhale, exhale, inhale. Hold your breath. Vivian slowly nocked a new arrow, then raised the longbow to aim at the target. Unbeknownst to her, her breathing rhythm began to synchronize with the aiming of the longbow, achieving the optimal breathing pattern that only seasoned archers could master. Now is the moment. After holding her breath, a golden pattern flickered in Vivian's eyes, and in that instant, she clearly perceived the perfect moment to release the arrow. Whoosh! With a sharp whistle, the arrow shot forth. How is this possible? Quake, who had just moments ago thought this a farce, stared wide-eyed. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air indicated its speed. Do not underestimate this, for it required a skilled archer's finesse to achieve. A slight tremor in the wrist could diminish the arrow's force, or worse, prevent it from flying at all. Thud. It actually hit. Quake was even more astonished as the arrow, under the watchful eyes of all, struck the fruit over 50 meters away with incredible speed, piercing through it and continuing onward to land 4 or 5 meters away in the mud. Whoosh! Just then, a second sharp whistle echoed in the air, as Vivian involuntarily released a second arrow. Upon seeing this, the expressions of everyone changed drastically. By the gods, this cannot be real, for the second arrow emitted a faint red glow. Boom! As the arrow accurately struck the distant fruit, it burst apart, turning to dust. As this combat aura? The daughter of Misfortune is indeed a titled knight. Quake stammered, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at his lord. Truly worthy of the title of the lucky girl, her innate talent rivals that of combat aura. Amidst the astonished murmurs, only Nalantar maintained his composure. Vivian possessed no combat aura at that moment. The damage she inflicted was solely due to her extraordinary gift. However, facing Quake's and the others' confusion, Nalantar chose not to clarify, allowing them to mistakenly believe Vivian was a titled knight in this world. Possessing combat aura signified extraordinary status. Whether a commoner or a serf, anyone with combat aura would be coveted by the nobility, rising above others. Thus, individuals with combat aura were commonly referred to as titled knights. The ranks of Bronze Knight, Silver Knight, and Gold Knight delineated levels of combat aura prowess. According to Nalantar's estimation, although awakened Vivian lacked combat aura, her strength was already close to that of a novice Bronze Knight. Chapter 7. True submission. My lord, I apologize. I instinctively shot a second arrow just now. Vivian had emerged from her mystical experience, feeling somewhat uneasy as she noticed Quake and the others regarding her with peculiar expressions. After all, she had been a destitute serf girl just yesterday, and even with her newfound extraordinary power, she felt somewhat at a loss. You did remarkably well, Vivian. Now, do you understand why I appointed you as the captain of the guards? Nalantar gently encouraged her. My lord, I understand, Vivian nodded softly in response. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Quest reward information. A small fairy will descend during the next meteor shower. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Nalantar's mind. Another fairy is set to appear. Nalantar was overjoyed. It was known that in other baronies, a fairy appearing once or twice a year was considered fortunate, yet here, there were sightings almost every fortnight, truly a land of fortune. Suppressing his excitement, Nalantar surveyed the surroundings. And what about you all, my lord? We are also aware. Not only did they acknowledge Vivian's precise archery skills, but her status as a titled knight left no room for doubt. Quake, having just shaken off his astonishment, stepped forward and knelt halfway before Nalantar. My lord, Quake acknowledges his error. Please punish me, a titled knight. Do not be deceived by Vivian's seemingly fragile demeanor. Once she masters combat techniques, Quake knew that even 5 of himself would be no match for her. Furthermore, the daughter of Misfortune possessing combat aura led Quake to believe in his lord's earlier words. Perhaps this truly was the God of Glory's revelation. Otherwise, how could such an event occur? Quake, I am not a foolish lord who would punish you for your loyalty and sense of responsibility. Rise, Nalantar nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, my lord. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. In that moment, Quake was profoundly moved, genuinely recognizing his lord from the depths of his heart. Though he had been loyal before, it had been more of a mechanical, command-based obedience. Now, witnessing his lord's wisdom, tolerance, and the favor of the God of Glory, how could he not wholeheartedly commit himself to such a leader? I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. It was not only Quake. The other 10 guards assigned by the Count similarly recognized their lord. Excellent! Rise! From this day forth, as long as you give your all, one day you shall feel honored by this decision. Nalantar was exceedingly pleased. Not only had he resolved Vivian's matter today, but he had also truly won the allegiance of these guards. Yes, my lord. Quake and the others responded with bright eyes, excitement palpable. As the saying goes, when one rises, all rise. If Nalantar were to become a hereditary baron or even a viscount one day, he would possess the power to ennoble vassals, providing them with opportunities to earn military achievements and become minor noble lords themselves. Very well, however, regarding today's events, it must remain confidential from the outside world. So all of you must maintain strict silence and not disclose a single word, understood? In an instant, Nalantar's expression turned serious. Understood, my lord. Excellent, Quake. Now distribute the longbows to these new guards, Nalantar commanded, then turned to Vivian. Vivian, as captain, the training of the guards will be entrusted to you from now on. Fearing that Vivian might not know how to instruct them, Nalantar added, you need only ensure they practice shooting continuously, guaranteeing that no one slacks off. Nalantar now needed these 10 serfs from the second team to learn archery to prepare for the impending invasion of dark creatures a week later. As for other tactical skills, those could wait until after the crisis had passed. By then, he still had plenty of training techniques from his previous life's military training and online resources. Quake, has the inventory of the castle's armory been completed? Riding along the dirt road of the Storm Territory, Nalantar inquired of Quake. My lord, the inventory has been completed. There are 5 usable longswords within the castle, and 12 longbows that can be assembled. Per your orders, 11 of those longbows have already been distributed to the second guard team, but there are only about 50 usable arrows, with over 200 arrowheads requiring purchase of intact shafts for use. Over 100 arrows is a bit scant. Much like the masquerade masks, the castle had numerous leftover weapons, yet most were either obsolete or damaged, leaving very few usable ones. Nalantar was not worried about the longswords for now. What he truly lacked were arrows, both for practice and to confront the dark creatures. Clearly, 5 arrows per person was insufficient for a serious battle. It seems I must procure some from the neighboring territory. Pity my meager 10 gold coins. I wonder how long that will last, little one. I hope you can be generous and bring me a surprise. Nalantar suppressed the bitterness within and directed his attention to the purple fairy in his hands. With Vivian's emergence, he no longer intended to sell the purple fairy. After all, such a treasure was invaluable, and unless absolutely necessary, no noble would part with it for money. The purpose of the purple sprite is to enhance the quality of crops in a particular piece of land. With a stroke of good fortune, it may even elevate a specific fruit-bearing plant, namely the potion fruit, which possesses the remarkable ability to augment the physical constitution of a knight, making it highly sought after. Even if luck falls slightly short, an improvement in a plant that aligns with the sprite's preferences remains a commendable outcome. The tulip family amassed their wealth and ascended to nobility thanks to the tulip potion flower. Of course, the nature of the extraordinary plant obtained ultimately depends on chance, as it is for the sprite to decide. Ah, there's a reaction. At that moment, Naylante suddenly felt a joyful wave of mental energy emanating from the sprite, signifying that the little creature had discovered a plant to its liking. Go forth, little one. Naylante immediately tossed the sprite ahead, and upon being released, it hovered about 10 centimeters above the ground and commenced its journey. Keep up. Naylante urged his steed, spurring it to quicken its pace. Chapter 8. The Swordwood Forest. This is the Swordwood Forest. Could it be? Naylante's face radiated joy as he halted his horse before a grove outside May Village. The swordwood tree, characterized by its straight and smooth trunk resembling that of a bamboo pole, can grow to heights of 7 to 8 meters upon maturity, with the thickest stems not exceeding 7 centimeters in diameter. Its primary drawback lies in its hollow nature and insufficient hardness, limiting its applications predominantly to the crafting of sword sheaths, hence the origin of its name. However, nothing is absolute. Under certain circumstances, swordwood can transform into an invaluable type of timber when enhanced by a sprite. Once a sprite elevates its quality, the material properties of swordwood become exceptionally tough and resilient, making it exceedingly difficult to sever even with iron implements. At this juncture, swordwood can be utilized directly as a spear or lance without further processing, and its lightweight nature renders it a natural weapon. Even the immature swordwood can serve as high-quality arrow shafts. Rivaling the value of potion fruits, Nayland Tay reveled in his excitement. The purple glow emanating from the sprite intensified, rippling outwards like delicate waves, as these purple beams swept across the swordwood trees. They eagerly absorbed the light, causing the bark's surface to gleam with a polished sheen. "Haha, just as I thought. We're striking it rich," Nayland Tay exclaimed with glee. "Lord, it truly is a swordwood tree." Quake and his companions, who had been running to catch up, now stood wide-eyed in astonishment at the sight of the swordwood forest. "Congratulations, my lord. The god of radiance has favored you." Quake, at a loss for words, struggled to express his admiration for their lord's extraordinary luck. Although swordwood is widely distributed throughout the realm, very few have been chosen by the purple sprite to become potion plants. In fact, only the Count possesses a grove of such trees within the entire territory. Each potion swordwood tree holds a value of 1 silver coin, and generally, a sprite can influence plants within a 1-acre radius. Given that this area contains at least 300 to 400 swordwood trees, it equates to a potential windfall of 300 to 400 silver coins. While Nayland Tay conversed with Quake, the purple sprite had already withdrawn its radiant glow and burrowed into the forest, selecting the sturdiest and tallest swordwood tree, around which it began to whirl in delight. Observing this, Nayland Tay approached a slender swordwood tree, no thicker than a pinky finger, and unsheathed his sword, with a metallic clash. The slender swordwood tree succumbed to Nayland Tay's strike, leaving only a shallow dent on the blade's edge. Such hardness and resilience can still be referred to as wood. This truly is a fantastical world. Nayland Tay marveled inwardly. Quake, from now on, assign 2 guards to secure the swordwood forest and ensure the safety of the swordwood sprite. Once Nayland Tay confirmed the quality of the swordwood, he began issuing orders. Generally, beasts and magical creatures do not pose a threat to sprites. However, Nayland Tay remained wary of dark creatures and humans, particularly given Anthony's presence in the territory. "By the way, didn't you mention there are over 200 arrowheads in the castle? Mobilize the guards in the coming days to craft arrows from these slender swordwood trees." "Yes, my lord." With arrowheads and wooden shafts at hand, the creation of arrows requires little expertise, and Quake's guards are more than capable. After relaying his instructions and leaving 2 guards behind, Nayland Tay returned directly to the castle. Henceforth, the sprite would coexist with the swordwood trees, and Nayland Tay would not remove it again. The sprite's presence alongside its symbiotic plant not only allows for the continued enhancement of the newly sprouted swordwood trees, but also affords it a chance at transformation and evolution. Elemental sprites exist in 3 states: sprite, great sprite, and angelic sprite. Typically, a sprite has a lifespan of 10 years and can influence crops within a 1-acre radius. Should it be fortunate enough to evolve into a great sprite, its lifespan extends to a century, with its effective range expanding to 10 miles. If it were to further evolve into an angelic sprite, its lifespan could reach 300 to 400 years, with an effective range extending to 100 miles. Thus, while sprites are indeed precious, the benefits they bring to a territory are generally short-term. It is the great sprites and angelic sprites that embody the true foundation of a noble family. For instance, the swordwood sprite, if it manages to successfully evolve, even into merely a great sprite, would ensure a continuous and stable income for Nayland Tay over the next century. Naturally, the sprite's evolution is contingent upon luck. One might say the odds are akin to 1 in 100. Although daily feeding the sprite potion powder can enhance its chances, it also incurs substantial costs, bearing a resemblance to the nature of a lottery ticket. Upon returning to the castle, Nayland Tay made his way to the rear garden, where he intended to commence his training in martial energy. The original constraints that had prevented the previous owner from attaining the title of knight, branding him a training failure, were due to his inherently frail constitution. However, thanks to the enhancement fruit, his physique now surpassed that of an average adult male. Flame Martial Energy Technique. Nayland Tay slowly retrieved a tome from within his garments. Though this martial energy technique consists of only a few pages, it holds a value of at least 300 gold coins, equivalent to over 3 million from his previous life, and is a closely guarded secret of the Birik family. After flipping through the martial energy technique to review its contents, Nayland Tay began to meditate and practice as instructed. The cultivation of martial energy involves two key elements. The first is to temper the body to foster physical strength. The second is to meditate and absorb the martial energy elements from the surrounding environment, guiding them into the body to ultimately form a seed of martial energy. Once the seed of martial energy is formed, one becomes a true knight of distinction. Emptying his mind and closing his eyes, Nayland Tay expanded his perception and quickly found himself in a wondrous state. Within his perception, the surroundings were not shrouded in darkness. Rather, they were illuminated by myriad colored points of light. These points represent the reason this fantastical world possesses martial energy. Nayland Tay directed his attention to the red points among the elements. These red points signify fire-type martial energy, which Nayland Tay needs to guide into his body, accumulating it to a sufficient degree to form the martial energy seed. After his arrival in this world, Nayland Tay had attempted this several times in the past few days, but each time he endeavored to draw in the fire-type martial energy, it became increasingly difficult, as the narrow energy meridians within him could not accommodate a significant amount of martial energy, rendering him incapable of reaching the threshold for forming the martial energy seed. The energy meridians are akin to balloons. When a balloon is small, even a small amount of martial energy can cause a blockage. If one were to forcefully stuff more, it would not only be excruciating but could potentially rupture the meridians, posing a life-threatening risk. However, Nayland Tay's energy meridians have now widened to twice their previous capacity, allowing them to accommodate the formation of a martial energy seed. All is in readiness, save for the final push. Nayland Tay's expression gleamed with excitement. He merely needed to continuously absorb the fire-type martial energy from the surrounding environment, accumulating it until he could form the martial energy seed, thus becoming a knight of distinction. Chapter 9. Are you referring to martial energy? Due to the looming crisis posed by the invasion of dark creatures, Nayland Tay spent the ensuing days primarily training within the castle in preparation for battle, as for matters concerning the inspection of the territory and other civil issues. Those would have to wait until after this life-and-death crisis had been resolved. Time swiftly passed, and a week had elapsed. The castle dining hall, spanning over 80 square meters, presented a rectangular shape, exuding an aura of emptiness and tranquility. Its only drawback was a lack of sufficient decorations. A solitary old brass chandelier hung overhead, failing to reflect the wealth of the lord. At this moment, Nayland Tay sat alone at the long table, savoring his dinner with knife and fork in hand. "My lord, Captain Vivian reports that the small holes you instructed to be dug have been completed, and Captain Quake has also managed to invite Lord Anthony." Thomas, the steward, entered the dining hall with brisk steps. Indeed, it should be about time. Nayland Tay nodded in response. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, sounds of explosions reverberated through the sky, accompanied by bursts of light appearing intermittently alongside the explosions. "It has begun," Nayland Tay murmured. Setting down his knife and fork, the gravest crisis facing the storm territory was finally set to unfold with tonight's meteor shower. "Thomas, remember, do not open the castle gates without my command." Nayland Tay stood and reiterated his instructions to Thomas. "Yes, my lord." After receiving confirmation, Nayland Tay grasped the sword at his waist and exited the dining hall. Tonight, Nayland Tay was fully equipped, donning both chainmail and leather armor for double protection, with a small round shield on his left wrist and a helmet atop his head. Moreover, with the long sword at his waist, this standard military attire weighed at least over 20 pounds. In the past, if Nayland Tay had donned such gear, he would undoubtedly have felt burdened. However, at this moment, he walked with a steady and effortless gait. For just last night, Nayland Tay had finally gathered sufficient fire attribute energy and planted a seed of combat energy within himself, thus becoming a formidable and extraordinary knight of distinction. "Greetings, my lord." "Greetings, my lord." Upon reaching the castle's exterior, Quake and Vivian had been waiting with the guards for some time. The sight of Nailante, fully armed, left everyone somewhat astonished. Meanwhile, Anthony felt a deep unease upon witnessing Nailante's state. Had they not been outside the castle at this moment, he would have certainly mounted his steed and fled. "My lord, may I inquire as to why you summoned me at such a late hour?" Anthony cautiously ventured. "Nailante, tonight is the night of the falling stars. I merely wish to invite you to the castle to witness the meteor shower." Nailante replied with a smile. However, upon hearing this, Anthony's countenance darkened as he suspected Nailante was mocking him. "I apologize, my lord, but as the civil officer, my duties are rather pressing. Since there appears to be no urgent matter, I shall take my leave." With that, Anthony prepared to depart. "Not so fast, my lord. A vast meteor shower is descending upon us." At that moment, a guard suddenly cried out. The crowd gasped and turned their gaze skyward. Although they had previously seen meteor showers, an occurrence that transpired weekly, they had managed to remain somewhat composed. However, this time was different. There were indeed dozens of meteors plummeting toward them. "We're doomed. We're doomed." The guards turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. The only one who maintained his composure was Nailante, for he was acutely aware of the number of creatures that would invade that night, and he knew the landing site was less than 200 meters from the castle. "Is this the land of misfortune? We have only been here for a little over a week, and we are already faced with such a wave of dark creatures." Anthony trembled as he gazed at the multitude of meteors falling from the sky, fully aware of how previous lords had met their demise. "My lord, this place is perilous. We must return to the castle." Quake and the others quickly reacted, preparing to escort Nailante back. "No, Quake. The experiences of 4 previous lords have taught us that hiding in this decrepit castle against dark creatures offers no chance of survival." Thus, as he spoke, Nailante cast his gaze over everyone before unsheathing his long sword with a resounding clang. "Therefore, tonight our only opportunity lies in striking down these dark creatures while they are still descending, before they fully regain their strength. Once the dark creatures land, whether due to the impact or other factors, they would typically experience a 5-minute period of weakness. During this time, their power would be significantly diminished, and Nailante understood that this was their sole chance to eradicate the dark beings that night. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment Nailante raised his sword high, the meteor shower began to crash down in rapid succession, the deafening sounds echoing through the air, causing tremors in the hearts of all present. "Have you lost your mind, Nailante? Do you truly believe you can confront these 30 or so dark creatures with just 10 guards and a dozen unarmored peasants?" Anthony looked at Nailante as if he were a fool. "Nailante, I care not for your motives in coming to Stormhold, but for the sake of survival, I implore you to heed my command. You need not participate in battle, but I shall temporarily requisition your 5 guards." Nailante finally revealed the purpose of Anthony's summons. Although Anthony was not a man of virtue, his 5 guards hailed from the Count's retinue, well-trained and equipped with armor and weaponry. "Impossible. I shall not accompany you, a madman, into this peril. Even a true baron might falter against such dark creatures. And you, a lord without combat energy? Furthermore, Nailante, you have barely 20 men, including peasants. This is nothing short of suicide." With that, Anthony prepared to mount his horse. "Nailante, do you believe you can escape now? Look ahead. The path is blocked by dark creatures." Nailante had anticipated this man's stubbornness, which is why he had summoned him to the castle entrance. Indeed, when Anthony looked out towards the castle's exterior, he saw the newly formed meteor craters completely obstructing their escape route. Nailante's castle was not built on flat ground, but atop a solitary hill. The noble who had constructed the castle had carved away the earth and stone surrounding the hill, leaving only a gentle slope of over 10 meters wide as a passage. Thus, even without a moat, the steep cliffs dropping more than 30 meters around the castle would thwart any enemy's attempts to assault from all sides. Likewise, Nailante and his companions could only descend the gentle slope of 40 to 50 meters in front of them to leave the castle. The dark creatures had begun to crawl out of the craters, and should Anthony attempt to flee, he would likely find himself surrounded by them. Under such circumstances, Nailante believed Anthony would surely comply. However, Nailante had underestimated Anthony's fear of death, or perhaps his moral boundaries, seeing no hope of escape. Anthony concocted a scheme aimed at Nayland T's guards. Do you truly intend to follow this madman Nayland T to your doom? I tell you, the dark creatures are terrifying beyond measure. Not only can they launch an offensive, but even defending within the castle's walls, the dilapidated gates would not withstand their assault. This crumbling castle has already fallen 4 times. Thus, if you wish to survive, now is your only chance. Follow me, and we shall charge forth together. Anthony sought to incite Nayland T's guards to flee, believing that only by rushing into the throng of dark creatures would he secure his own escape on horseback. Nayland T, you are courting death. Nayland T was taken aback by Anthony's shamelessness. As time slipped away, his impatience grew. Is it not so? Consider why so many dark creatures are attacking. Is it not because your lord failed to eliminate that daughter of misfortune? Anthony showed no fear of Nayland T's threats, hiding behind his 5 guards as he continued to incite them. Nayland T, I ask you one last time. Will you obey my orders? Nayland T was genuinely enraged. Allowing Anthony to continue his ramblings could jeopardize his crucial plans. Nayland T, you shall not prevail. You 5, protect me. We must escape together. If we delay, it shall be too late. Do not perish alongside such a worthless lord. Without this decree from the Count, he is merely a pathetic baron's son. Without even combat energy, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Nayland T ceased speaking. In the next moment, a crimson aura erupted from him as he charged toward Anthony's 5 guards. Empowered by combat energy, Nayland T was no match for the guards, who were swiftly scattered, and he closed the distance to Anthony. You, how could you? Pfft. Without affording Anthony a chance to react, Nayland T's sword plunged into his chest amidst his horrified gaze. Are you referring to combat energy? Apologies, but I have already become a knight of distinction. Chapter 10. The Oath of Allegiance. Silence. After Nayland T's sword pierced Anthony's body, a brief stillness enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of blood gushing from Anthony's mouth, resembling a worn-out bellows as he gasped for breath. The onlookers, stunned not only by Nayland T's action of slaying Anthony, but also astonished that he had become a knight of distinction, stood in disbelief. Protect the Lord. Moments later, Quake and the others drew their swords and rushed to Nayland T's side, while Vivian aimed her bow at Anthony's 5 guards. Although those 5 guards would not stand a chance against Nayland T, he was pleased with Quake's swift response. Even Vivian's performance was commendable. Raising a hand to signal Quake and the others to remain calm, Nayland T then addressed the 5 guards. You now have a choice, death or allegiance to me. In this critical moment, Nayland T had little time to waste. He needed to resolve this matter swiftly. My lord, this may not be wise. After all, Anthony is a noble. If we leave him alive, Quake quickly interjected. In this world, nobles could slay commoners and peasants, yet they could never harm another noble without consequence. To kill a noble without cause was a grave offense, even if the noble were guilty. Only the noble council could pass judgment. Now that Nayland T had killed Anthony, if the noble council were to learn of it, he could face the loss of his title or worse, a death sentence. Quake, I am aware. Nayland T gestured for Quake to remain silent. He fully understood the repercussions of killing a noble, but these were extraordinary times, and retaining the 5 guards would significantly increase their chances against the dark creatures that night. We are willing to pledge our allegiance to you, Lord Nayland T. The 5 guards, now utterly stunned, exchanged glances before kneeling without hesitation. They had been dispatched merely to protect Anthony and had not sworn loyalty to him. Thus, with his death, they bore no resentment towards Nayland T. Moreover, under the current circumstances, should they voice any dissent, they would surely find themselves dead. Excellent. Now, each of you, stab Anthony once, and I shall accept your allegiance. Furthermore, I will devise a means to bring your families from Tulip City. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing this, several guards rose to their feet, turning their gazes towards the barely breathing Anthony sprawled on the ground. Nayland, you are doomed today. Even if you do not perish, Aldine will seek vengeance for me. Anthony's eyes were filled with blood vessels, casting a look of malice at Nayland. Are you not going to act? Pfft. The guards, urged on by the command, steeled themselves and simultaneously thrust their swords towards Anthony. Ugh! Anthony finally expended his last ounce of strength, collapsing into a pool of blood. It was only when Anthony breathed his last that Nalantar withdrew his gaze. Initially, Nalantar had no intention of killing him. After all, the consequences of such an act were unpredictable. Yet, this fool had sought his own demise, and he could hardly be blamed for it. Guard squad, heed my command. Shaking off his thoughts, Nalantar turned to the dark creatures slowly encroaching upon them. The greatest threat of the night had yet to be resolved. Yes, my lord. Swordsmen, advance. Archers, take position at the rear. Everyone move forward. Following Nalantar's orders, the guards formed two lines and began their cautious descent down the gentle slope. The 5 guards who had just pledged their loyalty to Nalantar joined the ranks, standing alongside Quake and the others. Soon, the guard squad reached the base of the slope, where the dark creatures had already gathered. We should still have time. Nalantar mentally calculated. Vivian, archers, aim freely. Prepare for 10 breaths. As the skeletal soldiers with eerie green soul flames in their eye sockets approached, Nalantar began issuing commands. Second squad, draw bows and prepare arrows. Upon hearing this, Vivian immediately relayed the order to the guards, and the 11 archers swiftly knocked their arrows, readying to fire. Shoot! As the first skeletal soldier drew within 30 meters, Nalantar gave the command. Buzzing, whoosh, with the sound of bowstrings vibrating, 11 arrows transformed into streaks of black light, simultaneously launching forth. Bang! The first to score a hit was Vivian's arrow, which, thanks to her talent for delivering fatal strikes, obliterated the head of the targeted skeletal soldier into a fine powder. Thud. Among the other archers, only one succeeded in slaying a skeletal soldier. However, this was not due to a lack of accuracy. Rather, all of their arrows struck true against the skeletal soldiers. Yet, as long as the skull was not pierced, dealing damage to the limbs would not suffice to truly vanquish them. Archers, fire at will. Swordsmen, draw your blades. With the archers already engaged, the swordsmen naturally could not remain idle. Nalantar promptly commanded Quake and the others. Clang, clang, clang. The guards swiftly unsheathed their swords, positioning their small round shields in front of them, ready to charge at any moment. Follow me into battle. Prioritize attacking the skeletal archers. For glory, kill. For glory, kill. In the next moment, a total of 16 swordsmen, led by Nalantar, charged into the throng of skeletons. Bang! Crash! Nalantar took the lead, rushing headfirst into the mass of skeletons, and smashed his small round shield down upon a skeletal soldier with all his might. The skull of the skeletal soldier shattered upon impact, its bones collapsing to the ground like a broken marionette. My lord is mighty. Kill. Witnessing Nalantar's audacity and his effortless dispatch of a skeletal soldier, the guards, who had previously harbored some fear, felt their morale surge, and with a roar, they collided with the skeletal soldiers. However, do not underestimate the ease of crushing a skeletal soldier's bones with a shield. Bolstered by dark energy, their bones were significantly harder than those of an ordinary person. Without sufficient force, it was challenging for an average person to replicate Nalantar's feat. Typically, it would take 2 well-trained guards to handle a single skeletal soldier. This is the power of the extraordinary. If I were in my past life, I could probably wear my underwear inside out. Nalantar reveled in the unprecedented strength bestowed upon him by his fighting spirit. Roar. Ah, it's the Hellhound. Bang, bang. Just as Nalantar was basking in his glory, a thunderous roar erupted from his left side, accompanied by 2 dull thuds. Hellhound? Nalantar was startled, turning towards the source of the sound. The creature roaring was one of the most troublesome dark beings of the night. The Hellhound dark creatures are classified by rank. First to third tier are considered lower tier dark beings, with skeletal soldiers being the lowest at first tier, while the Hellhound ranks as a second tier creature. The earlier thuds were the sounds of 2 guards being flung away by the Hellhound. Fortunately, due to their round shields, the 2 men had managed to rise unsteadily. Everyone back away. I shall face this Hellhound, Nalantar shouted, rushing towards the Hellhound. The Hellhound had not yet fully regained its mobility, and Nalantar needed to deal with it swiftly. Otherwise, once it recovered, it could easily match a novice bronze knight in battle. Roar. The Hellhound, the size of a calf, was covered in dark red veins, exuding a terrifying aura. Upon seeing Nalantar charge, it bared its fangs menacingly. Chapter 11. Fierce battle with the headless knight, advance fighting spirit. As he ran, Nalantar bellowed, his sword enveloped in a faint red glow of fighting spirit. With his sword imbued with this ethereal energy, Nalantar slashed directly at the hellhound. The hellhound, undeterred by Nalantar's fierce approach, leaped into the air, its massive form propelled by its hind legs, lunging at Nalantar with a foul stench. Die! Although it was his first life-and-death battle, Nalantar was emboldened by the strength granted by his potent fighting spirit. As the hellhound lunged towards him, he swiftly altered his sword from a slash to a thrust, aiming for the airborne beast. Thuft! The sword, imbued with fighting spirit, pierced the hellhound's body. Roar! The sword plunged deep into the hellhound, which howled in pain, but to Nalantar's astonishment, the blow did not severely wound the creature. Instead, it seemed to provoke its ferocity. The hellhound twisted its body, its sharp claws lunging towards Nalantar's face. Such vitality! Nalantar, taken aback, had no time to ponder further and hastily raised his small round shield to defend. Thud! With a dull sound, Nalantar was knocked back several meters by the tremendous force. When he finally looked at his left hand, he found that the shield, once securely fastened to his wrist, had been reduced to splinters, the metal and wood fragments scattered on the ground. Roar! Despite the single blow, the hellhound remained fierce, letting out another roar before launching itself at Nalantar once more. Just as Nalantar regained his footing, his attention was drawn to the sword embedded in the creature's throat, and he made a daring decision. The original owner was not truly incompetent. Rather, he had decent learning and comprehension abilities. Drawing from the combat techniques he had previously learned, Nalantar was no longer a novice in battle. "My lord, be careful." Quake and the others, catching a glimpse of Nalantar's situation, called out in alarm. However, just as they feared for their lord's safety, Nalantar executed a crouch, narrowly evading the hellhound's attack, and in a swift motion, grasped the sword's hilt embedded in its throat, whoosh, in one fluid motion. With a sound akin to tearing through a burlap sack, Nalantar sliced open the hellhound's entire underbelly. Thud! When the hellhound crashed to the ground, it could no longer stand, its heavy body thudding against the earth. "My lord is mighty." The guards, witnessing this spectacle, finally grasped the situation and erupted into cheers for their lord's remarkable feat. Focus on the battle. In the face of the guards' flattery, Nalantar did not offer them a favorable expression. One small mistake could prove fatal. The guards, upon hearing his command, shrank back slightly, refocusing on their own foes. However, with the formidable support of Vivian and the 10 archers, their battle was not as perilous as anticipated, and they found it considerably easier than expected. After admonishing the guards, Nalantar approached the still snarling hellhound, which lay on the ground, unwilling to accept its demise. He plunged his sword into the hellhound's eye socket, finally putting an end to the relentless creature. Phew! No wonder people fear dark beings. They are not only powerful and fearless, but also possess terrifying vitality. Nalantar realized that the hellhound had only displayed a fraction of its strength. Given a few more minutes to recover, he feared he would truly be no match for it, and it was no wonder the previous Baron had suffered total annihilation. Clop, clop, before Nalantar could fully relax. The sound of hooves echoed in his ears. His expression shifted, and he became solemn. The most troublesome foe of the night has arrived. The Headless Knight, the strongest among the second-tier dark beings, was notorious for donning iron armor and lacking the critical weakness of a head, making it akin to an impenetrable tin can. Soon, the figure of the Headless Knight came into view, clad in heavy knightly armor, riding a warhorse over 2 meters tall, suffused with deathly energy. In its hand was a massive double-bladed axe, weighing at least several dozen pounds, a sight that would challenge even mid-tier bronze knights. The guards, once brimming with enthusiasm, now trembled in fear at the appearance of the Headless Knight. "Hey, headless creature, I am here." However, since Nalantar possessed the foresight of nightmares, he naturally made preparations in advance for this most formidable of foes. The Headless Knight detected Nalantar's cries and sensed the battle aura emanating from him. In the next instant, it charged directly towards him. Goodness, How swift! Although he had braced himself mentally, the sheer speed of the headless knight's full-on assault took Nalantar by surprise, prompting him to turn and flee without a moment's hesitation. Do not follow me. Continue battling. In his flight, concerned for the safety of his subordinates, Nalantar made a point to issue this command. Clatter, clatter. Subsequently, Nalantar sprinted towards the open fields, pursued by the Death Knight that, of course, his legs could not outrun a warhorse charging at full speed. On the open plains, the headless knight's velocity only increased, gradually closing the gap between them. 0.5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. In the next moment, the heavy axe of the Death Knight was raised high, its blade glimmering with a chilling light under the moon, descending directly towards the back of Nalantar's head. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. Hearing the sound of the axe slicing through the air above him, Nalantar's heart began to race violently, goosebumps prickling his skin. Now or never. In this critical moment, Nalantar let out a roar and dove to the ground without hesitation. Creak! At that instant, the headless knight's massive axe grazed past Nalantar's helmet, and he could even hear the grating sound of metal against metal. Down! Nalantar's reckless move was not without reason. As he fell, the warhorse beneath the Death Knight suddenly faltered, its front hooves losing balance due to an unseen force, and the entire horse toppled to the ground with a crash. Now let us see how arrogant you can be. Nalantar sprang upright in a nimble motion, swiftly approaching the downed headless knight. It turned out that Nalantar had instructed Vivian and the others to dig a series of pit traps for horses before nightfall. Although the headless knight was a creature of darkness, it was not a specter, and thus the horse traps were equally effective against it. Advanced Battle Aura Slash. Nalantar quickly reached the headless knight and unleashed a powerful strike. Clang! The headless knight's formidable strength was evident, despite Nalantar's swiftness. His blow was still parried by the raised axe. However, Nalantar had anticipated this. Rather than halting his attack, he exerted all his might and kicked the handle of the knight's axe. Bang! The headless knight, already crouching on the ground, staggered backward from the force of Nalantar's kick. Now, perish! At the moment the Death Knight fell to the ground, Nalantar disregarded any semblance of decorum, leaping onto it and positioning his long sword at its unarmored neck. With a sudden downward thrust, he plunged the sword into the knight's chest. Roar! Though the headless knight could not vocalize due to its lack of a head, its deathly steed let out a mournful cry before the aura of death began to dissipate from its form. Within mere seconds, both the headless knight and its horse were reduced to mere bones, leaving no flesh behind. Finally dealt with. After confirming the demise of the headless knight, Nalantar collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. Having vanquished both the Hellhound and the headless knight that night, he had exhausted every ounce of his energy. Chapter 12. The Blue Sprite with the Hellhound and Headless Knight defeated. The threat posed by dark creatures was significantly diminished. After resting for a moment on the ground, Nalantar rejoined the fray. Minutes later, the skeletal soldiers lay scattered as piles of white bones across the battlefield. Oh, we triumphed. We triumphed. We have overcome the dark creatures. As the last of the skeletal soldiers fell, the guards could no longer contain their jubilant cheers. Although Quake and the others had seen battle before, those had been against humans. Fighting the relentless skeletons was an entirely different matter. Humans inherently feared death and pain, while dark creatures, as long as they could move, would fight to the bitter end, even at the cost of their own lives. Thus, the guards had fought under immense psychological strain. You all did exceptionally well tonight. Observing that none of his subordinates had sustained serious injuries or fatalities, Nalantar felt a surge of joy. All hail the Lord! All hail the Lord! Upon hearing Nalantar's praise, the guards immediately changed their rallying cry, as their lord had undoubtedly shone the brightest in the night. A mere junior bronze knight had single-handedly slain both the Hellhound and the Headless Knight. Such feats were rare even throughout the entire duchy. Most importantly, they had eradicated a significant wave of dark creatures without sacrificing a single life. An unprecedented achievement worthy of boasting for a lifetime. Well done, you have demonstrated your bravery and loyalty to me. As a reward, I shall host a celebratory feast for you at the castle, with unlimited black bread and meat soup. In response to the cheers of his subordinates, Nalanter smiled and promised them this reward. Indeed, after the battle, the exhilarating rush of adrenaline and the pounding heartbeat was a sensation that could easily captivate anyone, particularly someone like him, who had once been an ordinary individual in his previous life. Oh, my goodness! Unlimited meat soup. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Thank you for your generosity. We pledge our lives to you. Thank you for your generosity. We pledge our lives to you. The guards erupted into even louder cheers. Meat was a rare delicacy for them, particularly for the 10 newly recruited archers, who, as serfs, had not tasted meat in over half a year. Now their lord promised unlimited meat soup, a reward that was as good as coins to them. All right, hurry and clean up the battlefield. Only when it's tidy can you enjoy the meat soup. Nalanter waved his hand, instructing them. Then, the guards began to busy themselves once more. My lord, this armor and weapon seemed to be enchanted. Not long after, Quake rushed over, cradling the headless knight's armor with a face full of envy. Enchanted armor. Nalanter immediately focused on the armor, and indeed, beneath the grime on its chest, he saw intricate silver runes. What remarkable luck! Nalanter quickly seized the armor, and upon contact, he found it astonishingly lightweight, at least 2/3 lighter than the equivalent iron armor. Of course, the armor's lightness was not due to any shoddy craftsmanship. On the contrary, it was far superior to ordinary iron armor, with the true reason being the silver runes inscribed upon it. The origins of dark creatures remained a mystery, but one thing was certain. They must have hailed from a civilization far more glorious than this one, as their craftsmanship in forging weapons and armor surpassed anything found on this continent. For instance, this enchanted armor, simply through its surface's silver patterns, could be made lighter. This defied all conventional understanding. These runes not only made the armor lighter, but also enhanced the sharpness and durability of weapons. As for why runes could produce such effects, humanity still had no understanding. This armor alone could fetch at least 10 gold coins if sold. Nalanter could not help but feel delighted. This was an unexpected bounty. Naturally, since the armor fit him well, Nalanter had no intention of selling it. It seems the dark creatures are not entirely devoid of merit. It's as if they delivered a parcel. If I could receive more such parcels, I would surely prosper. Nalanter mused to himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Second Nightmare Foresight, eliminating 28 dark creatures. Reward, 5 energy points issued. Ding! The main quest, Third Nightmare Foresight has been issued. Please check it yourself. Reward for the Third Nightmare Foresight quest, 10 energy points. Task progress, 0-168. In the next moment, a voice from the system echoed in Nalanter's mind. He froze, his expression solidifying. What? 168 dark creatures? System, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. If given the choice, Nalanter would rather not receive this parcel. Ignoring Nalanter's pleas, the system continued to display an image before his eyes, revealing the next Nightmare Foresight, this time even accessible without sleeping, suppressing his urge to curse. Nalanter hastily began to view the details of the Third Nightmare Foresight. 5 Hellhounds, 10 second-tier Headless Knights, and 1 third-tier Death Knight. The next invasion will occur in 3 months. There is still time to prepare. Otherwise, if it were to come next week, I would simply abandon it all. Who cares about the Count's daughter or the territory? Let those who desire it play. After a moment, having reviewed the Third Nightmare Foresight, Nalanter was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Half an hour later, in the castle's courtyard, the guards sat around several large outdoor wooden tables, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the large pot of meat soup being brought in by the servants. The broth was not merely liquid. Beneath it lay generous chunks of bone and meat, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, causing the guards to incessantly swallow. All right, my valiant warriors of Nalanter. Feast to your heart's content. Whatever you can consume tonight, consider it your reward. With the black bread and meat soup ready, Nalanter, seeing how the guards' eyes were nearly falling into the pot, decided not to delay any further. Thank you for your generosity, Lord. The guards cheered, then scrambled to grab spoons, filling the courtyard with a cacophony of shouts and laughter. As Thomas, the steward, witnessed the savage scene unfolding within the castle, he furrowed his brow slightly, yet refrained from voicing any objections. Knowing well that it was a celebratory feast, observing the guards indulging heartily, Nalante chuckled and prepared to ride out alone to attend to another important matter of the evening when Vivian approached him. "My lord, are you preparing to leave the castle?" Vivian, why aren't you eating? You might miss out if you wait too long." Although Nalante was the most conspicuous figure of the night, Vivian's achievements were commendable. She had single-handedly vanquished 12 skeletal soldiers, ensuring that only 6 guards sustained minor injuries that evening. "My lord, I am not hungry," Vivian replied softly, pausing before summoning the courage to continue. "My lord, I apologize. It is I who have brought misfortune." Perhaps you could." Vivian recalled the invasion of dark creatures that night and echoed Sir Anthony's words, feeling that all that transpired was her fault. Seeing Vivian's demeanor, Nalante felt a pang of sympathy. She had come to protect humanity and had accomplished a great feat. Yet in this moment, she was engulfed in self-doubt. "Vivian, I have told you. I received guidance from the God of Glory. You do not bring misfortune, but rather, you bring good fortune. Do you understand?" Vivian hesitated. But under Nalante's penetrating gaze, she nodded and replied, "I believe in you, my lord." "Excellent. Therefore, do not dwell on such thoughts, Vivian. Mount your horse and accompany me." Nalante nodded in satisfaction, vaulting onto his steed and extending a hand to Vivian. "Yes, my lord." Without hesitation, Vivian placed her fair hands into Nalante's, and he gently lifted her, securing her comfortably before him. Once settled, feeling the warmth radiating from her lord's back, a faint blush graced Vivian's porcelain cheeks. Unaware of Vivian's reaction, Nalante lightly spurred his horse, leading them out of the castle gates. The guards, witnessing the scene, exchanged knowing, mischievous smiles, confident in their lord's prowess, knowing that even 10 of them would struggle to match his might as a knight. Nalante and Vivian's exit from the castle was not for any unspeakable purpose as the guards might have imagined, but rather to journey directly to a clearing located 2 miles from the castle. The reward for a side quest had informed Nalante of a small sprite that would descend upon the storm territory that night, and he had not forgotten. He had expended a bit of energy to locate the sprite's landing spot. Soon, he and Vivian discovered a meteorite crater in the clearing. "My lord, this is the sprite," Vivian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief at the blue sprite nestled within the crater. "Indeed, this is a blue sprite?" Nalante's astonishment matched Vivian's. Typically, sprites encountered were green. However, he had now obtained 2 sprites of different hues in succession, a feat sure to elicit envy from other lords. The blue sprite had the ability to transform the land into a habitat favored by certain creatures, essentially attracting specific animals to reside there. Do not underestimate this ability. In a world where resources are scarce, acquiring meat is a daunting task, primarily reliant on hunting. Yet with the blue sprite, it was akin to acquiring a free breeding ground that required no feeding or purchasing of young. As long as they were not exterminated all at once, they would reproduce continuously, providing a steady supply of meat for the territory. Of course, what species would be attracted depended on luck. It could be birds or even horses. Anything was possible. "My lord, congratulations on the God of Glory's favor." Vivian sincerely offered her congratulations as she observed Nalante gently lift the still dormant sprite from the crater. To acquire 2 sprites within a mere fortnight could only be attributed to the grace of the God of Glory. Chapter 13. Inspecting the territory the following morning, within the castle's dining hall, Nalante relished a sumptuous breakfast of white bread and smoked meat. Though the taste of the meat, lacking a dedicated chef's touch, was rather mediocre and the white bread a tad rough, it was undeniable that partaking in such fare daily was a tremendous stroke of luck in this world. "My lord, the caravan is ready and can depart at any time." As breakfast neared its conclusion, Thomas the steward reported, "Then let us set off." With the greatest crisis temporarily averted, it was time to focus on developing his territory. The first step involved surveying the land to gain an understanding of the storm territory. Although deemed a place of misfortune, it was, in truth, a legitimate barony, roughly equivalent in size to a township in his previous life. "Greetings, my lord." In the courtyard, Vivian and Quake, each accompanied by 5 subordinates, had been waiting for some time. Nodding to the group, Nalante mounted his steed. Today, he did not ride the scruffy horse named Xiaohua, but rather a magnificent warhorse bequeathed by Anthony. This horse, with its pure white coat and towering height of 2 meters, would become Nalante's exclusive mount. As for Anthony, his remains had been cremated, and the official narrative was that he had fallen victim to the dark creatures. In due time, Nalante would send word back to Tulip Castle. Today, the villagers of May Village had risen later than usual, for last night had been the night of the meteor shower, and they had witnessed numerous meteors plummeting onto the territory. Consequently, the serfs had fled with their families to the distant woods to take refuge, only to be surprised that the anticipated dark creatures had not appeared. It was not until the latter half of the night that the puzzled serfs gradually returned home. After consuming a few bites of the hard black bread softened in hot water, the serfs began to venture out to work the fields. However, as they stepped outside, they were met with the sight of a grand procession arriving at the village entrance. At the forefront was a tall steed, upon which sat a young man clad in silk attire, followed by a carriage and over a dozen guards, a noble lord. Upon seeing this, the serfs immediately recoiled into their homes, while those already on the road hurriedly ducked into narrow alleyways. Is this the largest village within my territory? The procession was none other than Nalante and his guard, and upon arriving at the entrance of May Village, he gazed upon its dilapidated state with a sense of existential doubt. The filthy, muddy streets reeked horrendously, and the dilapidated thatched huts appeared ready to collapse. Such sights were scarcely found even in sub-Saharan Africa. The only redeeming feature was that the main road of the village was quite broad. However, despite its width, the ground was littered with excrement, and the stench was unbearable. We must improve sanitary conditions. Nalante could not tolerate this grievous habit of the world, silently committing it to memory. The procession continued onward, and Nalante finally caught sight of the serfs. Yet, upon witnessing them scurry away like startled gophers, he felt a sense of exasperation. It was only natural for the serfs to fear the nobility, having long been oppressed by them, and such trepidation had become an instinctive reaction. Nalante, my lord, is surveying the territory. Do you not wish to come forth and pay your respects? Unable to contain himself any longer, Quake bellowed at the serfs. The sound of Quake's voice. The serfs, trembling, finally emerged from their homes, kneeling to offer their greetings. We have met the Lord. The serfs were dressed similarly, all in tattered linen tunics, most barefoot, with only a few able-bodied serfs donning worn straw sandals. Rise. Nalante smiled warmly, striving to appear approachable. Only after being permitted did the serfs stand, heads bowed. Quake then pointed towards the carriage and spoke again. Have you seen the 2 skeletons in the carriage? These were the formidable dark creatures that attacked the storm territory last night. They were a headless knight and a hellhound. Our Lord Nalante personally slew them to protect you. The grace of the divine now envelopes you. The storm territory will no longer be a land of misfortune, but will flourish under the guidance of the great Lord Nalante. Rejoice, people of the storm territory. From this day forth, you shall have protection. This speech was meticulously crafted by Thomas for Nalante's inspection of the territory, a standard practice among noble lords to showcase their grand achievements and thereby pacify their subjects. Upon hearing Quake's proclamation, the serfs could not help but lift their gazes slightly. Ah, those truly are the bones of dark creatures. No wonder we encountered none last night. This lord is remarkably powerful. It seems that Baron Doak was killed by a hellhound. Indeed, our lord is extraordinary. As the remains in the carriage came into view, the serfs began to comprehend why they had witnessed a spectacular meteor shower without encountering any dark creatures in that moment. They forgot their fear and began to murmur amongst themselves. Each time dark creatures invaded, it was not the lord who suffered the most, but rather the serfs themselves. The storm territory had once boasted a population of over 10,000. Yet repeated invasions had decimated their numbers to nearly 1 in 10. It was no wonder they were so agitated. Listening to the praises of their lord, Quake felt a swell of satisfaction and continued. These 2 skeletons are not the entirety of it. In addition to the Death Knights and Hellhounds, under the leadership of our lord, the guard squad has also eradicated 26 skeleton soldiers. The remains of these skeleton soldiers now lie piled outside the castle, available for your viewing at any time. Our lord is truly formidable. We are grateful to our lord. Upon hearing the latter exclamation, the serfs fell to their knees. This standard procedure is indeed effective. Observing the serf's shift in demeanor, Nalante couldn't help but commend this routine tactic in his heart. Very well, my subjects, you are now permitted to depart. You may either return to your labor in the fields or venture outside the castle to behold the remains of the skeleton soldiers. With a wave of his hand, Nalante signaled the serfs to disperse. Thank you, my lord. Subsequently, the serfs scattered like birds and beasts, some returning to their homes while others headed towards the castle. As the serfs dispersed, Nalante and his entourage continued onward. Vivian, do you know how many people reside in May Village? Seeking development. A sufficient population is an indispensable factor. Although May Village appeared dilapidated, Nalante found solace in its seemingly considerable scale. I apologize, my lord. I am unaware of the exact population of May Village. However, I believe it must be around 1,000, as I have heard that it was once a small town long ago, Vivian responded respectfully. It was once a small town? Then summon the village chief of May Village. Nalante nodded. Initially, during the first inspection of the territory, all villagers were to gather in advance to await their lord's arrival, a suggestion put forth by Thomas the previous night. However, Nalante had dismissed this proposal, deeming such ostentation unnecessary. It was far more beneficial for the serfs to diligently toil in the fields. Soon, a guard was dispatched to locate the village chief, while Nalante made his way to the central area of May Village, where a spacious square awaited. Upon seeing the square, Nalante was convinced that May Village had indeed once been a small town, as the wide streets, measuring 5 to 6 meters across, alongside the square, were characteristic of a small town. After 5 or 6 minutes, the village chief was brought forth, but his entrance was rather arrogant, as he was carried and lying down. A little one meets our lord. What is the meaning of this? Nalante inquired, observing the village chief struggling to rise and prepare to pay his respects. My lord, this. In response to Nalante's question, the serfs who had carried the chief remained kneeling in silence. Even the young guard who had been sent to find the chief hesitated. My lord, it appears the chief has been left too weak from hunger. Vivian was the one who spoke up. How could the chief, being the leader of a village, be reduced to such a state of hunger when the other serfs had not perished? Nalante's curiosity deepened. My lord, just a few days ago, Lord Anthony stated that our lord had commanded a grain tax. The chief sought to plead for a postponement to the next quarter, as the previous season's taxes had already been collected by the Earl. Ultimately, the chief was penalized by Lord Anthony and had all his grain confiscated, and he was forbidden from borrowing grain from the villagers. Vivian's voice trailed off, unable to continue. This explained why the serfs and guards were reticent. It was the lord's edict that had precipitated this calamity, and should they voice their grievances, it might be construed as a slight against their lord. If the lord were to take offense, it was conceivable that they could be executed publicly in the town square. Only Vivian, through her recent interactions, understood that her lord was not tyrannical, which allowed her to express this delicate information. Chapter 14. Triple price discrepancy. This scoundrel, I truly did not kill the wrong man. Nalante felt a surge of frustration. He had never issued such an order, and this grain requisition must have been privately decreed by Anthony. Had it not been for his recent elimination of Anthony, Nalante would have sought him out for another reckoning. Vivian, provide him with some food. But not too much, enough to fill his stomach for now. Observing the nearly lifeless village chief, Nalante gave the command. Soon, the guards assisted in feeding the chief a small amount of food and water. After a brief respite, the chief's visage regained some color, and he promptly knelt, repeatedly expressing, "Thank you for your grace, my lord. I acknowledge my mistakes. I beseech you to spare me. Rise, what is your name?" Nalante gestured dismissively. In response to your lordship, I am called Peter Pigu. Ahem, this surname, it possesses a certain intrigue. Caught off guard, Nalante nearly choked, though it seemed such surnames were typical among serfs in this world. Noble surnames were reserved for the aristocracy, while serfs or commoners dared not utilize them. Names like Tulip or Barrack were exclusive to the nobility. As for the serfs, they either had none or were limited to names reminiscent of simple objects like sticks, stones, or even dung. Subsequently, Nalante inquired further about the details concerning Anthony's grain requisition. He initially intended to reclaim the grain, but according to Peter Pigu, it had already been transported to the neighboring territory of Baron Cunter. Although Baron Cunter was Nalante's nearest noble neighbor, it was within the domain of the Black Iron Earl, and also the sole location where the residents of Storm Territory could procure their daily necessities. By sending the grain there, Anthony had clearly exchanged it for currency. Scoundrel! Nalante couldn't help but curse vehemently. From Peter, he learned that Anthony's pillaging had been thorough, with approximately 1,000 inhabitants in May Village. The remaining grain could only satisfy the villagers' needs for the coming month. However, the pressing issue was that it would take at least 3 to 4 months to secure another bountiful harvest. 1,000 people, and only enough grain for a month's sustenance. Nalante inhaled deeply. This was indeed troubling news. Ding! System side quest. The serfs of Storm Territory are your private property, as their lord. You cannot stand idly by while they starve. You must devise a means for them to survive the next 4 months until the next harvest. Quest reward. The appearance of the second lucky lady. Just as Nalante's worries intensified, a voice echoed within his mind. The second lucky lady? Nalante was momentarily taken aback. The emergence of this quest somewhat alleviated his anger. Having witnessed Vivian's abilities, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of the second lucky lady. Thus he welcomed this quest with enthusiasm. Where is Anthony's residence? Suppressing his thoughts, Nalante resolved to address the pressing matter at hand. He had yet to arrange for the retrieval of Anthony's possessions, but it appeared necessary to raid his abode. In response to your lordship, it is that building. Peter Pigu indicated the only 2-story structure at the edge of the square. Nalante then noticed that it was indeed the sole stone building in May Village, although the exterior was covered in moss. It stood as the most sturdy and luxurious edifice in the village. 200 pounds of coarse wheat flour, 10 pounds of fine wheat flour, 50 pounds of cured meat, 1 barrel of wheat beer, 2 pounds of monster meat, a complete set of silver utensils, 5 gold coins, 30 silver coins, and numerous copper coins. Observing the items being extracted from the stone house by the guards, Nalante's expression grew increasingly grim. This scoundrel Anthony had been living more lavishly than he, as monster meat was valued at 1 gold coin per pound. According to the original owner's memories, he had only dined on monster meat once, during his 16th birthday celebration when his barren father had specially purchased it. My lord, aside from the cart in the backyard, all the items from the stone house have been moved. Quake and Vivian reported. Send 5 men to deliver these items back to the castle and hand them over to Thomas. Nalante nodded, setting down the silver soup spoon in his hand. He had already confirmed that this set of silver utensils was genuine. In stark contrast to the plated goods in his castle, this set alone was worth at least 5 gold coins. The total value of all the items retrieved from the stone house was at least 15 gold coins. In this world, the monetary system was based on precious metals, with 1 gold coin equivalent to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equal to 100 copper coins, making 1 gold coin comparable to a purchasing power of 10,000 in his previous life. It must be said that although Anthony had engaged in deceit and subterfuge, the spoils had ultimately benefited him, and the triggering of the system quest could be regarded as a stroke of fortune. After all, given Nalante's character, he would never resort to such extortionate measures. Soon, Quake arranged for 5 guards to transport all the items back to the castle via cart. Vivian, give Peter a silver coin and instruct him to purchase some food. Having gathered a general understanding of the situation in May Village, Nalante felt it necessary to continue his inspection. Thank you for your lordship's generosity, Peter Pigu expressed, deeply moved as he knelt and bowed repeatedly. Vivian, do you know the price of wheat per pound? As they set off again, Nalante began contemplating how to fulfill the system's quest. Go prevent the serfs from starving, his only recourse was to procure food. The grain reserves in his castle were scant. He had only brought enough to fill 1 cart, sufficient for the guards and himself for just over a month. In response to your lordship, if one were to purchase it from Baron Cunter's territory, it would cost 30 copper coins per pound. That is quite expensive. Nalante was taken aback. 30 copper coins equated to 30 units of currency. Even with his limited understanding of this world's pricing, Nalante found it exorbitantly high. Noticing Nalante's bewilderment, Vivian continued, My lord, Baron Cunter imposes a tax on the purchase and sale of goods by the serfs of Storm Territory. Regardless of whether one is buying or selling, there is a threefold price discrepancy. Or else he forbids us from trading in Baron Cunter's territory. If purchased within the territories of Earl Tulip, it should be 10 copper coins per pound. Chapter 15. The Sea, a Treasure? Such a thing indeed exists. Nayland Tay furrowed his brow. Finding the tripling of prices excessively harsh, especially with the additional burden of taxes on purchases, something he had never encountered before. If it were about selling goods, the taxation would be understandable as it serves to protect local industries. This is a common practice among all earldoms. However, Nayland Tay had a nagging suspicion regarding Count Kunt's motives, which seemed to stem from a belief that the villagers had no alternative sources for their purchases. The Storm Territory was located at the southeastern edge of the Tulip Earldom, and to reach other territories on foot would require at least a day and a night, traversing dense jungles teeming with wild beasts, rendering the journey perilous. On the other hand, the journey to Baron Kunt's domain would only take half a day, making it the only available place for serfs to procure essential supplies. I could dispatch soldiers to procure grain from other noble territories, but the issue is that other nobles may not be willing to sell such a large quantity of food. Enough to feed thousands for months, that amounts to tens of thousands of pounds. Nayland Tay pondered as he continued forward. After more than an hour of traversing the rugged dirt roads, the group finally approached the next village. As they rounded a patch of low trees, the view suddenly opened up to reveal an endless expanse of azure coastline. Is this the sea? My territory is right next to the coast? The salty sea breeze left Nayland Tay momentarily speechless, causing even the horses to halt in their tracks. "My lord, what is the matter?" Vivian and the others inquired, perplexed by Nayland Tay's sudden stop. "Vivian, is Storm Territory really adjacent to the sea?" "Yes, my lord. Beyond Storm Territory lies an infinite ocean," Vivian replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. This was indeed unexpected. The ocean, after all, is synonymous with treasure. "Vivian, what is the name of the village ahead?" Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Nayland Tay momentarily suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze towards the cluster of houses near the shoreline, which should be the second village of Storm Territory. "My lord, that village is called Misfortune Village." "Why such a name?" Nayland Tay frowned. "My lord, the residents of that village are all exiles sent to Storm Territory. Since they are all relatives of the daughter of Misfortune, the villagers of May gathered them all here. Thus it is named Misfortune Village." "Such a thing exists?" Nayland Tay thought that only outsiders would harbor strong prejudices against the relatives of the daughter of Misfortune. Yet he discovered that such sentiments were present in his own territory as well. "By the way, Vivian, how are you allowed to live in May Village?" Nayland Tay suddenly recalled that Vivian was discovered in May Village. "My lord, my parents were tailors, and I can sew simple garments, so the villagers of May allowed me to reside on the outskirts of the village." Vivian replied softly. "I apologize, Vivian." Nayland Tay was concerned that he had touched upon a sensitive topic for the girl. "My lord, you need not apologize. Thanks to you, both Lilia and I now have this life." Vivian revealed a sweet smile, expressing her deep satisfaction with their current circumstances. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of Misfortune Village, which was quite small, consisting of only a few dozen dilapidated, thatched cottages. "Greetings, my lord." "Greetings, my lord." To Nayland Tay's surprise, a crowd of villagers had already gathered at the entrance of Misfortune Village. Upon seeing Nayland Tay, they all knelt and offered their greetings. Nayland Tay scanned the crowd and noticed that the majority were young women, with men comprising less than a third. This was because, during the exile, only female relatives of the daughter of Misfortune were forcibly brought to Storm Territory, while male relatives came voluntarily. For instance, Vivian's father had abandoned the two sisters and did not come to Storm Territory. "Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, my lord." The serfs cautiously stood up. Once they were on their feet, Nayland Tay began to inquire about the village's basic situation. At that moment, the village chief happened to be among the crowd, and upon Nayland Tay's call, he cautiously approached the horse. "I am Misfortune." "At your service, my lord." "Ah, a fine name." Nayland Tay stifled a laugh and nodded before continuing. "Misfortune, what are you gathered here for?" "My lord, we are preparing to venture to the Western Flame Forest to gather wild fruits." Misfortune replied cautiously. "Gathering wild fruits? Is the whole village going?" Nailante then asked many details and finally learned the true reason for their gathering. It turned out that this was also a consequence of Anthony's grain requisition. The situation in Misfortune village was even worse than in May village. The village had few able-bodied laborers, producing little grain, and most of the time they had to venture to the western flame forest to collect wild fruits to make up for the shortfall. This time, Anthony had nearly requisitioned all their food, and to make matters worse, it seemed that magical beasts had begun to appear in the flame forest 2 months prior, with several serfs going missing while foraging for wild fruits. They were now left with no choice but to prepare for the entire village to go together, hoping to look out for one another. If there are indeed magical beasts, going together will not help. Nailante shook his head. Frowning, magical beasts are entities not to be underestimated, often more terrifying than most dark creatures. They possess not only extraordinary strength but also intelligence, making them perilous adversaries even for those of knightly rank. You are right next to the sea. Why not attempt to fish along the coastline? Nailante gazed towards the shore, suggesting that the villagers try fishing, which would surely prove more fulfilling than foraging for wild fruits. The serfs seemed taken aback by Nailante's question. Even Vivian looked at her lord with a puzzled expression. Is there something amiss? Surely, fish must be more nourishing? Nailante was equally perplexed. After all, the ocean in this world should still be unspoiled, and to call it a treasure trove of food would not be an exaggeration. My lord, there are sea monsters along the coast, making it impossible for the villagers to approach the shoreline for fishing unless an army is dispatched to drive them away. Vivian quietly explained to Nailante. Chapter 16. Do fish like to watch dance? Sea monsters? Nailante frowned slightly, as the Berlick family was not situated near the coast, and due to the extreme inconvenience of transportation in this world, his knowledge of the ocean was indeed limited. Show me. Soon, under Kimbi Nyochuan's guidance, Nailante arrived at the coastline. The scenery along the Storm Territory shoreline was breathtaking, featuring not only rocky outcrops but also vast stretches of golden sand. Standing atop a rocky promontory, Nailante gazed at the miles of coastline where gold and azure intertwined, yet his brow furrowed deeper. Indeed, there were sea monsters present. From their appearance, Nailante recalled knowledge imparted during his time at the Noble Academy, which had long since faded from memory. The fishmen sea monsters stood about 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall, their bodies entirely blue and slender. These fishmen occupied the entire beach, frolicking and playing or scavenging for shells and crabs in the sand to satisfy their hunger. Numerous makeshift huts, made of branches and shells, dotted the beach. This is quite troublesome. Nailante finally understood why, despite possessing such a golden coastline, the serfs remained hungry. While these fishmen were individually weaker than an adult, their sheer numbers meant that if they were attacked, they would swarm together to retaliate. Weaker opponents would naturally suffer greatly, but if confronted by a stronger foe, the fishmen understood how to retreat into the sea for safety, behaving like a bunch of lawless ruffians. Have you tried using fishing rods to fish along these rocky outcrops? Nailante shifted his gaze back to the low rocky formations along the beach. With his current military strength, it was impossible to drive away the fishmen, yet fishing did not necessarily require venturing onto the beach. Although using a fishing rod would present greater challenges, it could still serve as a solution for their food shortages. My lord. There were previous attempts to use small caterpillars or blackbread as bait, but once the bait was cast into the sea, it would invariably be devoured by the fishmen. They have a particular fondness for terrestrial food. The serf's response left Nailante feeling utterly disheartened. If even the bait was consumed by the sea monsters, what was the point of fishing? Let us go. Nailante cast one last reluctant glance at the azure sea and turned to beckon the others to leave. It seemed the sea could only be explored once their strength was sufficient. Yes, my lord. Quick and the others, upon hearing his words, began to surround Nailante as they departed. However, just as Quick turned, the hilt of his sword caught the light, casting a silver gleam across Nailante's face. The sudden brightness caused Nailante to squint, and he momentarily lost his train of thought. Wait, fishing does not necessarily require bait. A spark of inspiration struck Nailante as he recalled a method from his past life that allowed for fishing without the use of food. My lord. What is it? Vivian nearly collided with Nailante's back, stopping just in time to ask with concern. I have thought of a method to fish without using food. Nayland Tay did not shy away from sharing his idea. How can one fish without food? The others exchanged bewildered glances, pondering whether fish would actually nibble on iron hooks. Misfortune, does your village have fishing rods? Nayland Tay refrained from explaining further. He was aware that such a method existed in his previous life, but was uncertain if it would apply in this world. My lord, we do not have fishing rods in the village, but they can be easily made. I will get to work on one right away. Although Misfortune thought Nayland Tay was speaking nonsense, he did not dare to neglect the request. Go ahead and prepare one. By the way, do you have a small iron spoon? If so, please bring one over. I happen to have one at home. My lord, that I shall fetch it immediately. Misfortune hurriedly sped off towards the village, accompanied by several villagers. Before long, he returned, breathless, holding a fishing rod. This rod, of course, was quite medieval in appearance, consisting of a slender branch tied with a brown hemp string, to which a notably thick iron hook was affixed. This fishing rod, Nayland Tay felt a twinge of guilt. However, with the guards and serfs all staring at him, he had no choice but to muster his courage and give it a try. My lord, this is a ladle. Misfortune handed Nayland Tay a small spoon. Though it was made of iron, it was polished to a brilliant shine, clearly indicating that Misfortune took great care of his iron spoons, as most serfs in this world could only afford wooden ones. Well, I will have someone pay you for the value of the small spoon later. Nayland Tay accepted it and, before Misfortune could react, broke the spoon into 2 pieces. Misfortune winced at the sight, but quickly covered his mouth. Ignoring him, Nayland Tay unsheathed his longsword and punctured 2 small holes above the end of the spoon used for scooping soup. After making the holes, he tied one to the fishing line and the other to the hook, leaving only a centimeter of space between the hook and the spoon. This is the simplest form of a shiny bait. I hope I can catch fish using lures in this other world. Lure fishing involves using artificial bait to mimic weak creatures or injured fish, provoking predatory fish to strike. This method allows one to catch carnivorous fish without the need for any food. Akin to the bass or small grouper from his past life, Nayland Tay had once experienced this with friends and had indeed caught fish. The silver, gleaming spoon could reflect strong light, thereby attracting fish to attack. Let's head over to that reef. With the fishing rod and bait prepared, Nayland Tay strode towards the shore. Yes, my lord. Although the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how their lord intended to fish, they obediently followed. Nayland Tay said little, traversing to a low reef just a meter above the sea surface. With a deft flick of his wrist, he cast the silver spoon and hook 8 meters away. In his previous life, he had used a spinning reel for lure fishing to cast further. But now, Nayland Tay obviously lacked such equipment. As the silver spoon sank into the water, it immediately began to shimmer and reflect light, drawing many fish to circle around. This looks promising. Nayland Tay's face lit up at the sight. Without hesitation, he began to gently bob the fishing rod up and down, making the silver spoon mimic an injured fish struggling helplessly in the water. The guards and serfs watched this spectacle, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Was their lord dancing? Did he believe that dancing for the fish would entice them to bite the iron hook and offer themselves? However, just as the onlookers were bewildered, Nayland Tay suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh! The sound of the taut hemp line slicing through the air reached their ears. Did I really catch one? Everyone stared, agape, as the fishing rod bent into a dramatic arc. Splash! Nayland Tay raised his arm, and a sea fish weighing over a pound was pulled from the water. Could it be that fish truly enjoy watching a dance? The sight of the lively fish left the guards and serfs questioning their own reality, unsure if they could eat it without it affecting their intellect. Chapter 17. The stirring of the little sprite. What are you all standing there for? Quickly, retrieve the fish. Nayland Tay urged his dazed subordinates. Yes, my lord. Vivian, standing closest to Nayland Tay, rushed forward to scoop up the fish. My lord, you are amazing. This fish must be worth at least 30 copper coins. Oh? Is it truly that valuable? Indeed, my lord, that's the price over at Baron Kunti's territory. I've seen it in the market. Vivian affirmed with a nod. Then we could strike it rich. Nayland Tay felt a surge of excitement. If the price of sea fish was genuinely that high, It could solve their food issues and potentially increase the territory's revenue. Without delay, he prepared to cast his line once more, eager to confirm that the previous catch was not a mere stroke of luck. Just like before, the silver spoon attracted a swarm of fish after it entered the water, prompting Nailante to rhythmically dance the fishing rod again. Here we go again. The Lord is dancing once more. The crowd's eyes sparkled. Especially the serfs, who were transfixed by their Lord's movements, hoping to learn his fishing dance for their own secret fishing escapades in the future. You lot. No peeking. A few serfs, unable to restrain themselves, began to mimic Nailante's gestures. Their antics were swiftly noticed by Quake, who stepped in front of the serfs, sternly admonishing them to avert their gaze and Quake's view. This dance was a lucrative skill exclusive to their lord, one that the serfs should not dare to encroach upon without permission. The serfs, sensing Quake's fierce glare, promptly lowered their heads. Buzz! At that moment, another buzzing sound rang out, indicating that their lord had caught another fish. Indeed, Nailante's fishing rod bent once more, the sea fish pulling vigorously as it swam away. Goodness, this one is massive. Nailante felt a pull several times stronger than the previous catch and couldn't help but voice his excitement. Given the size of the fish, Nailante dared not hoist it up directly as he had before. Instead, he followed the fish's movements. Gradually, he found himself being pulled closer to the sandy shore, nearing the territory of the fishmen. No way, come here. Nailante, undeterred, raised his hand and swung the rod. With a final surge of effort, the already exhausted fish was pulled from the water. Wow, what a gigantic sea fish! The crowd gasped as the fish was lifted into the air, revealing its weight of 7 to 8 pounds. Just as the fish was about to be brought ashore, the fishing rod, made merely of a branch, could no longer bear the strain and snapped with a crack. Quickly, bring it ashore. Nailante reacted swiftly, kicking the fish in the belly, and miraculously, it soared onto the beach, where Quake dashed forward to catch it in his arms. My lord is magnificent. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ha! Just a trifle. Nailante felt a swell of pride, most importantly confirming that lure fishing could indeed be employed in this world, and that his earlier catch was no mere coincidence. Initially, he had wanted to catch a few more fish to bring back to the castle for a change in diet, but with the rod broken, he had to call it a day. Kimbi Nyofon. My lord, I am here. At that moment, Kimbi Nyofon looked up at his lord with admiration, astonished that he could catch fish simply by dancing. If only he could learn such graceful movements. This was the inner monologue of Kimbi Nyofon at that moment. How many days' worth of food do you have left in your village? My lord. The wheat will only last just over a week, however. If we can gather wild fruits from the fire forest to the west, perhaps we could sustain ourselves longer. Kimbi Nyofon replied cautiously. No more foraging in the fire forest, Nailante stated firmly. He was aware of the risks involved in sending serfs into the fire forest for wild fruits, and given the abundance of sea fish, he wouldn't waste manpower on such expeditions. Even without the inherent dangers, Kimbi and the other serfs turned pale at his words, fearing that Nailante forbade them from foraging wild fruits from the territory in this world. Every blade of grass and tree belonged to the Lord, and if he ordered them not to harvest, even pulling a single weed would be considered theft of their lord's property. Generally, no lord would issue such a command. I will create some fishing rods in the coming days. Your future duty will be to fish, Nailante announced. Huh, fish. Kimbi Nyofon gasped in astonishment. What are you unwilling? No. Kimbi Nyofon's face lit up with excitement, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Very well. Nailante nodded, dismissing Kimbi Nyofon. Just as he was about to retrieve something from his pocket, Quake approached cautiously and said, My lord, are you truly going to pass on the art of dancing to catch fish to them? Wouldn't that risk exposing our secret? What dancing art? Nailante was momentarily taken aback. Seeing that his lord didn't comprehend, Quake raised his hands and mimicked Nailante's earlier gestures while luring the fish, saying, This art. A dark line appeared on Nailante's forehead. Had he really performed such embarrassing movements while fishing? Quake, go tell the serfs that regarding fishing, not a word must leak out. However, Quake's words had reminded Nailante that this bait fishing technique was indeed a groundbreaking innovation in this world, capable of yielding substantial economic benefits, and should not be disclosed. Yes, my lord. Quake was acutely aware of Nalanter's resolute determination and thus refrained from uttering further words. He promptly made his way towards the serfs. And soon, a solemn warning echoed in the air. Once Quake had departed, Nalanter retrieved a small creature from his bosom, the very blue sprite he had acquired the previous night. Remarkably, the sprite had reacted the moment Nalanter approached the beach. This is not a favorable sign, Nalanter mused, as he harbored grave concerns that the sprite might choose a habitat amidst the ocean. Had it not been for the presence of the fishmen and sea monsters, Nalanter would have felt less troubled, however. With such threats lurking, even if the sprite attracted rare marine fish, he would have no means to catch them. The sprite's choices were entirely random, a fact Nalanter had to accept. "Go forth, little one," he urged. Placing the blue sprite gently upon the ground, "Me-goo, me-goo." The sprite chirped excitedly at Nalanter before darting down the sandy beach. Chapter 18. The flying fish. The sprite was indeed a marvelous entity. Typical creatures or magical beasts would not attack it, alleviating Nalanter's concerns about its safety on the beach. As anticipated, when the blue sprite reached the shore, the fishmen and sea monsters merely regarded it with curiosity, refraining from any aggression or pursuit. The sprite, in turn, happily descended into the water, emitting a series of me-goo calls, before finally halting over 50 meters from the shore. Thanks to the crystal-clear waters, Nalanter beheld a vibrant coral reef beneath the surface. Upon stopping, the blue sprite began to gather azure light around itself, and as the radiance became blindingly brilliant, waves of light started to radiate outward. As the blue glow swept across the coral, the underwater reef transformed into a spectacle of even more vivid hues. If this were my past life, this place would surely become the most exquisite tourist destination, Nalanter lamented silently. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the surface of the sea. As schools of fish swam from the distant depths towards the shallows, occasionally leaping joyfully from the water. Flying fish? As a knight of renown, Nalanter's keen eyesight discerned that the fish belonged to a singular species. They were relatively small, about the length of chopsticks, glimmering with silvery sheen, with a pair of pectoral fins resembling bird wings, enabling them to glide briefly across the water's surface. Do you know what kind of fish those are? In his past life, he had encountered flying fish, yet he was uncertain if they were akin to those in this realm. My lord, those appear to be gliding flying fish. Kinby, the serf, ventured timidly. Gliding flying fish? Nalanter was taken aback that someone recognized them. My lord? Gliding flying fish are known to be inedible. Once, villagers collected some of these flying fish from the shore and ultimately suffered 3 days of diarrhea, nearly starving as a result. Furthermore, even seabirds avoid them, fearing the same fate. Nalanter offered a moment of silence for the serf and for his own dwindling fortunes. Clearly, the blue sprite's endeavors had gone awry. Fish that induced diarrhea, even if he were to eventually rid the coast of the fishmen and sea monsters. These gliding flying fish would likely hold no economic value. With mixed feelings, Nalanter decided not to linger by the shore any longer and, burdened with a heavy heart, began the journey back with his guards. Initially, he had intended to proceed westward to thoroughly inspect the entirety of the stormhold, but given the villagers' warnings of beastly incursions in that direction, he resolved to wait until he was adequately prepared to undertake the subsequent patrol. Today, he had ventured out without even donning his leather armor. Should he encounter a beast, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be compromised. Vivian, is there a blacksmith in May Village? The matter of fishing was pressing, and he lacked the essential bait and lures. Upon returning to the castle, Nalanter set about organizing his plans. It was clear that he could no longer rely on iron spoons for crafting bait, especially since he could not procure a sufficient quantity. Yes, my lord. The village's blacksmith, Fady, operates a smithy. Ah, truly, Nalanter exclaimed with delight, immediately instructing Quake. Quake, take the spoon and fish hooks I brought back to the blacksmith, and have him forge 100 sets. Urge him to expedite the process, and whatever the cost, you may collect the funds from Butler Thomas later. Additionally, procure 30 swordwood logs, each as thick as a thumb, from the Swordwood forest, and have them delivered to Misfortune village for the crafting of fishing rods. Given the varying sizes of marine fish, Nalanter was well aware that ordinary branches would be utterly inadequate for fishing. Understood? My lord. Though Nalantar had only surveyed a small portion of his territory that day, it had consumed the entirety of his morning. Once Quake had departed, Thomas approached to report that lunch was ready. After weeks of consuming nothing but bread and smoked meat, Nalantar finally relished a fresh meal. As he savored the exquisitely delightful fish soup spread before him, he couldn't help but moan in satisfaction. After enduring a fortnight of monotonous fare, even a true gourmand like himself found it quite unbearable. Now, he finally had an opportunity to revive his taste buds. The only downside is the absence of a chef in the memories of the original owner. Even in his modest estate of Baron Andrew, the food was at least of the minimal standard befitting nobility, with several chefs at his disposal. Undoubtedly, the culinary standards of Nalantar's castle were lacking. Not only due to the absence of skilled chefs, but also the scarcity of quality ingredients. The common folk had no surplus grain to raise livestock, and Nalantar had arrived empty-handed. Presently, his territory boasted no chickens or ducks, rendering the prospect of even a single egg utterly impossible. I must strive diligently to attain a life of unrestrained luxury befitting a lord. Other nobles had labored for decades, or even centuries to elevate their living conditions. Yet Nalantar believed that as a transmigrator, he should achieve the same standards as his peers within a year or two at most, especially since he possessed a unique advantage. My lord, today we have received new gold coins. Allow me to report the details. Thomas carefully began. Holding a ledger. The management of finances, such as this mundane matter, was typically entrusted to the castle steward, and significant expenditures or income were reported during mealtimes, sparing the nobility from expending unnecessary energy on such affairs. Speak on. My lord. The castle originally held 9 gold coins, 30 silver coins, and 210 copper coins. Following the wealth you brought back today, we now have a total of 13 gold coins, 39 silver coins, and 350 copper coins. As a lord, I now possess a mere 13,000 in funds. Nalantar silently pondered. This sum was hardly substantial for a lord. It was insufficient even to repair the dilapidated castle. The baronial castle had endured multiple assaults from dark creatures. Although the structural integrity remained intact, it lacked furnishings and decorations, necessitating a complete overhaul. For instance, the corridors and hall must be adorned with carpets, lest they remain stark and bare stone paths, utterly unbefitting a noble's residence. Furthermore, the castle ought to display art pieces or gilded silverware to signify wealth. Otherwise, word would spread, and he would be the subject of ridicule among other nobles. While Nalantar might not personally care for the trappings of nobility, reputation was a different matter altogether. In this world, a noble's reputation served as a calling card. If one bore a name of great renown or virtue, they would be received as a distinguished guest in any territory. Conversely, should one be infamous or known for their poverty, not only would they struggle to forge friendships, but they would also be looked down upon. Once I begin to catch fish, I could sell some for profit. Additionally, I might consider felling some mature swordwood for income in the near future. Nalantar contemplated. Chapter 19. A colossal sea monster? Financial matters cannot be rushed. They must unfold naturally. Suddenly, Nalantar recalled something and inquired. Thomas, besides yourself, is there anyone else in the castle who can read? Though he was aware of the population within his territory, Nalantar wished to organize a detailed census, aiming to encompass the family situations of all serfs, such as their age ranges and any special skills. This way, he could effectively allocate responsibilities based on the demographics of his domain. My lord? It seems there is no one else, Thomas replied cautiously. Although the 3 male servants in the castle had also come from the Tulip Fortress, they were illiterate. Thomas himself had been groomed as an elite servant. Such elite servants were scarce in Tulip Fortress, having received training in literacy and arithmetic. Typically, they served as deputies to the steward, managing estates or other ventures with economic significance. Occasionally, they were gifted by the count to his vassals. Much like how Nalantar received Thomas, who became an exceptional steward, relieving Nalantar of the burden of training one from scratch. None at all? Nalantar fretted, as literacy was a rare and valuable skill in this world. My lord? My sister can read. A timid voice emerged from the end of the long table. Vivian can read? Yes, my lord. My sister attended school for 2 years. It turned out that Vivian and Lilia had lived in Tulip City before their exile to Stormhold, where their parents operated a tailor shop, thus affording Vivian the opportunity to receive 2 years of education. Certainly, understanding the written word was of little use before Nalintor arrived at the storm's end. Hence no one was aware of Vivian's literacy. In fact, besides Vivian, Lilia was also literate, albeit her knowledge was acquired through Vivian's guidance, leaving her understanding somewhat incomplete. Splendid! Nalintor exclaimed with delight, recognizing the treasure that Vivian truly was. Saying this, Nalintor handed Lilia a piece of white bread. Lilia, go fetch your sister. Yes, my lord, thank you, my lord. Upon seeing the bread, Lilia's face lit up with joy as she eagerly accepted it and dashed out of the dining hall. When Vivian arrived, Nalintor entrusted her with the task of population statistics. He had even prepared a detailed form, more comprehensive than the household registration from his past life, which not only documented family members but also recorded their respective skills. Upon receiving her orders, Vivian promptly led her second guard squad to begin the task. After finishing lunch, Nalintor made his way directly to his study. System, I wish to draw a lottery. The weekly lottery system was once again available for use. And after a busy night, Nalintor finally had some leisure time to participate. As he spoke, the lottery wheel appeared on his retina. Affinity fruit, charm fruit. To Nalintor's surprise, the fruits available in this lottery had changed. The strength fruit and agility fruit had been replaced by 2 different varieties. Let the lottery commence. Although somewhat disappointed that the strength fruit did not appear, Nalintor understood that there would be more opportunities in the future. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 charm fruit. Please collect it from the system panel. Though the original body may be somewhat frail, he is still quite handsome. Consuming this charm fruit will surely make me the most dashing one around. Nalintor thought to himself. Somewhat speechless, yet he proceeded to consume the charm fruit. It was as delicious as ever, but upon consumption, Nalintor could not discern any immediate effects. Even when he gazed into a copper mirror, he still perceived himself as the same. If I cannot see it, then it does not matter. In this world, strength is paramount. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, Nalintor found himself with some free time. Having been diligently practicing his combat aura within the castle, the fishing rod was already prepared, but the artificial bait crafted by the blacksmith would require a bit more time. My lord, village chief Kinby of Cowdung, has arrived at the castle to report that a gigantic sea monster has appeared by the seaside. Just as Nalintor was engrossed in his training, Quake rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency, accompanied by Thomas. What? A gigantic sea monster? Nalintor exclaimed in surprise. Quick, take me to meet Kinby of Cowdung. In the castle's main hall, Kinby of Cowdung was ushered in. My lord, that enormous sea creature is entirely gray. Its cries are terrifyingly loud, and its size is at least this big, and there is a whole swarm of them. Even the slippery flying fish are fleeing from them. One of the sea monsters has even made its way to the shore and is thrashing about. Kinby's eyes were filled with trepidation as he gesticulated vigorously before Nalintor, even circling around an empty space to illustrate just how immense the creature was. What about the villagers? Were there any casualties? My lord, aside from the one on the shore, the other sea monsters are still in the water. I have instructed the villagers to stay away from the seaside, so there have been no casualties. Kinby replied. Quake, gather all the guards and set out. Hearing that the sea monsters had not wreaked havoc upon the village, Nalintor breathed a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, as the lord, he felt compelled to investigate the matter himself. Yes, my lord. Soon, Quake had assembled all 15 swordsman guards. As for Vivian, Nalintor had sent her to conduct the population census, and she had taken the archers with her. Although the territory housed only a little over 1,000 individuals, the workload was still quite substantial for her alone. Mounted on his warhorse, with the guards seated in the carriage, Nalintor and his entourage swiftly made their way to the coast. Since the guards were not required to walk, they arrived at the village of Doom after a brisk half-hour ride. The Lord has arrived. The Lord has arrived. Upon reaching the entrance of the village, the villagers, still shaken, gathered at the entrance and erupted into cheers upon seeing Nalintor, as if they had encountered a savior. We have seen the Lord. Subsequently, the serfs knelt before him. Rise, do not approach the coastline. Kinby, you shall accompany us." "Yes, my lord." After issuing his commands, Nalantar dismounted and proceeded with the guards toward the shoreline. They advanced cautiously, and within a few minutes, they were near the coast. "My lord, look, that group of sea monsters is still in the water." Not daring to approach the shore as closely as before, Nalantar and his company stood atop a pile of rocks, sufficient to observe the situation in the sea. Upon reaching the rocky vantage point, Kinby of Cowdung pointed toward the near shore, exclaiming in astonishment. Nalantar and his companions followed his gaze. "Is this the so-called sea monster that had me on edge?" Nalantar rolled his eyes, feeling an urge to strangle Kinby. Chapter 20. Butchering. Silently cursing, Nalantar approached the shore, wanting to take a closer look at the sea monster on the beach for final confirmation. "My lord, that is dangerous." Quake and the others were already intimidated by the dozens of large sea monsters in the water. Appearing nervously anxious, upon seeing Nalantar walking toward the shore, they quickly rushed forward to dissuade him. "That is not a sea monster, but rather a type of fish." Nalantar had no retort, taking a few steps forward until he finally spotted the sea monster stranded on the beach. This was no monster at all. It was clearly a whale. With its gray skin and a massive body spanning 17 to 18 meters, it was no wonder that the uninformed serfs had imagined it to be a terrifying sea creature. A fish. Such a large fish. Quake and the others exchanged glances, having never seen a fish of such size. Its mouth could likely swallow a cart whole. That is a sperm whale, a type of super large mammal. Fish, but they do not eat humans. They only consume smaller fish. "I see. My lord, you are indeed a wise and learned noble." Quake and the others, hearing Nalantar's confident assertions, began to accept the information hesitantly. They too observed that the sperm whale on the beach bore no resemblance to the terrifying tentacles and jagged teeth described in nightly tales. Apart from its massive size, it was indeed quite similar to ordinary fish. "My lord, can we eat that sperm whale?" Kinby of Cowdung, having recovered from his fright, immediately inquired about the matter that concerned him most. For the serfs, aside from being full, it was all about being full. Thus, upon spotting such a large fish, he couldn't help but imagine living inside a whale's belly, feasting on its flesh while lounging. "Absolutely." Observing the sperm whale chasing slippery flying fish in the sea, a smile crept onto Nalantar's face. Although he was unsure why the sperm whale favored slippery flying fish, it nonetheless indicated that the blue pixies had already begun to demonstrate their worth. While whale meat might not be particularly palatable, it was still meat. A sperm whale weighing several tons could sustain 1,000 people for months. Additionally, whale oil extracted from the sperm whale was an excellent material for producing lamp oil, known for its durability and lack of foul odor when burned. Could this be an unexpected stroke of luck? Nalantar, despite lacking the means to send the serfs to sea for whaling, saw that one whale could directly resolve the current food crisis, allowing him to swiftly complete the side quest issued by the system. The plan for lure fishing, of course, would continue, as he could catch fish to sell as commodities to other territories for profit. Kinby of Cowdung. Go to the village and instruct all serfs to bring baskets and tools to the seaside. "Yes, my lord." Kinby's face beamed with joy, as he had already guessed the lord's intentions. Quake. "My lord, at your service. Bring the guard squad and follow me." Nalantar waved his hand and headed toward the beach. Given the whale's immense size, not only were Kinby and the other serfs intimidated by it, but even the fishmen sea monsters had retreated far away, allowing Nalantar and his party to step onto the beach without hindrance. As they approached, they found the sperm whale had ceased to breathe, likely having stranded itself on the beach the previous night. Its earlier thrashing had evidently exhausted its last reserves of strength. It is truly massive. Even the robust Quake appeared like a chick in front of the sperm whale. "All guards, stand by. Begin butchering the whale meat. Move swiftly." "Yes, my lord." Subsequently, Nalantar and his companions embarked on a grand whale butchering operation. As the sperm whale was sliced open, blood gushed forth, yet both Quake and the villagers who had just arrived from Doom Village were all smiles. Gazing at the glistening white whale meat, they seemed to inhale the sweet aroma of fish soup. "Everyone, move quickly. If those fishmen sea monsters come closer, we might lose the meat." Kinby of Cowdung urged the villagers while laboriously transporting heavy chunks of meat. Simultaneously, he repeatedly chanted in his heart, this is pure white fish meat." Upon finishing that line, Kimby felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Thus, the sperm whale, weighing several tons, was largely dismembered by the end of the afternoon. Have those fishmen sea monsters become restless? Nalintor observed that the fishmen sea monsters had cautiously approached within 100 meters, leading him to believe it was nearly time to halt the butchering. Although there was still a portion of whale meat left to be cut, they had already procured over 10 tons of fish meat. Retrieving his long sword, Nailante arrived at the beach and began to wash the blood from his hands. What is this? Just as he finished cleansing himself, a wave brought a hard object to his feet. It was a white-gray object, roughly the size of 3 fists, resembling a stone yet distinctly not one. Could this be ambergris? In that instant, a bold thought surged into Nailante's mind. Sperm whale coupled with the slippery flying fish. He had seen images of ambergris online before. More importantly, the very creature capable of producing it was hunting nearby today. Unfazed by the mess, Nailante immediately picked up the suspicious object, discovering it was lighter than he had anticipated. "Quake, my lord, what are your commands? Have your men dissect the stomach of that sperm whale and see if it contains something akin to what I hold." Nailante raised the suspected ambergris. "Yes, my lord." Without hesitation, Quake led several subordinates to begin cutting open the whale's entrails, which were originally destined for disposal. "My lord, we found it, although it's slightly smaller than your piece." Moments later, Quake returned, cradling a grayish-white piece of ambergris still stained with whale blood. "Excellent, haha." Nailante was overjoyed. There was no longer room for doubt. It was indeed ambergris. "Let us depart. The merfolk are approaching." With a decisive command, Nailante discarded a portion of the whale carcass and began to retreat from the beach. Those merfolk and sea monsters are utterly detestable, and there is so much fish meat. Following Nailante, Kimby Nyofon and others expressed their deep disdain for the merfolk and sea monsters. However, Nailante felt no regret. Just yesterday, a blue sprite had settled in the coral reef, attracting creatures capable of causing diarrhea, namely, the slippery flying fish. The congregation of these flying fish had in turn lured the whales. Nailante surmised that the presence of such a significant foreign object as ambergris within the whales compelled them to pursue the slippery flying fish and consume them, thereby allowing the ambergris to be expelled from their bodies. If this hypothesis held true, it meant that sperm whales would continually appear near his storm territory, and more importantly, waves might incessantly wash ambergris ashore. Chapter 21. Ambergris, this is indeed ambergris. Nailante took a deep breath to calm his excitement. He feared that his elation might cause him to leap with joy, thereby undermining his lordly dignity. In this fantastical world, the most precious commodity was undoubtedly the elemental sprites. However, when it came to what was most in demand among the nobility, it was certainly perfume. Regardless of whether in his past life or this world, nobles exhibited an almost obsessive love for perfume. Of course, in his previous life, the primary reason stemmed from the Westerner's natural body odor, rendering perfume a necessity for masking such scents. Yet in this world, the existence of fighting spirit meant that people did not suffer from this common affliction. The true reason they sought out perfume was for the cultivation of their fighting spirit. Besides meditation, practicing fighting spirit required intense physical exertion to temper the body. While men might not notice the effects of such rigorous activity, noble ladies were particularly concerned. After completing their training, they would ensure to spritz themselves with fragrant perfume to forget their earlier disarray. Additionally, hygiene was not a strong suit of the populace in this era. Cities were often rife with sewage, and waste was carelessly cast onto the streets, making perfume essential for purifying the air within homes. Even in Nailante's castle, though it lacked any foul odors, servants would lightly spray some perfume each day to create a more pleasant atmosphere. Thus, even a lord as financially strained as Nailante was a user of perfume. Let alone the wealthier, established noble families in this technologically primitive world, perfume was extracted from plants and flowers using the most rudimentary methods, with a well-crafted fragrance often symbolizing a family's rise to prominence. Previously, while perfume might have been profitable, it had little relevance to Nailante. However, that was no longer the case. He had acquired ambergris. Ambergris was the true king of spices, whether added to perfume or used as incense. It was a top-tier treasure. "My lord, What is this? Quake inquired, staring at the damp, oddly scented gray-white stone in his hand. This is ambergris. Ambergris? Ah, is it dragon saliva? And it doesn't smell fragrant at all? Quake's eyes widened. Dragons were legendary beings. Yet this substance was evidently extracted from a whale. Moreover, despite its name containing the word fragrance, it possessed no pleasant aroma. Hee. Nailante refrained from explaining. Ambergris was still in a wet state, emitting a rather peculiar odor. But once dried, its delightful scent would waft through the air. Quake, take these 2 pieces of ambergris back to the castle immediately. Additionally, bring the remaining 2 carts from the castle. Also, go to May Village and summon all the serfs to Perfume Village. Remember, have each of them bring 2 pounds of wheat. Yes, my lord. Quake committed all instructions to memory and swiftly returned to the castle, while Nailante proceeded to Perfume Village with the remaining subordinates. We greet our lord. We greet our lord. At that moment, the villagers of Perfume gathered at the village entrance, each beaming with joy. Nearby lay several mounds of whale meat. Everyone understood that their lord had procured such whale meat, and after their recent hard labor, they were sure to receive a bountiful reward, allowing them to experience the delight of a hearty meal. Kenbinyo Fawn. My lord, I am here. Have all the villagers line up to collect whale meat. Each person will receive 50 pounds. Nailante spoke calmly. 50 pounds? Kenbinyo Fawn was taken aback, as were the surrounding serfs. What? Do you have any objections? No objections, no objections. We thank our lord for his generosity. We thank our lord for his generosity. Kenbinyo Fawn's head bobbed vigorously in gratitude. Tears of joy streaming down his face as he expressed his thanks to Nailante. The other serfs mirrored his sentiments, and the frail young women among them wept uncontrollably. This was meat, 50 pounds of it. In the past, other lords would not even consider bestowing meat. They would merely refrain from imposing harsh taxes like Anthony had done a few days prior. However, remember, this meat is a loan. You will owe me labor in return. Nailante nodded in satisfaction. Yet to prevent the serfs from growing complacent with their newfound food, he felt the need to rephrase his statement. Yes, my lord. The serfs, who were already beholden to their lord, naturally did not concern themselves with the notion of a loan. Their daily toil was solely for the purpose of sustenance. As long as they could eat their fill, it mattered little whether they tilled the fields or labored for their lord. Soon, over 100 villagers from May Village began to line up, each stepping forward to joyfully carry home their 50 pounds of whale meat. Remarkably, though the serfs appeared gaunt, they clutched the meat as if it were bundles of cash from a previous life. Feeling no weight at all. My lord, the villagers from May Village have arrived. Approximately an hour and a half later, Quake returned, trailing behind a throng of villagers from May. The villagers, unaware of the unfolding events, timidly approached with 2 pounds of grain in hand, their heads bowed. We greet our lord. The first to arrive was Peter Boot. Since his last audience with the lord, Peter had felt that Nailante was a benevolent noble. So upon receiving Quake's summons, he made every effort to ensure all the serfs brought their grain. Rise. Thank you, my lord. Peter and the other villagers cautiously stood. Is that meat? As they rose, their peripheral vision caught sight of several mounds of white whale meat behind Nailante, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. The shock they experienced was akin to that of Kenbinyo Fawn and others upon witnessing the giant sea monster. Villagers of May, listen well. The great Lord Nailante has decreed that today you may exchange 2 pounds of grain for the opportunity to borrow 50 pounds of meat. The guards, already briefed by Nailante, began to relay the message to the villagers. 50 pounds of meat? The villagers of May erupted in astonishment. Initially, they thought the Lord intended to confiscate their 2 pounds of wheat, only to discover he was offering them meat, and a whopping 50 pounds at that. As for the term loan, they, like the villagers of Perfume, chose to overlook it. We thank our Lord for his generosity. Having barely risen from the ground, the serfs once again fell to their knees in gratitude. Following the same pattern as before, each villager from May Village received 50 pounds of whale meat. Ding! Side quest completed. Reward. The second daughter of Perfume is about to appear. At that moment, A system notification chimed in Nailant's ear. Oh, is that all it takes to complete it? Nailant was taken aback. He had anticipated that this task would require more time, as typically, an adult needed a pound of food per day. The 50 pounds of meat he distributed barely met the standard for each individual to sustain themselves for 3 to 4 months. Yet, this was merely his habitual line of thinking. How could the serfs in this world possibly match the dietary standards of his past life? Even on an ordinary day, they consumed no more than half a pound of food, maintaining a state of semi-starvation. Although he only provided 50 pounds of food this time, it was indeed meat, far more nutritious than that hard black bread. The serfs merely needed to take the whale meat back to dry it into jerky, which, based on their previous consumption, would suffice for over 3 months. Chapter 22. Baron Cunt, my lord, the remaining fish meat has been packed. The beached whale weighed at least 20 tons, considered relatively small for a sperm whale, while Nailant and his companions had managed to carve out tons of meat in just one afternoon. After distributing the meat to the serfs, nearly 1,000 pounds of fish meat and several hundred pounds of whale oil remained. Let us set off back to the castle. With a grand gesture, Nailant led the group on their return, while behind them, 3 carts brimmed with supplies. This whale meat would be prepared into jerky by Thomas, allowing the guards to have provisions for future use. Although most noble guards were not accustomed to daily meat rations, Nailant understood that without sufficient protein intake, it would be impossible to forge a formidable army. His territory frequently faced incursions from dark creatures, and he needed to ensure that guards like Quake maintained optimal physical condition. Consequently, he would soon commence high-intensity training for them, following the methods from his past life. As night fell completely, Nailant and his party continued their journey, and after more than an hour, they finally arrived at May Village. Vivian. Passing through the village square, Nailant spotted Vivian stepping out from a stone house. My lord, why are you out so late? My lord, I was just organizing the registry and lost track of time, Vivian explained in a hushed tone. Nailant nodded, and thanks to the enhanced vision bestowed by his title as a knight, he could still perceive the weariness etched on her face despite the dim light, stirring a pang of sympathy within him. The girl, although awakened, remained frail from prolonged malnutrition. Come up, I shall take you back. Nailant extended his hand toward Wayan. Thank you, my lord. Vivian's fair face flushed slightly, for they were under the watchful eyes of many, in stark contrast to the previous occasion when everyone had been scrambling for meat soup. Moreover, Vivian couldn't shake the feeling that her lord appeared remarkably handsome today, though he was already quite dashing. Her heart raced inexplicably upon seeing him this evening. Quake, you all returned to the castle at a steady pace. After Vivian settled comfortably before him, Nailant issued his command. Subsequently, he urged the horse forward, hastening their journey with Vivian by his side. Feeling the cool night breeze and the presence of her lord behind her, Vivian couldn't help but slowly close her eyes. How wonderful it would be if this could last forever. A shy thought sprang to her mind, but she quickly suppressed it, realizing it was impossible, as she was merely a serf. Vivian, would you like to learn to ride? Just as her thoughts drifted, Nailant's voice reached her ears. Ah, can I, my lord? Vivian was taken aback. In this world, horses were valuable commodities, akin to sports cars in her past life. Even a humble plow horse was beyond the reach of common folk. In the storm territory, besides Nailant, only Thomas and Quake could ride. Of course, Nailant replied with a smile. I shall begin teaching you after dinner. As a future sharpshooter, Nailant deemed it essential for Vivian to learn horseback riding. After all, she was not adept in close combat, and should a battle arise, her safety would be better ensured on horseback. Thank you, my lord. Vivian's heart brimmed with sweetness. Though she held no particular obsession with learning to ride, the kindness of her lord enveloped her in an unprecedented warmth. Upon their return to the castle with Vivian, Thomas awaited eagerly. Welcome back, esteemed lord. As soon as the warhorse came to a halt, Thomas promptly seized the reins. Thomas, shortly Quake will bring in several carts of fish meat. Please arrange for its proper storage, and have the servants prepare 2 pots of meat soup for the servants and guards to enjoy. Nailant dismounted with satisfaction, issuing instructions to Thomas. You are truly a benevolent and generous lord. I am certain they will be most grateful, my lord. The bathing water is ready, and dinner is prepared. You may dine whenever you have finished washing up. After a comfortable hot bath and enjoying dinner, Nalantar began to instruct Vivian in horseback riding. The horse he provided for Vivian was his own mixed-breed mare, named Little Flower. Although it could not compare to a true warhorse, it was a horse that had undergone basic training and could understand simple commands. Thus, in the castle courtyard, the guards looked on enviously as Vivian received her lord's tutelage. Naturally, they understood that such privilege was unattainable for them. Not only was Vivian a knighted serf, but she was also receiving hands-on instruction while riding alongside the lord. Something that would never be afforded to them. The following morning, before dawn had broken, the serfs of Storm Territory trudged out with baskets in hand. Their early rising was not for labor, but to venture to the neighboring territory of Baron Cunt. Last night, each person had received over 50 pounds of fish meat, ensuring they need not worry about hunger for the coming months. However, the shrewd serfs aimed to seize the opportunity to sell a portion of the fish meat in exchange for essential living supplies, particularly salt, a crucial item for preserving their fish. The journey from Storm Territory to Baron Cunt's domain was not far, requiring only half a day's travel. By noon, the residents of Storm Territory arrived at White Salt Town within Baron Cunt's jurisdiction. Inside Baron Cunt's castle, he was relishing a sumptuous lunch, with a grand table laden with honey-baked bread, mushroom stew, freshly roasted fish, a platter of vegetables and fruits, and most notably, a whole piece of monster meat, making this meal worth over a gold coin. My lord, something incredible has happened in the town. Just as Baron Cunt was enjoying his meal, a servant arrived with a soldier to report. What is it? Reluctantly setting down the monster meat, he wiped his greasy hands on his garments, feeling impatient. My lord, the town has been flooded with fish meat, large slabs of white fish meat, at least 1,000 pounds, all brought by those unfortunate souls from Storm Territory. The soldier discreetly eyed the delectable spread on the table, swallowing hard as he spoke. 1,000 pounds of fish meat. How did the unfortunate souls from Storm Territory come by such a bounty? Baron Cunt exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the roasted fish before him. A delicacy he could only occasionally savor thanks to the 2 fishing servants he had specially trained. It is said to be provided by their lord. That cursed place has a lord again? Let us go see. Baron Cunt, disregarding his meal, strode out of the dining hall. Chapter 23. New task. Cunt rode his warhorse, leading a contingent of guards to White Salt Town. Indeed, he found the bedraggled serfs of Storm Territory, each clutching fish meat and attempting to sell it. Upon seeing his arrival, the serfs selling whale meat changed their expressions. Though only in his early 20s, Baron Cunt's corpulent frame nearly overburdened the warhorse. And he was notorious for his sharp tongue. Where did you get this fish meat? Are there such large fish in the sea? Cunt relished the sight of the serfs trembling before him and inquired from his elevated position. Back to you. Lord Cunt, our lord lent us this. The serfs dared not be disrespectful and hastily responded. How did your lord procure so much fish meat? I don't know. The serf responding was Misfortune, but despite the fear etched on his face, he immediately shook his head to lie. Speak quickly. With so much fish meat, how can you not know? A nearby guard, disregarding the truth, cracked a whip in the air as a threat. Lord Cunt, I truly do not know. Our lord instructed us to take it. When we arrived, the fish was already piled by the roadside. Misfortune shrank his neck in fright. The guard prepared to lash out again, but Cunt stopped him. If you don't know, then so be it. Continue with your sales, however. Due to the recent decline in white salt production, we cannot sell you any white salt from White Salt Town for the time being. Cunt declared nonchalantly, raising his chin. No white salt for us. Misfortune and the other serfs turned pale. They needed salt to preserve the fish for jerky, and without it, the fish would spoil quickly. Cunt paid no mind to their reactions. Continuing, moreover, there is also a shortage of wheat and other food supplies. Henceforth, if you wish to purchase, you will need to increase the tax by double. With that, Cunt rode his beleaguered warhorse back toward the castle. The rationale behind Cunt's actions was simple. He intended to force the serfs to sell all their fish due to the lack of white salt, then exploit them with exorbitant taxes. Thus, even if he could not immediately acquire fish meat, he would still profit immensely. Baron Cunt's territory was the closest to Storm Territory. If they refused to sell, the meat would simply spoil in their hands. leaving Cunt untroubled. Johnny, relay the order. From now on, whenever those unfortunate souls come to sell fish meat, you are to accept it all. I want to turn their fish meat into jerky and transport it to other regions of the Count's territory. On the way back to the castle, Cunt casually instructed. Yes, my lord. The guard captain named Xiangni cautiously followed alongside and then spoke. My lord, should we send a few men to infiltrate the storm territory? He understood that with such a substantial quantity of fish and meat, his master would undoubtedly wish to know how it was procured. The Cunt territory also possessed a coastline, which symbolized wealth. Right now, matters within the buffer zone are of utmost importance. We must avoid attracting too much attention from that lord. If more fish and meat come in later, we can investigate then. Yes, my lord, the guard replied, subsequently escorting Cunt back to the castle. Village chief, what shall we do now? After Cunt departed, several villagers from Misfortune village approached Kinbi Nyotsuin. Let us sell the fish and exchange it for some food to take back. Kinbi Nyotsuin's face was filled with worry, yet he felt powerless. They could only convert the fish they had brought into sustenance. Although taxes had risen by twofold, they had already transported the fish, and returning after dark would undoubtedly spoil it after a day under the sun. Time swiftly passed, and another day had gone by. In the study of the Baroness Castle in Storm Territory, Nalantar was reviewing the census completed with great effort by Vivian. This census was executed strictly according to Nalantar's instructions, meticulously documenting the population information of Storm Territory. The total number of subjects within Storm Territory amounted to 1,321, all serfs, with not a single commoner among them. However, what astonished Nalantar was the revelation that among the serfs, there were numerous artisans. Among them were 8 hunters, 5 carpenters, 3 stonemasons, 1 blacksmith, and 1 cook. For over 1,000 individuals to yield such a number of skilled tradesmen, regardless of the finesse of their craft, was indeed a delightful surprise for Nalantar, especially considering there was even a cook among them. It is known that stonemasons and blacksmiths are highly sought after professions in this world, typically never relegated to serfdom, let alone easily wandering into misfortune. Naturally, Nalantar was aware that they were all, without exception, exiled to Storm Territory due to the presence of a misfortune daughter in their families. At long last, the cook I've been yearning for has appeared. Though I wonder when the second misfortune daughter will show herself. Setting down the registration book, Nalantar couldn't help but recall the reward for completing the side quest. 2 days had already passed. Yet there was still no news regarding the second misfortune daughter. Ding. Although you have provided the serfs with sufficient food, their lack of salt poses a significant challenge for preserving the fish. System side quest. Assist the serfs in resolving their salt issue. Exclamation point. Quest reward. Secret technique of fighting chi. Another task? Nalantar was momentarily taken aback by the voice of the system in his mind. Resolving the salt issue? Isn't Storm Territory by the sea? Nalantar found it peculiar. How could there be a salt shortage by the seaside? Even if Storm Territory lacked it, they could purchase it from Baron Cunt's territory, as they had a geographical advantage, and salt should not be exorbitantly priced there. However, the reward of this secret technique of fighting chi is truly substantial. I must complete this task promptly. Reflecting on this, Nalantar deemed the task exceedingly worthwhile, for the reward was undeniably enticing. The secret technique of fighting chi, as the name suggests, is a powerful skill exclusive to titled knights. It enables knights to unleash devastating attacks through a special manipulation of their energy flow. However, obtaining this technique is notoriously difficult, as it is the ultimate trump card of every titled knight. After all, in an age of cold weapons, a decisive move could signify the dawn of victory. The Barrack family lacked a secret technique of fighting chi, as they were a newly established nobility, having only been elevated to baron for a few decades. With this thought, Nalantar could no longer remain seated. He rose and made his way to the door. Exiting the study, Nalantar reached the first-floor hall, where Thomas hurriedly ran in from outside the castle. My lord, Captain Quake reports that a few serfs are outside the castle. They wish to seek an audience with you. I understand. Nalantar was not surprised. This was likely regarding their request for salt assistance. We greet you, Lord. Upon arriving in the courtyard, he instructed the guards to allow the serfs entry, who turned out to be Kinbi Nyotsuin and Peter Pibut, the 2 village chiefs. Due to the absence of a civil official, Nalantar had informed them that they could come directly to the castle to report any matters. Rise. What brings you to the castle? Nalantar inquired as he settled into a chair brought by a servant. My lord, please forgive us for disturbing you, but we have no choice but to come to the castle. Nyotsuin spoke first. Speak plainly. What is the matter? Nalantar waved his hand, wishing to avoid any circular conversation. Yes, my lord, you generously extended 50 pounds of fish to each of us, but we lack sufficient salt to preserve it, so we humbly request permission to go to Blackrock territory to purchase salt. Serfs are the private property of the lord and cannot leave the territory without permission. It is only half a day's journey to Baron Kunt's territory, and they had previously done business this way without any issues. However, if they ventured into the lands of unfamiliar lords and were encountered by guards, they would be in dire straits, either being chased away or captured and returned to Storm territory, where their lord would have to pay a small reward to the well-meaning noble neighbors, leading to a grim fate for them. Chapter 24. Salt Production Home. Why is it that Baron Kunt's territory cannot supply white salt? Blackrock territory is the second neighbor of Storm territory, located a day and a night away. Nalantar was still unaware of the happenings in Kunt's territory, and he found it curious that the serfs would seek farther options despite the proximity. Even with the triple tax, preserving fish should not require excessive salt. My lord, we cannot obtain it. Baron Kunt, Nyotsuin, cautiously recounted the events of the previous day. Refusing to sell white salt to Storm territory? Even the trade tax has been raised twofold? Upon hearing this, Nalantar, who had initially appeared calm, was suddenly filled with fury. This was an outrageous affront. This scoundrel. I will make him regret his actions. Typically, noble neighbors would establish amicable relations, as distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. In the face of impending danger, nobles could forge alliances. Now that Storm territory had a lord, Kunt audaciously sought to exploit them, showing utter disregard for Nalantar's authority. My lord, please calm your anger. Just then, Thomas approached with a cup of tea infused with tulip powder. My lord, I once overheard the nobleman discussing at the Tulip Castle ball that Baron Kunt is notoriously miserly. He is stingy not only with the serfs but also with fellow nobles. The last time Baron Derlin from Tulip territory purchased white salt from him, he discovered it was mixed with a great deal of sand. As a servant of Tulip Castle, Thomas had heard many anecdotes shared among the nobles, which he now relayed to Nalantar. A man so parsimonious still has nobles purchasing white salt from him? If nobles engaged in deceptive trades, his reputation would surely suffer, and soon no noble would transact with him. My lord, this is unavoidable. Baron Kunt possesses 3 little sprites that have opened a salt mine, so nearby nobles have no choice but to purchase white salt from him. As salt sprites are quite rare. My lord, it is rumored that Baron Kunt is the illegitimate son of Count Blackiron. Despite the remote location of his fief, the 3 salt sprites were gifted to him by the Count, making him wealthier than an ordinary viscount. An illegitimate son of a count? Salt sprites. Suddenly, Nalantar realized that in this world, there seemed to be no naturally occurring mineral deposits underground, whether iron or gold mines. All were nurtured by yellow sprites. Have you heard of anyone producing salt from seawater? Nalantar suddenly inquired of the group. The others exchanged glances, and Thomas paused for a moment before responding. My lord? White salt is also considered a mineral, transformed by yellow sprites. Although seawater is salty, it seems it cannot be turned into salt. Thomas quietly reminded, trying to avoid undermining his lord's authority. Now it was Nalantar's turn to look perplexed. In his previous life, sea salt constituted a significant portion of the salt consumed. Yet in this world, despite the vast expanse of ocean, people relied solely on salt sprites for well-water salt. Thomas, what is the market price for white salt per pound? Reporting to my lord, it generally costs 10 copper coins per pound. Unless one purchases directly from a territory with a salt mine like Baron Kunt's, it is usually 5 copper coins per pound. However, that price is only available to merchant caravans sent by nobles. Commoners cannot access such low prices. Thomas replied promptly, 10 copper coins per pound? As expensive as wheat? Nalantar found this hard to believe. In his previous life, a bag of salt could be bought for just a couple of dollars, sufficient for a long time. Smacking the armrest of his chair, he sprang to his feet. Thomas, go fetch a large pot for the cart. The bigger, the better. Also, grab a tablecloth and a few wooden basins. Although the mineral resources in this world were all transformed by little sprites, Nalintor believed that since seawater was salty, it should contain salt. Thus, he was eager to experiment. If, as in his previous life, salt could be extracted from seawater, he would make Baron Cunt weep in despair. Yes, my lord. Although Thomas was unsure of his lord's intentions, he diligently complied. Soon, 2 carts set off from the Baron's castle towards Misfortune village. Kinbi Nyotsuin, go find a few sturdy serfs. Nalintor commanded Kinbi at the entrance of Misfortune village. Soon, Kinbi brought several serfs to the seaside. In ancient times, there were 2 methods for producing sea salt. The first involved boiling seawater with firewood to extract salt, while the second utilized salt pans to evaporate seawater. However, it was evident that Nayland Tay had no means to employ the second method, as the beach was entirely occupied by fishermen, leaving him with no choice but to resort to firewood for boiling. Fortunately, this world, despite its many deficiencies, was abundant in lush greenery and vast forests that remained uncultivated. He instructed a few serfs to set up a simple fire pit, gather firewood, and fetch seawater, thus marking the commencement of his salt production in this foreign realm. My lord, are you preparing to cook something? Should I fetch some fish from the village? Kinbi, timidly peering at the empty pot filled only with seawater, offered his servile suggestion. Slap! Quick swiftly delivered a sharp reprimand to Kinbi. Irritated by the latter's lack of ambition while their lord was engaged in significant matters. Though Quick was unaware of the specifics of his lord's undertaking, he was certain it was not for mere sustenance. After receiving the reprimand, Kinbi became subdued, watching as the seawater in the pot diminished with the heat. Ah, you lot, hold this cloth steady and filter the water from the iron pot into the wooden basin. As the seawater boiled down by a quarter, Nayland Tay commanded the group. They quickly began filtering the seawater using a tablecloth. Though it was not silk, the finely woven linen was a luxury only afforded by nobles, thus ensuring a good filtering effect. Soon yielding a murky brown substance, pour it back in and continue boiling. The filtered seawater was returned to the pot, and this time the boiling process lasted longer. When the seawater thickened to a porridge-like consistency, red and white crystals began to form around the edges of the iron pot. That's enough. Dispose of all the water in the pot. At this point, the liquid remaining was what is commonly referred to as brine. Suitable for seasoning tofu, though Nayland Tay had no need for it at present. As the brine was discarded, Kinbi and the guards curiously observed the red and white crystals clinging to the pot. My lord, what are these? Why do these once crystal-clear seawater yield such peculiar substances upon boiling? Quick expressed his astonishment. This is salt. Nayland Tay replied with a smile. Unable to contain his joy, was no surprise he was elated. The moment the crystals began to form at the bottom of the pot, he realized that the seawater in this world could indeed produce salt. What? This is salt. Everyone's expressions turned peculiar. Although they did not typically consume the refined snow-white salt of the nobility, the color of this salt was rather outrageous, approaching a reddish hue. Don't believe me? Taste it. Tui. Quick and Kinbi actually took a pinch of the sea salt and placed it in their mouths, only to immediately spit it out. My lord, it is indeed salty, but far too bitter, Quick remarked, grimacing in distaste. Bitter is to be expected, for this is merely coarse salt. It requires further refining. Nayland Tay chuckled. Observing the group's reactions, Chapter 25. The coastal exclusion zone. The salt produced from seawater cannot be used directly, as it contains numerous impurities and harmful elements that could pose severe health risks if consumed over time. To transform this sea salt into edible salt, further filtration and dilution are necessary. Nayland Tay instructed Kinbi and others to fetch fresh water using a cart, and once the fresh water arrived, they would dissolve the sea salt within it. Due to limited resources, Nayland Tay could only employ the most rudimentary methods. He carved holes in the bottom of one wooden basin, laid a tablecloth inside, and layered it with sand and the charcoal produced from the salt boiling process to create a makeshift filter. After completing the setup, he returned the filtered salt water to the iron pot for reboiling. Once all the water evaporated, what remained at the bottom of the pot would be usable sea salt. Ah, my lord, the salt has turned white. Observing the dramatically transformed sea salt, Kinby and Quick were left speechless. The salt in the pot now resembled the salt they were accustomed to. Though it was still not perfectly white, the original red hue had vanished. Let us taste it again. This simple technique of refining coarse salt had been taught in a chemistry class during Nalante's past life. Yet to Kinby and the others, it seemed nothing short of magical. Upon hearing the command, Quick and the others eagerly approached the pot, dipping some white salt into their mouths. Oh, this is indeed salt. It is identical to the one we purchased from Baron Cunter's territory, Kinby exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Sure, keep your voice down. This method of salt production is our Lord's exclusive technique. If anyone hears you, I'll have you hanged in the village square. Though Quick was equally astonished, he could not help but deliver another reprimand to Kinby for his outburst. After receiving the reprimand, Kinby finally quieted down. Nalante merely smiled silently. This was only the first round of refinement. If he wished to achieve the pristine whiteness of salt from his past life, he would need to repeat the refining process. Of course, Nalante had no intention of revealing this. He fully agreed with Quick's caution. Salt production was fundamentally different from fishing. Even if the fishing methods were kept secret, powerful lords could dispatch troops to drive away the fishermen and catch fish. However, in the case of salt production, even counts or kings without a salt mine or pixies would have to purchase it from elsewhere. Thus, salt became a genuinely profitable enterprise, even more lucrative than in his past life. As only Nalante's family held the exclusive right to extract sea salt from seawater. Kinby, my lord, I am here. Immediately go to the village and gather 20 serfs. They need not be strong or skilled in farming. Nor does it matter if they are men or women, but they must have family members at home. Yes, my lord. Kinby, understanding his lord's intentions, hurried excitedly towards the village of Misfortune. Quick, send someone to May village to find Peter and bring back 40 robust serfs. Surround the coastline with a simple fence. From now on, this coast will become the Storm Territory's exclusion zone. With each command issued by Nalante, the Storm Territory finally made its first significant move. His plan was straightforward: to designate the coastline as an exclusion zone, forbidding anyone from approaching without his permission to ensure the secrecy of the salt production process. The requirement for the salt producers to have relatives was also strategic. At least having family members made the serfs more manageable. Furthermore, the people of Misfortune Village were largely exiles. Apart from the Storm Territory, they had nowhere else to go, adding an extra layer of security to the secrecy of the sea salt operation. Of course, this was merely a temporary measure. If feasible, Nalante might even construct a large-scale salt production facility and station troops to patrol, thereby safeguarding the salt production process. After issuing the orders, the serfs quickly took their positions. Nalante then reiterated the salt production process to the serfs before returning to the village of Misfortune. Kinby, the coastal operations are entrusted to you. Inform the villagers that no one is to approach the coastline without my permission. Anyone who violates this will be hanged in May village. Naturally, the villagers can also be responsible for supervision. I will reward handsomely anyone who catches those with ill intentions. A newfound authority adorned Nalante's face, causing Kinby to tremble with apprehension. Yes, my lord. Kinby cautiously agreed. In truth, even without Nalante's orders, he was prepared to protect the coastline at all costs. Just moments ago, Nalante had appointed him as the captain of the salt production and fishing team. Although he had never heard of such a title before, it felt as solemn as a noble's feudal decree. More importantly, this position required no additional duties. He simply needed to maintain order and manage the salt production and fishing operations, earning 10 silver coins monthly, equivalent to the pay of the guards. Anyone who sought to disrupt his fortunate arrangement would be risking Kinby's life. By the way, I will send someone later to register the names of those serfs. You will also assist in distributing their wages. To ensure the horses run swiftly, one must also provide them with fodder. Although he had just borrowed whale meat for the serfs days prior, Nalante could afford the daily wage of 30 copper coins, fostering a sense of cohesion among the serfs. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Kinby felt the weight of responsibility growing heavier on his shoulders, which also indicated that he was gaining more significance in the eyes of his lord. Not good, my lord. A woman of misfortune has appeared in the village. Just as Nalante concluded his instructions, several villagers rushed in, their faces alight with terror. A woman of misfortune? Hearing this, Kinbi and the other villagers immediately grew anxious. Chapter 26. The Lucky Girl, Sherry. Lucky Girl. Sherry, half-awakened, special skill. Taming unique talent. Heart of communication, affinity power. She is a tamer closely connected to nature, destined to become an exceptional beast master, making any magical beast willingly submit to her. This lucky girl is still in a half-awakened state, unable to utilize her talents, and her presence can be sensed by dark creatures. However, she can use a potion to achieve initial awakening. Initial awakening potion recipe. 1 portion of white jade flower. 1 portion of earth lotus grass. 2 portions of white tulip. Such a fortunate girl with such talents. The recipe is also different. Naelan mused, astonished as he gazed at the girl escorted by the villagers. Originally, he believed that the second daughter of Misfortune should also be related to combat, but unexpectedly, she turned out to be a tamer. However, regarding the girl's profession, Nalante was particularly struck by a phrase in the illustrated guide. On the day she matures into an exceptional beast master, any magical beast would willingly choose to be by her side. Nalante felt that this girl named Sherry was a potential asset, unlikely to fall short of combat professions in the future. My lord. Is it time to prepare the pyre? As Nalante silently assessed Sherry, Kinbi Nyochuan, with a complicated expression, spoke up. As a resident of the village of Misfortune, Kinbi had witnessed his loved ones sent to the stake. Although he never believed his daughter was forsaken by the divine, the arrival of dark creatures compelled him to accept that reality. At this moment, the girl named Sherry was merely 14 years old, however. Since she had become the daughter of Misfortune, there was no choice but to follow tradition and expedite her execution, sending her back to hell. No need for that, Kinbi Nyochuan. Your primary task now is to keep a vigilant watch over the coast. I will take this girl named Sherry back to the castle for further proceedings. Nalante shook his head. Yes, my lord. Kinbi Nyochuan breathed a sigh of relief. While Sherry's death was unavoidable, not having to take part in it directly or witness it would ease his conscience somewhat. Subsequently, Kinbi watched as the guards escorted Sherry onto the carriage, heading towards the castle. My lord, you have returned? With ample manpower now available, the security of the castle also required attention. Therefore, each time Nalante ventured out, a squad of guards had to be left behind to guard the castle. Today, it was Vivian who remained. Upon seeing Nalante's return, she had opened the castle gates wide in anticipation of the lord's arrival. Yes, I have returned. Nalante dismounted, feeling rather pleased. At that moment, Vivian glanced at Sherry in the carriage. Although her hands and feet were not bound, she noticed the golden inscriptions encircling Sherry's eyes. Vivian was startled, and a wave of unease washed over her for the girl. Vivian, take Sherry to the study and await my arrival. Yes, my lord. Vivian, uncertain whether Sherry would be as fortunate as she was, led Sherry towards the inner castle with a complicated heart. After the two women departed, Nalante proceeded to the storage room. Soon, he found the necessary ingredients for the potion required for Sherry's awakening. To prevent the formula from leaking, he intended to handle these matters personally. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. As Nalante entered the study with a cup of tea, the previously somber atmosphere of the room was shattered. Nalante sat directly at the desk, scrutinizing the 14-year-old girl who resembled a petite doll. The daughter of Fortune. However, while Nalante was assessing Sherry, she was also covertly observing him, a rare display among serfs. My lord, do you intend to burn me alive? To Nalante's astonishment, before he could utter a word, Sherry boldly spoke up. My lord, could you refrain from burning me? Or perhaps you could hang me instead? Why choose hanging over burning? Nalante was intrigued. He had not anticipated that this little girl would be so amusing. Meanwhile, Vivian was deeply concerned. Bargaining with the lord was a grave overstep, yet she held her tongue, knowing that everything hinged on her lord's disposition. It is because I fear pain, my lord. Seeing no signs of anger from Nalante, Sherry revealed her reasoning and, after a moment's pause, added, Moreover, being burned alive would leave me charred and unrecognizable. I do not wish to become so ugly that even my mother would fail to recognize me. Fearing pain and worrying about becoming unsightly, those are indeed valid reasons. Nalante chuckled, bemused. Perhaps it was due to the awakening of the daughter of Fortune, but he noticed that both Vivian and Sherry possessed a rare, delicate fairness among the serfs, and even in terms of appearance, they were strikingly beautiful. It was well known that serfs often struggled to feed themselves and labored under the sun and rain, resulting in skin that was not just dark but typically rough and coarse. So, my lord, do you acquiesce to my request for a hanging instead? Sherry, observing Nalante's smile, assumed he had consented to her plea. Sherry, although hanging may not be painful, it can elongate the tongue, and it will protrude from the mouth, unable to be retracted. Nalante, intrigued, prepared to tease the little girl. Ah, is that truly the case? What shall I do? Upon hearing this, Sherry immediately covered her small mouth. However, I do have a solution. I could grant you poison, which would be painless and preserve your appearance. Nalante pretended to contemplate for a moment before proposing to Sherry. Ah, poison? Sherry pondered. She had no prior experience with this method of death, but since it was suggested by the Lord, it surely had to be preferable to hanging. Thus, she joyfully expressed her gratitude to Nalante. Thank you, my lord. You are truly a benevolent lord. Nalante, taken aback by Sherry's reaction, found himself at a loss for words. No need to thank me. Simply drink this cup of tea. I will make another promise afterward. This was death, and this little girl was elated merely over a change in her method of execution. Nalante was curious about her thought process. Nevertheless, he only intended to amuse the child. And after finishing his jest, he handed her the potion. To avoid detection by others, Nalante concealed the prepared potion in a porcelain cup, disguising it as ordinary tea, so that even Vivian was unaware upon entering. However, upon hearing Nalante's words, Vivian's eyes lit up as she recalled the soup medicine she had consumed that night in her bedroom. Very well, my lord. Sherry did not hesitate. She took the porcelain cup, inhaled its scent, and then gulped it down. Moments later, Sherry began to sway unsteadily. Vivian, assist her to the maid's quarters to rest. Yes, once she awakens, explain everything to her. Yes, my lord. Vivian, unable to hide her joy, felt elated for Sherry. The adorable and lively girl. My lord, you truly are a kind and great lord. Just as they were exiting the room, Vivian suddenly addressed Nalante. Without waiting for his response, she left with a cheerful demeanor. Hee. Nalante chuckled and shook his head. Even if it were not for the girl's capabilities, simply ensuring their well-being and preventing them from being sent to the pyre was a comforting endeavor. Chapter 27. Chef Rose. Oh, what a coincidence. Sherry's mother is a cook. After Vivian had assisted Sherry away, Nalante opened the population registry. Securing the daughter of fortune under his wing was essential, and he intended to bestow favors upon Sherry's family as per tradition. However, he was taken aback to discover that Sherry's mother was the only cook within the storm territory. Knock. Knock, knock. My lord, the guards report that a female serf has arrived at the castle, claiming to be Sherry's mother. She kneels at the castle gate, requesting an audience with you. At that moment, Thomas's voice echoed from the entrance. Right on time. Nalante had initially intended to send someone to the village of Misfortune, but he did not expect her to come herself. Take her to the first-floor hall. After instructing Thomas, Nalante rose and walked out of the study. Serf Rose pays her respects to the Lord. Soon, Thomas brought in a woman in her 30s. Although she wore a worn linen dress, it was impeccably clean, a rarity among impoverished serfs. Rise. Nalante nodded. Thomas, fetch her a stool to sit on. My lord, Rose dares not sit. I have come to plead for Sherry's release. Nalante's kind gesture caught Rose off guard. Yet she did not dare to take a seat, hastily expressing her intentions. Since the previous night, Sherry had inexplicably fallen ill, and with no physician or priest in the storm territory, Rose, as a mother, had no choice but to venture into the edges of the blazing forest to gather medicinal herbs. However, upon her return with the herbs, she learned from the villagers that Sherry had become the daughter of Misfortune and had been taken to the castle by the Lord. In a panic, she hurried to the castle, kneeling outside the gates in desperation to meet with the Lord. My lord, I understand that making this request is quite audacious given Sherry's current status, but she is my only daughter, my sole hope for survival. I am willing to offer 10 gold coins for this, and I promise to take Sherry to the blazing grasslands never to step foot in the duchy again. I only beseech you to generously and mercifully grant my plea. 10 gold coins? Nalante was momentarily taken aback. 10 gold coins was an immense fortune for a serf, and he had not anticipated that Rose would possess such wealth. Rose, where do you hail from? Although aware that Rose was a cook, it was unusual for a cook to amass such riches, prompting Nalante's curiosity about her past. My lord, I previously ran an inn in Tulip City, known as Rose's Tavern. Rose's Tavern in Tulip City? Nalante's eyes widened, as he recognized a vivid memory from the original owner's recollections, a few years prior, when the original owner was attending the Noble Academy in Tulip City. Many noble offspring frequented a place called Rose's Tavern for dining and revelry. It is said that the chef there is not only stunningly beautiful, but also creates exquisite dishes. Even the preparation of beast meat is within their expertise. Many minor nobles have extended invitations to the proprietor of the Rose Tavern, only to be regrettably declined. Observing Rose's current appearance, though much of her beauty is concealed by her deliberate adornments, she can indeed be regarded as a fair woman, albeit not as breathtaking as the noble heirs had claimed. Naturally, Nalanter, being the discarded second son, had never visited the Rose Tavern and thus failed to recognize Rose at first. Is the Rose Tavern in the east of Tulip City yours? Nalanter sought confirmation once more. Indeed. My lord, here are 10 gold coins. I beseech you to show mercy and release Sherry. I swear by the gods that I will take Sherry to the blazing grasslands and never return to the duchy again. The blazing grasslands are not far from the storm territory, merely separated by the territory of Baron Kunter. However, the grasslands are far from a safe haven. Their perils rival those of the blazing forest. The plains are inhabited not only by various beasts, but also by uncivilized barbaric tribes, rendering it a veritable zone of civilization's absence. Furthermore, the daughter of Misfortune would find no human company there, and thus could not bring calamity to those around her. No, Lady Rose. Nalanter smiled and shook his head at the earnest Rose. Her complexion paled, as she assumed Nalanter had denied her plea. At that moment, Nalanter's voice rang out again. I shall not harm Sherry, nor will you be required to leave the storm territory. Lady Rose. While others may perceive Sherry as a harbinger of misfortune, I, Nalanter, blessed by the God of glory, believe she will bring me good fortune. Thus, I shall keep her within the castle. What? Rose was taken aback, having never heard of a daughter of misfortune being a source of luck. Yet the young lord before her did not seem to jest, and she incredulously inquired, Is this true, my lord? Indeed it is. Come, I shall take you to see Sherry. Nalanter rose and led Rose out of the hall. My lord. Soon, Nalanter brought Rose to the maid's quarters, where Vivian was still watching over Sherry. Upon seeing the sleeping Sherry, Rose felt reassured, noting that she appeared untroubled. However, when her gaze fell upon Vivian, she froze once more. Greetings, Lady Rose. Vivian smiled and greeted her. Vivian realized she had been recognized, as she was not wearing her mask, and Rose had previously sought her assistance in sewing dresses. Hello, Vivian. I never expected you to. In that moment, Rose finally believed the Lord's words. Perhaps Sherry truly need not face the stake after all. The previous daughter of Misfortune, Vivian, stood before her, clad in the attire of a castle maid. Thank you, my lord, for sparing Sherry. Without hesitation, Rose knelt before Nalanter to express her gratitude. Rise, Lady Rose. This is the revelation of the God of glory, and it is the duty of a lord. Nalanter nodded with a smile, pausing before continuing, Rose, while I shall not take Sherry's life, she will have to reside within the castle for a considerable time. Unable to reveal her identity outside, my lord, Rose understands as long as Sherry can live safely. I have no other desires. I shall bid her farewell and instruct her to serve you faithfully. Rose comprehended Nalanter's intent. Like Vivian, they would make everyone believe Sherry had perished, thus ensuring her true safety. No, Rose, you may have misunderstood my meaning. I do not intend to prevent Sherry from seeing you. Rather, I have a better plan. I shall appoint you as the castle's head chef, allowing you to meet with Sherry daily without concern for her identity being exposed. Nalanter declared with a smile, Lady Rose, what do you think? To become the castle's head chef and see Sherry every day? Rose was overwhelmed with joy. tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Thank you, my lord. Rose is willing. Chapter 28. Flourishing development. The emergence of the second daughter of Misfortune, along with acquiring a top-tier chef, filled Nalantar with immense satisfaction. Additionally, it was curious how Sherry, at such a tender age, could consume the potion and sleep soundly until the following dawn. Upon Sherry's awakening, Nalantar did not immediately test her abilities or clarify her potential. For he recalled the previous awakening of Vivian, during which the system had issued a task, granting him a small sprite. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Nalantar chose to wait a few days to see if the system would issue another quest. Of course, for the system to issue a secondary quest, he surmised that the prior task of assisting the villagers with their salt supply must first be completed. By midday the next day, Nalantar received a report from Quake that the iron plates for fishing bait and hooks he had commissioned from the blacksmith were ready. Seizing this opportunity, Nalantar set out once more for the village of Misfortune. Upon reaching the seaside of the village, he instructed Kinby the cow dung to gather 30 villagers, specifically requesting young girls. These girls, possessing limited physical strength, could not engage in farming and relied on foraging for wild fruits and vegetables to survive. Their lives were indeed quite arduous. Fishing, however, requires little strength, relying primarily on patience and skill, making it a fitting task for them. This would not only make full use of the labor force in the village of Misfortune, but also provide the girls with a source of income, thereby improving their quality of life. For their safety, Nalantar prepared a hemp rope for each girl, securing it to the base of the fishing rod and connecting it to a stone behind them, preventing any mishaps should a large fish drag them into the sea or should the rod be pulled away. With everything prepared, Nalantar personally instructed the girls on how to fish. They quickly grasped the essence of using lures. And with the oceans of this world still unspoiled, they soon began to catch fish in abundance. Kinby the cow dung watched enviously from the side, eager to learn this exquisite art of fishing. Kinby, how much sea salt has been produced? After organizing the fishing arrangements, Nalantar turned his attention to the matter of sea salt. My lord, after continuous boiling yesterday afternoon and this morning, over 200 pounds have been produced. That is quite satisfactory. 200 pounds of white salt per day, from a single large iron pot, was no small feat. Kinby, you are in charge of the salt production and fishing. I will take the 200 pounds already produced, and the salt you produce later can be lent at 2 pounds per person for drying fish. Yes, my lord. Thank you for your generosity. Kinby was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude. After a brief pause, he added, however, my lord, the wood we chopped yesterday is nearly consumed. Should I gather other villagers to start felling trees? I had almost forgotten. Kinby, the timber matters will not be your concern. I shall assign the villagers from May Village to handle that. The production of salt requires a substantial amount of timber. But fortunately, the storm territory was not lacking in trees. Rather, an overabundance had taken up much of the territory. Naturally, if large-scale salt production was to be achieved, the method of drying sea salt would be most appropriate. Though Nalantar currently lacked the necessary resources, I shall have to try again in the future. Having finalized matters in the village of Misfortune, Nalantar returned with over 200 pounds of sea salt. As he passed through May Village, he instructed the guards to notify Peter, asking the villagers to bring a pound of grain to purchase salt. Prevent the serfs from developing a mindset of entitlement. Bartering was essential. The second instance of lending from the village of Misfortune was a reluctant necessity. Upon learning that the lord possessed salt at half the price of Kunter's, the villagers rejoiced and flocked to trade. 1 pound of wheat for 10 coins could now be exchanged for 2 pounds of salt, effectively reducing the price to 5 coins per pound of salt. Nalantar entrusted the salt exchange to the guards and instructed Peter to gather 30 strong villagers for the sole purpose of timber felling. Naturally, wages would be provided, at 20 copper coins per person per day. Currently, the wages in the storm territory were categorized into 3 tiers. The upper tier included castle servants, guards, and Kinby the cow dung, each receiving 10 silver coins per month, equivalent to approximately 1,000 of the previous world's currency. The next tier comprised villagers engaged in boiling sea salt and felling trees, earning 6 silver coins monthly. Finally, the girls fishing received 10 copper coins daily, amounting to 3 silver coins monthly. Although the wages for the castle servants and guards appeared modest, their living expenses were covered by the castle, making their 10 silver coins entirely surplus. Thus, the storm territory, once perceived as a land of misfortune, began to flourish in the following days. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days elapsed. During this period, the harvest along the coast of the storm territory proved remarkably fruitful. Nalintor was able to collect 300 pounds of fish daily, with each girl averaging around 10 pounds per day. The yield of sea salt was even more impressive. Originally, one large iron pot could produce around 200 pounds daily, but after 5 days, Nalintor added another pot, increasing the output to 400 pounds per day. Thus, the castle now boasts nearly 2,000 pounds of sun-dried salted fish and 3,000 pounds of culinary salt. However, as the saying goes, when the east shines brightly, the west is inevitably shrouded in darkness. Nailante has been grappling with some vexations these past few days. The anticipated system task regarding Sherry has yet to materialize. And after resolving the salt task, he has been anxiously awaiting for 9 long days, only to find the system seemingly vanished without a trace. The consequence of this is that during the last meteor shower night, Nailante was unable to acquire a small sprite. He even foolishly expended a bit of energy in a futile search, but alas, without the system's forewarning, the chances of encountering a sprite were exceedingly low, resulting in a waste of his precious energy points, leaving him with merely 3. To alleviate the anguish of his squandered energy, Nailante resorted to the lucky draw wheel, perhaps as a form of compensation. He was fortunate enough to receive another enhancement fruit in this draw, further augmenting his physical prowess and saving him a considerable amount of training time. While other titled knights must toil daily to strengthen their bodies, Nailante, after consuming the enhancement fruit, merely needs to meditate and absorb fire attribute energy to elevate his abilities. With the next meteor shower night fast approaching, system, could you be a tad more reliable? And what about the promised rewards for the energy techniques? 9 days have elapsed with no sign. In the open space outside the castle, Nailante's thoughts drifted. Suddenly, perhaps to vent his frustrations, he unhesitatingly lashed out with a whip at a nearby guard. Of course, the great and benevolent lord was not that cruel. This was not a deliberate act of venting, but rather Nailante was engaged in a serious endeavor, training the troops. Before him stood a total of 27 guards from Storm Territory, including Vivian and Quake. Chapter 29. Training the troops. The guards were currently undergoing training in military stances from a past life. Nailante had prepared a comprehensive set of stances, marching, and turns for the guards to master. Although these exercises may seem trivial, they undeniably serve as the best means to consolidate troop morale and display military posture. Just observing the grand parades of his homeland compared to the sparse displays of smaller nations, the disparity in individual combat effectiveness and execution is glaringly evident. Additionally, in the age of cold weapons, this is even more pronounced. Aside from the titled knights, individual strength within the army is rather insignificant, and only a tightly knit formation can unleash formidable combat power against adversaries. While skirmishes among lesser nobles often involve no more than 100 participants, comparable to conflicts among rural villagers, the duchy still engages in large-scale wars following the autumn harvest, with armies numbering in the tens of thousands. Besides these conventional training exercises, Nailante had also devised rigorous physical training for the guards. First and foremost was weighted running. In recent days, instead of dispatching carts to retrieve the salted fish and salt from Doom Village, Nailante had instructed the guards to run and carry them back. Each guard was required to bear at least 30 pounds while sprinting back from Doom Village, maintaining the fastest pace. The first to complete the training would earn a reward of fine bread reserved solely for the lord, while the last would face a penalty of a reduced ration of whale meat. As the guards ran, Nailante rode alongside on his steed, Lightning, supervising their efforts. Should anyone lag behind, the lord would not hesitate to deliver a swift lash, showcasing his stern and demanding nature. Initially, the guards privately deemed such training futile, believing that actual combat relied on the long swords in their hands. They thought it would be more beneficial for the lord to teach them swordsmanship techniques for swifter kills. However, one of Nailante's remarks ultimately won them over. He stated, "In warfare, aside from combat, the essence lies in the pursuit. If the enemy is weak, you must run to chase them down to earn your military merits. Conversely, if the enemy is strong, you must flee. If you can outpace them, you may yet save your life." This perspective enlightened the guards. Even Quake, the captain, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the lord's wisdom. Having never been to a true battlefield, he grasped its essence with remarkable clarity. In the heat of battle, the duration of true engagement is fleeting, lasting mere minutes or tens of minutes. The majority of time is spent in pursuit and retreat. Consequently, the guards exerted themselves even more vigorously in their running. Even without Nailent's whip, they gritted their teeth and raced on, willing to collapse from exhaustion if necessary. All right, time's up at ease. With Nailent's command, the guards finally relaxed. Now, everyone, left turn. Crack, crack, crack. Racky mud, Larry dogleg, Honey stone. Is this the left side? How many times must I tell you? The arm tied with a cloth is the left, the one without is the right. Among the training, nothing vexed Nailent more than the left and right turns. These peasants had never possessed such concepts. A single left turn could yield 4 variations, facing every direction imaginable, left with no choice. Nailent resorted to tying cloth strips on their left arms, which improved the situation somewhat, though a few guards still made mistakes. Fools, you shall inevitably drive me, your lord, to the brink of madness. After Racky Mud and others received their punishment, they timidly turned to the correct direction, while Nailent continued to lament. Now everyone, left turn, right turn, about turn. As the sounds of the whip echoed outside the castle, accompanied by Nailent's incessant complaints. Noon soon arrived. My lord, lunch is ready. Thomas approached with 2 servants in tow. Well then, let us dine. Everyone, form 2 lines, and under the guidance of your respective captains, proceed to the riverbank to wash up, and return for lunch. Yes, my lord. The guards finally felt a sense of relief, following Vivian and Quake towards a nearby stream. In the castle's courtyard, 3 long tables had been set up, and upon their return from washing, the guards lined up to receive their meals from the male servants. Once everyone was served, Nailent sat at a long table designated solely for himself and declared, Everyone, commence dining. Long live the Lord. With this command, the guards cheered and began to eat heartily. Though Nailent was stern during training, he chose to hold their lunch in the courtyard to foster a better lord-subject relationship. Initially, Butler Thomas opposed this decision, as it did not conform to the conduct of noble lords, who dines in the open courtyard of a castle. Moreover, aside from the bread, lunch consisted merely of whale meat soup, identical to what the guards received. However, ultimately unable to sway the lord's insistence, Thomas resigned to it, though the lord's dinner would still be held in the inner castle dining hall. Naturally, the effects of Nailent's decision were profound. The guards were deeply moved. Thus, whenever the benevolent lord wielded his whip upon them, the guards felt only shame, not resentment, believing it their own folly for failing to meet their lord's expectations. My lord, you have been in the territory for over 20 days now, and in a week's time, the civil magistrate will report on the state of the territory at Tulip Castle. During the meal, Thomas quietly reminded him. Nailent had been granted his fief and title due to his participation in the tournament, and the Earl placed great importance on this event. To ensure that the younger sons could not falsify their achievements, he dispatched civil magistrates and mandated that each magistrate report to Tulip City monthly. Though this required significant time for the magistrates to travel back and forth, it was the only way to ensure the accuracy of the younger sons' accomplishments. After all, detailed monthly statistics would clearly reflect the territory's development. This also prevented anyone from clandestinely relying on family connections to develop their lands. One cannot possibly possess 10 gold coins one month and suddenly surge to 1,000 the next. Should they fail to provide a plausible explanation, the Earl would instantly discern the deception and impose punishment. Very well, prepare the carriage convoy. The salted fish and salt in the castle are nearly stockpiled. Nailent recalled this matter, and he also intended to organize a convoy to sell the local specialties he had accumulated during this time. Yes, my lord. Thomas responded respectfully. By the way, Thomas, have you checked on the ambergris I asked you to dry on the castle roof? Just as the convoy was about to set forth, Nailent suddenly remembered his most significant acquisition from the seaside. Chapter 30. The Phantom? My lord, I was just about to report to you. This morning, a servant went up to check and said they detected a most delightful aroma, more fragrant than perfume, emanating from the ambergris you instructed to dry. Oh? The scent has appeared. It seems it has dried. Nailent was overjoyed. Although dried fish and salt were profitable, he yearned for something far more valuable, ambergris. For it was the true treasure of exorbitant profit. Despite not having acquired any ambergris in recent days, The whales still roamed the nearby shores, chasing after the slippery flying fish. Nailante was aware that the sea must harbor many more deposits of ambergris, which, for the time being, had yet to be washed ashore by the waves. Fortunately, the 2 pieces of ambergris he had previously obtained were sufficient for his use for a while. Thomas, immediately take those 2 pieces of ambergris to the mill and grind them into powder. Remember, this substance is precious. No loss is permitted. The ambergris had dried just in time for the caravan heading to Tulip City, and Nailante was eager to test whether he could indeed earn a fortune. Yes, my lord. After finishing lunch, Nailante instructed Quake to lead the guards in training, while he summoned Vivian to accompany him into the inner fortress. My lord, Sister Vivian. Upon entering the inner fortress, the little girl Shirley came running out from the kitchen. My lord, what are you planning to do? Having encountered many noble heirs at the Rose Tavern, Shirley did not harbor the same deeply ingrained fear of nobility as other serfs, although a sense of respect remained. I will need volunteers to help me test the perfume later. Shirley, you should come along. Nailante found Shirley's vivacity amusing rather than bothersome. Yes, my lord, Shirley exclaimed with delight, eagerly taking Vivian's hand as they followed Nailante upstairs. The baronial castle had 4 stories. The first floor served as the dining hall and various multifunctional spaces. The second floor was reserved for guest rooms and activity areas. The third floor contained Nailante's study, bedroom, and other private spaces, accessible only to him and Thomas. The fourth floor housed various storerooms designated for the Lord's treasures, such as gold and silver utensils or precious artifacts, alongside a small treasury for storing gold and silver coins. Unfortunately, Nailante possessed little wealth. Thus, the fourth floor remained largely empty. He instructed Thomas to clear out a well-lit storeroom to serve as a laboratory for his future inventions. Entering the laboratory with Vivian and Shirley, they found only a few empty wooden racks and a long wooden table. My lord, there is nothing here. Where's the perfume? Shirley inquired, her curiosity piqued as she scanned the room, yet did not see the perfume she anticipated. Having witnessed perfume in Tulip City, she was eagerly awaiting its arrival. Thomas, the steward, will bring it soon, Nailante replied with a smile. Oh, my lord, there's someone over there. Just as Nailante finished his response, Shirley exclaimed, pointing towards the corner of the room. Someone? Nailante was taken aback by Shirley's words. Aside from the wooden rack, the corner appeared empty. My lord, someone said that you and Sister Vivian are dreadful monsters and wants you to leave quickly. Before Nailante could gather his thoughts, Shirley continued, her eyes wide with fear. Goodness, could this castle be haunted? Nailante felt a chill run down his spine. With a keen eyesight befitting a knight, he discerned only an empty wooden rack. Clang! In the next moment, Nailante unsheathed his ever-present long sword and advanced towards the corner. Shirley, where did you say this person is? He knew that while Shirley was lively, she would not dare to play tricks on him. Her lord. It seems to be behind the wooden rack. Shirley focused for a moment before providing a confident answer. Gripping his sword, Nailante cautiously moved the rack aside. Squeak! With a swift motion, a small black shadow darted out from the corner. Squeaking in alarm, Nailante reacted swiftly, his sword dancing before him, and in a single motion, the small shadow was cleaved in 2. Ah, it was a mouse, my lord. How could I hear it speak? Am I some kind of monster? Only then did Nailante feel a slight relief. While Shirley stood pale with fright, the absence of animals within the castle and her lack of outdoor excursions had left her unaware of her unique ability. The realization that she could understand the words of a mouse left her utterly shaken. Do not fear. Shirley, this is a gift bestowed upon you by your lord. Vivian, understanding the situation, sought to reassure her, as for the notion that this gift was granted by the Lord. Vivian believed that only the God of glory favored the nobility, and that she and Shirley had acquired this extraordinary talent after consuming the potion bestowed by their Lord, thus she preferred to think of it as a power granted by him. Oh, a gift from my lord? Shirley's mouth fell open in astonishment. Indeed, Shirley, do you remember the bowl of soup the Lord gave you? That soup is what granted us our talents. Mine is archery, and yours may very well be the ability to converse with small animals. Vivian affirmed with a nod. My lord, is what Sister Vivian said true? It was at that moment that Shirley recalled the bowl of tea. realizing the reason the Lord had given it to her. Simultaneously, she remembered Vivian's archery skills, and she was now more than half convinced. Yes, indeed, surely. Your gift is the ability to communicate with small animals. Tomorrow, I shall take you outside the castle to meet other creatures. Nalente had not anticipated Vivian's nurturing qualities, but he refrained from contradicting her. If they were pleased to believe such, then that was all the better. Yea, thank you, my lord. I can talk to small animals now, Shirley exclaimed, her fear transforming into joy. She had always adored small creatures, and the prospect of conversing with them filled her imagination with delightful scenarios of parading down the road with her newfound friends. My lord, I shall be loyal to you for all my days. Finally, the little girl knelt before Nalente, swearing her unwavering loyalty with utmost sincerity. Chapter 31. Perfume, my lord, here is the powder you requested. Along with all the perfumes in the castle, it was not long before Thomas arrived with the ambergris ground into a fine powder, as well as 20 bottles of perfume. These perfumes were also provisions supplied by the Count, for perfume was an essential item for the nobility. However, these were not high-end products, merely common ones priced at a silver coin per bottle. In Tulip City, even moderately affluent households could afford them. The bottles were simple porcelain containers, incomparable to those exquisite fragrances that commanded a price of 1 gold coin per bottle, or even 5. The vessels used for high-end perfumes were considered works of art, crafted from natural crystal, often adorned with gold filigree and silver trim for decoration. My lord, what is this powder? It resembles flour, yet it smells so delightful. Nalente opened the ceramic jar containing the ambergris, and the room was instantly filled with an alluring musk. Surely, this is not flour. It is ambergris. Ambergris? My lord, is this dragon saliva? So dragon saliva can transform into a fragrant powder. Shirley's eyes widened as she felt her mind expand with this peculiar knowledge. She was unaware that ambergris was derived from the stomach of whales and genuinely believed it came from dragons, given the rarity of such a rich scent in this world. Nalente opted not to explain. He could not divulge that this substance originated from a whale that had consumed a squid, unable to digest the squid's shell, which then lodged in its stomach. Then, pop! Nalente took a bottle of perfume and opened it directly, as the cap was removed. The once intense fragrance failed to escape. It had been overwhelmed by the aroma of ambergris. Nalente used his fingernail to scoop a small amount of ambergris powder into the bottle, then sealed it tightly and shook it vigorously. Vivian and Shirley watched their lord's actions in silence, understanding that he was concocting something extraordinary with the dragon's saliva. After shaking for about a minute, Nalente stepped out of the laboratory, for only in the hallway could he gauge the fragrance of the perfume enhanced by the ambergris. Pop! Upon opening the bottle again, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. Wow! My lord, this perfume is absolutely delightful. It smells even better than dragon saliva. Shirley, standing behind Nalente, had a keen nose and immediately detected the enchanting aroma emanating from the bottle, her large eyes widening in astonishment. Vivian's eyes sparkled as well, her delicate nose inhaling the surrounding scent with delight. The effect is astonishing. Originally, this was nothing more than an ordinary jasmine perfume. Nalente had grown accustomed to its scent, so he immediately recognized the difference upon opening the bottle. The once faint jasmine aroma was now not only purer but also blended with the musk of ambergris, resulting in an incredible transformation. The current fragrance was not only captivating but also evoked a profound sense of intoxication. Nalente could guarantee that even on the day of his ennoblement by the Count in Tulip Castle, he had never encountered such an exquisite perfume. It was worth noting that many noble ladies and maidens had attended the ceremony that day, and unlike Nalente, who was impoverished, those ladies would not hesitate to spend gold coins on their perfumes. Come, Vivian, Sherry, take this and apply it to yourselves, then stroll through the castle to test its effects. Merely inhaling the fragrance from the bottle is insufficient. One must experience its true effects upon the skin. Yes, my lord. Sherry, already brimming with anticipation, quickly seized the perfume bottle handed to her by Nalente. Sister Vivian, allow me to apply it for you first. With deftness, Sherry applied the perfume behind Vivian's ears, and once done, she eagerly adorned herself with it as well. Completing their task, The two women proceeded downstairs as instructed by Nalanter. Ah, the effects on the skin remain absolutely splendid. Following closely behind Vivian and Sherry, Nalanter reveled in the delightful aroma wafting from them, finally breaking into a contented smile. At this moment, what was originally a bottle of perfume worth a single silver coin, Nalanter was confident he could sell for at least 50 silver coins. After all, ambergris is an extraordinary ingredient, akin to a cheat code in the realm of perfumery. In his previous life, perfumes infused with ambergris were the epitome of luxury, of course, with better packaging. It could even fetch a price in gold coins, though Nalanter currently lacked the means to produce such packaging. Subsequently, instead of following Vivian and Sherry downstairs, Nalanter returned to his laboratory to prepare the remaining 19 bottles of perfume, while Vivian and Sherry began wandering around the castle. What is that delightful scent? It resembles the perfume I just delivered to the Lord, but surely it cannot possess such quality. Even the finest perfumes within the Earl's castle lack this fragrance. As Thomas, the steward, strolled through the corridor, he was suddenly enveloped by an exquisite aroma. Having served as a butler at the Tulip Castle for several years, he could immediately discern that this perfume was extraordinary. His judgment was far more accurate and esteemed than that of Nalanter, the country baron's second son. Vivian and Sherry traversed the corridor and exited the castle, arriving at the courtyard as they stood beneath the castle walls. The subtle fragrance drifted with the wind. The guards on duty instantly caught a whiff of the scent. Oh, how delightful this fragrance is! The moment the aroma wafted in, the guards couldn't help but inhale deeply, closing their eyes in ecstasy. Eventually, their gaze landed upon Sherry and Vivian. Captain Vivian, have you applied perfume? It is simply exquisite. Could you share where it can be purchased? I would love to acquire a bottle when my salary arrives at the end of the month. Although the guards held a healthy respect for Nalanter, they felt emboldened to approach Vivian, their captain. Moreover, this perfume was irresistibly enticing, making one feel utterly at ease, as if every pore was breathing freely. They thought that even if it cost 5 silver coins a bottle, it would be worth it for a delightful night's sleep. After all, in this world, perfume was not exclusively a woman's possession. This is the Lord's perfume. It is quite expensive. Sherry was the first to respond on Vivian's behalf. Knowing that such a fragrance was something she had never encountered among the offspring of the nobility, and it was undoubtedly beyond the guard's means. If it is the Lord's, then I fear it is truly beyond my reach. The guards displayed expressions of disappointment. Naturally, the possessions of their lord were not something they could afford, and they gazed enviously at Vivian and Sherry, for the beauty of the young ladies always placed them at an advantage over these rough men. Chapter 32. The secret technique of combat energy. That night, in the dining hall of the Baroness Castle. Quake, instruct the guards to prepare. Tomorrow I shall conduct a thorough inspection of the territories surrounding the fiery forest. Yes, my lord. With the caravan to Tulip City set to depart the day after tomorrow, it was essential to dispatch over 10 guards for escort duty. Thus, Nalanter planned to complete the inspection he had previously left unfinished. If he were to encounter magical beasts in the fiery forest, having more hands would undoubtedly increase their chances of success. My lord, the magical beast meat has been roasted to perfection. Once Quake exited, Rose gracefully emerged from the kitchen. On the tray, she carried rested a piece of perfectly roasted, golden-brown magical beast meat, the very same that Nalanter had long coveted since confiscating it from Anthony. As Rose approached, Nalanter's eyes widened involuntarily. It must be said that the renowned Rose Tavern in Tulip City owes much of its fame not only to its delicious food, but also to the charm of Rose herself. With each step she took, the tray swayed enticingly, giving the impression that it might burst from her maid's attire, leaving Nalanter uncertain whether to focus on the meat or the captivating sight before him. This magical beast meat is truly round. No, it's just enormous. After swallowing hard, Nalanter finally managed to avert his gaze, for even rabbits do not consume the grass near their burrows. He had no desire to be like those debauched noblemen. My lord, please enjoy. Rose, oblivious to Nalanter's distraction, had rediscovered the confidence and elegance she had possessed when she first opened the tavern upon becoming the castle's chef. Nalanter nodded, finally directing his attention to the magical beast meat. The unique aroma of the meat wafted to his nostrils, and combined with its exquisite golden appearance, his taste buds began to signal their impatience. Armed with knife and fork, he eagerly sliced off a piece of the roasted meat and brought it to his mouth. Oh, is this the taste of magical beast meat? No wonder it commands a gold coin per pound. Instantly, an explosion of flavor filled his mouth. The texture was smooth yet rich, the distinctive spices mingling with the robust meatiness. Nalantar could confidently assert that this was the most delectable food he had ever tasted, second only to the fruit of enhancement. Moreover, as the morsel descended into his stomach, the magical essence contained within the meat began to nourish him, enveloping him in a sensation of warmth akin to basking in a hot spring. Rose, this magical beast meat is exceptionally delicious. After savoring the flavors, Nalantar sincerely praised Rose, feeling immensely fortunate to have such a chef. After all, while the meat itself was exquisite, the skillful preparation by Rose was equally vital. Being able to indulge in such culinary delights daily made Nalantar's role as Lord feel all the more fulfilling. Thank you, my lord. It is an honor to receive your praise. Rose respectfully curtsied to Nalantar, grateful for the opportunity to prepare her dishes for someone as esteemed as him. Nalantar then swiftly continued to devour the magical beast meat. My lord. Just as Nalantar finished a pound of the roasted meat, still yearning for more, Vivian unexpectedly entered the dining hall, accompanied by Lilia. Vivian, what brings you here? Nalantar recalled not having summoned Vivian, and noticing Lilia's reddened eyes behind her, he understood that something must have transpired. My lord. Lilia has committed a grave mistake. She accidentally dropped a book into the basin while tidying up your study. It turned out that Thomas had instructed Lilia to clean Nalantar's study, and while she was wiping the bookshelf with a cloth, she inadvertently knocked a book into the water. This frightened Lilia immensely, as books held significant value in this world, with even the cheapest volumes costing 4 to 5 silver coins. Terrified and at a loss, Lilia hurriedly confided in her sister. Vivian, not daring to delay, promptly brought Lilia to confess. Which book was it? Nalantar was not particularly concerned about the books in his study, as they were not his own but rather remnants left by other nobles. He occasionally perused them, but most were personal biographies or knightly tales belonging to certain noble lords, which did not align with Nalantar's interests. He sought books on the history of this world, or those that introduced cultural geography, yet such volumes were exceedingly rare. My lord, it is this one. Lilia cautiously handed the book over. Nalantar picked it up and examined it, the biography of Baron Dork. It's no matter. Lilia, just ensure you dry the book later and prevent the pages from sticking together. Fortunately, as the book had been retrieved in time, the water damage was not severe, merely causing the edges to absorb some moisture. Nalantar suspected that this Baron Dork had once been the lord of the Storm Territory a few years prior. Nobles often pin such biographies to showcase their accomplishments, frequently copying several to gift to acquaintances. To Nalantar, this book was of little consequence, merely a tool to fill the shelves. Yes, my lord, thank you for your leniency, Lilia replied softly, and Vivian's worried expression noticeably eased. As Nalantar prepared to return the book to Lilia, in the next moment, he noticed some faint writing beneath the book's cover. What is this writing beneath the cover? Through the dampened cover, Nalantar discerned lines of small text. At first, he thought he was mistaken, but upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed writing, and he noticed a barely perceptible bulge on the cover. Could there be a hidden compartment? Suddenly, Nalantar recalled that after completing the salt task, the system had yet to provide him with his combat energy secret technique. The more he pondered, the more likely it seemed. The next moment, Nalantar took a small knife used for cutting meat and carefully made an incision along the edge of the cover. Then, he inserted his finger and gently pulled out a piece of parchment roughly the size of the book. Flame 3 sword slash. Haha. It truly is a combat energy secret technique. Nalantar's heart soared with joy as he gazed at the text inscribed on the parchment. This is not merely a technique of combat, but also a martial skill perfectly suited for his cultivation of fire-type battle energy. Lilia, the books are entrusted to you. Just let them dry. As it was mealtime, Nalantar did not take the time to inspect them closely, carefully tucking the parchment into his bosom and handing the books back to Lilia. By the way, Vivian, This bottle of perfume is for you. You and Lilia can use it together." After passing the books, Nalantar also presented a bottle of perfume he had prepared earlier as a gift for Vivian. Although he was not accustomed to using such fragrant perfumes himself, he found joy in seeing Vivian and others adorned with it, allowing him to enjoy the lovely scent frequently. Moreover, the cost of this perfume was quite low. As long as he had dragon's saliva, it could be produced in abundance, and Nalantar was quite generous with it. "Thank you, my lord." Vivian's eyes sparkled with profound gratitude. Not only had her lord not shown anger towards Lilia, but he had also gifted her a precious bottle of perfume, a truly rare and benevolent master. "Rose, this is for you and Sherry." After Vivian departed with Lilia, Nalantar produced another bottle. "Thank you, Lord Baron." Rose had caught a whiff of that enchanting perfume from Sherry earlier that afternoon and was ecstatic to receive a bottle from the Lord himself. During her time running a tavern in Tulip City, she had often frequented the perfume shop. Chapter 33. The Fiery Forest, Flame Triple Slash. Every word resonates with understanding, yet when combined, it remains profoundly elusive. In the garden, Nalantar began his practice according to the techniques inscribed on the parchment. However, after half an hour of attempting to grasp the flow of battle energy, he found himself at a loss. Battle energy techniques employed special skills to unleash tremendous power in a short span, akin to air compression in his past life. When air is compressed to a certain degree, the instant it is released, it generates immense force. The same principle applies to battle energy, albeit in a more intricate state of compression within the human body. I can only practice the moves for now. Once I am familiar with both the flow and the techniques, I will proceed to the final step. Otherwise, if I injure myself, it would be a futile endeavor. Ultimately, Nalantar resolved to take his time. Battle energy techniques are closely guarded secrets of noble families, typically passed down from father to son, with guidance provided during practice. Rarely does one find someone like him, practicing directly from a piece of parchment. Flame Triple Slash, First Slash. Nalantar began to channel his battle energy, slowly gathering it within his meridians. Then wielding his sword in a grand horizontal slash. Second Slash. Without pausing, he continued, for this technique comprised a series of 3 strikes. With a mighty roar, he executed a swift 360-degree spin, the sword gaining speed through inertia, its cold gleam radiating around him. Third Slash. After sweeping the sword in a wide arc, he raised it high above his head and brought it down with force. Bang! The impact was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Despite Nalantar's inability to master the compression of battle energy just yet, the sword shattered the stone floor beneath him into pieces. Phew! Each successive strike in this combo is stronger than the last. If I managed to complete the compression on that final blow, my enemy would either be dead or gravely injured. Observing the fragmented stone, Nalantar grew increasingly invested in mastering this battle energy technique. Let us depart. The following morning, the Baron's castle gathered 20 guards and, under Nalantar's lead, slowly exited the castle. Accompanying the guards was the masked little Sherry, who appeared even more playful and adorable with her mask on. "My lord, I just heard the birds saying, 'Run! This group of monsters might attack us.'" Sherry, having been cooped up in the castle for long, could barely contain her excitement. She dashed down from the carriage, walking beside Nalantar's horse and occasionally whispering tidbits about the animal's chatter. Nalantar found it amusing to hear their perspectives on humans. Thus, the procession continued through Wheatleaf Village, without stopping, as the serfs were already busy planting rice seedlings. After passing through the village, he saw vast fields where the serfs bent over in the muddy soil, diligently planting seedlings. "Greetings, my lord." A few serfs rushed to the roadside upon seeing Nalantar's entourage, quickly kneeling in respect. Just a simple act of borrowing whale meat and a low-priced sale of salt had already established Nalantar as a generous and benevolent lord in their eyes. "Rise." Nalantar smiled warmly. The serfs in this world, much like the impoverished in his past life, had modest demands. So long as they could make ends meet, they would be compliant. After the serfs stood, Nalantar looked at the seedlings and inquired, "Why are your seedlings so widely spaced? There's at least a meter between them, isn't there?" "Reporting to my lord, the seedlings must be planted this wide. Otherwise, the wheat will grow hollow, and in a few years, the land won't yield crops anymore." "Hollow wheat. Isn't that due to insufficient nutrients?" Moreover, this spacing seems excessive. Nalantar was perplexed, but suddenly a thought struck him, and he continued to ask, "Do you usually fertilize the fields?" Fertilize? What is fertilization? The serfs were taken aback, stammering as they struggled to respond. At this moment, Nalantar understood that the presence of the fairy insects in this world had drastically altered people's lives compared to his past, just as with the salt from a few days ago. The practice of fertilization had not crossed their minds due to the existence of these tiny fairies. To maintain the soil's fertility, the serfs had no choice but to reduce the number of crops on a given piece of land, ensuring that the field could be cultivated for years to come. Otherwise, depleting the soil's nutrients at once would mean that it would take several years before it could be farmed again. Vivian, once the inspection is completed, please find Peter and relay my orders. All serfs are to fill the wheat fields completely, and no such wide gaps are allowed. Additionally, have him gather the stonemasons and carpenters from Wheatleaf Village. I have matters to discuss with them. The farmland in the Storm Territory was already scarce, with most occupied by the forest. If cultivation continued in this manner, the serfs would never be able to eat their fill. As for the fertilizer, the waste casually thrown onto the streets served as the best fertilizer. Thus, regarding the latrines, Nalantar was determined not to delay any further. When the merchant caravan returned, he expected it would bring back a considerable amount of gold coins. Yes, my lord. Vivian promptly took out a notebook to jot down Nalantar's words. This was the advantage of having talented subordinates. Once orders were issued, there was no need for the lord to remember them himself. The procession continued, bypassing Doom Village and heading straight towards the fiery forest in the southwest. The fiery forest, aptly named, was characterized by the vibrant red leaves of its trees, giving it the appearance of a sea of flames from afar. My lord, ahead lies the edge of the fiery forest. It would be best for us to proceed first. As they approached the forest's edge, Quake cautiously ran up to remind him in safe areas. Naturally, the lord would ride at the forefront, but in potentially hazardous zones, it was prudent for the guards to take the lead, providing a buffer in case of unexpected events. Indeed, it is wise to tread carefully. Nalantar had not yet been a lord for a month and did not wish to meet his demise prematurely. The procession began to navigate the outskirts of the fiery forest, the path narrowing with dense woods on either side. As they traversed this narrow trail, everyone moved cautiously, with the guards gripping their sword hilts tightly. My lord, these little bees are so much fun. Unlike the birds, they seem to respond to my commands. At this moment, only Sherry, the little girl, was reveling in the experience, having gathered a swarm of buzzing bees around her. Sherry, try to communicate with them and see if they will heed your commands. You might end up with a whole hive. The fact that only the bees were amenable to Sherry's words was due to her current lack of power to control larger animals. However, the talent of the fortunate girl could be enhanced through continuous practice, and once developed to a certain level, she could use the formula for an intermediate awakening potion provided by the system. All right, my lord. Sherry's eyes sparkled at the thought of a hive, which would mean honey, a true luxury in this world, exclusive to the nobility. She then began to focus on communicating with the bees, while the procession gradually ventured deeper into the fiery forest. Stop. After advancing for over an hour, Nalantar suddenly furrowed his brow and spoke. My lord, do you have a command? I sense something watching us from the surroundings. Nalantar scanned the area. As for the past few minutes, his knightly instincts had alerted him to the feeling of being observed. Could it be a magical beast? Quake exclaimed, quickly drawing his sword from his waist. It shouldn't be. If a magical beast were hiding in the shadows, it would be difficult for a bronze knight to notice. Nalantar shook his head slightly, then turned his gaze toward Sherry. Chapter 34. The guards in the forest. Meanwhile, in the woods to the left of Nalantar's party, a figure lurked behind a large tree, peering through the underbrush to observe them. Damn it, I've been discovered. I must return quickly to report. The shadowy figure, having observed the movements of Nalan Tay and his companions, realized that he was likely spotted. He became acutely aware of his surroundings, slowly retreating in an effort to remain silent. Buzzing, at that moment, several bees flew overhead, but they failed to catch his attention. It was not uncommon to encounter mosquitoes and other insects in the jungle. Once the buzzing of the bees faded, the man had already retreated over 10 meters. Just as he turned to flee southwest, a sound sliced through the air beside him. Whoosh, thud. Ah, my leg. With a piercing scream, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, an arrow embedded in his thigh. Quake, bring him to me. Hearing the cries echoing through the woods, Nailante commanded. Soon, Quake, accompanied by guards, dragged the intruder out of the thicket. Who are you? And why have you trespassed into the storm territory? Nalante's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the man before him. The individual was clad in full armor, complete with a longsword and leather armor, far from the attire of an ordinary peasant or petty thief. In this impoverished world, many a lord's knight could scarcely afford leather armor and a longsword. It was not uncommon for them to wield makeshift weapons like hoes and pitchforks in battle. My lord, I am a guard of Baron Quint, and I accidentally wandered here. I implore you to let me return. Baron Quint will certainly reward you for my release, the man pleaded, cold sweat beading on his forehead from the pain. Wandered here? Nailante remained expressionless, turning to Quake and stating, Quake, I leave him in your hands. Such a tale might deceive a 3-year-old, but not Nailante. If he were truly lost, he would have revealed his identity upon encountering Nailante. After all, an accidental intrusion is hardly a grave matter. Yet he had monitored Nailante's group for several minutes, and upon being discovered, he attempted to delve deeper into the woods. Were his intentions innocent? No one would believe him. Since he was unwilling to speak the truth, Nailante had no qualms about employing certain methods. Moreover, upon seeing this guard, Nailante's mind buzzed with speculation. The recent disappearances of serfs might not solely be the work of beasts. Yes, my lord. Quake revealed a predatory grin at the man, then dragged him into the nearby thicket, where soon cries of distress echoed through the trees. Not long after, Quake hurriedly returned. My lord, he confessed. He is indeed a guard under Baron Quint. But he did not wander here by accident. Rather, he was dispatched to keep watch, as there is a newly established camp of Baron Quint just a short distance ahead in the buffer zone. Pausing for a moment, Quake continued. He also divulged that the recent disappearances of several serfs were not due to beasts, but rather that they were abducted by them. Just as I suspected, what is that scoundrel Quint plotting? Nailante's conjectures were confirmed. He had not anticipated that Baron Quint would be so audacious as to extend his reach into Storm Territory, which could provoke disputes with Tulip Territory and Iron Ridge. Now that Storm Territory belonged to him, Nailante would not tolerate any outsiders wreaking havoc in his domain. Did he mention the purpose of the camp in the buffer zone? My lord, he only mentioned that there is a yellow sprite within. Beyond that, he knows nothing. A yellow sprite? That would indicate a mineral deposit. Nailante was taken aback. Yellow sprites were the most precious of all sprites. Even the discovery of a salt mine could lead to considerable wealth. Ding! Storm Territory is yours, and Baron Quint's activities within your domain have infringed upon your interests. System side quest. Determine the location of the camp. Quest reward, new plant species. At that moment, a long-awaited system notification echoed in Nailante's mind. Ah, the system is finally active again, although the reward is merely a new plant species. Nailante pondered briefly, aware that he needed to investigate. He then inquired of Quake, which direction is the camp? My lord, it lies within the buffer zone, just 3 miles ahead. Very well. Let us set off to investigate. Leave 2 guards to bind him to a tree and keep watch. Nailante swiftly commanded. Yes, my lord. In no time, the group commenced their journey, and after a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the 3-mile mark of the boundary. However, upon reaching the boundary, Nailante did not observe the camp. The paths on either side were thickly lined with trees, and only a massive boundary stone, weighing several thousand pounds, stood before them. Inscribed with the words, Tulip Countess Territory. The camp must be hidden within this thicket. Nailante surmised, gazing at the dense trees beyond the boundary stone. The buffer zone, by its very name, was an uninhabited area reserved between noble territories, established to prevent disputes among the aristocracy. Nominally, the buffer zone did not belong to either party, but rather to the lord to whom they owed fealty. For instance, the buffer zone between the Tulip Count's territory and the Iron Count's territory belonged to the Duke's King. However, the buffer zones typically spanned about 3 kilometers wide, and the lords with ownership rights seldom managed or developed these areas. Thus, vassals would agree upon an unspoken rule. to divide the buffer zone in half for their own use, with the sole stipulation that no camps or military forces could be established. Violation of this rule would be considered a breach of the unspoken agreement. Surely, have the bees scout the forest. The reason they had swiftly located that Quint's spy earlier was due to Shirley's bees. Today, Nailante realized Shirley's true utility. Before becoming a formidable beastmaster, she could serve as an excellent scout. Of course, my lord. Shirley eagerly nodded, then whispered a few words to the bees, which then buzzed into the air. The dense woods of the buffer zone would require considerable time to search on foot, but for the bees, ascending to a height of several dozen meters would provide a clear overview. Mere seconds passed before several bees returned. My lord, the bees inform me that there is indeed a camp within the trees ahead. Excellent. Everyone, follow me. We shall proceed to investigate. With the guidance of the little bees, Nailante and his companions ventured into the thicket. After only 4 or 5 minutes, they emerged into a clearing. The once thick woods of the buffer zone had been completely cleared, replaced by a camp constructed from wooden stakes. To call it a camp was an understatement. It resembled a makeshift fortress, surrounded by wooden walls standing 5 to 6 meters high. The walls not only allowed for patrols but also featured watchtowers every 10 meters. Each manned by an archer vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Clang, clang, clang. As Nailante and his group appeared at the edge of the clearing, the sentinels atop the walls spotted them, and an urgent alarm sounded throughout the camp. Chapter 35. The threat with the ringing of the bells, fully armed guards raced up the wooden walls. Nailante quickly estimated that there were at least 20 heavily armed guards stationed along this section of the wall. With such a force, there must be at least 40 or 50 guards within this camp. Nailante's expression turned grave, and his curiosity about what lay within the camp intensified. Under normal circumstances, a baron could afford a force of about 70 or 80 men. The wealthier ones might manage up to 100. Beyond that, it would be unsustainable for a baron, especially since a typical baron had a population of over 10,000 to support, making it quite a challenge to sustain 100 guards. Yet Baron Quint had stationed half of his forces in a camp within the buffer zone, which was undoubtedly suspicious. Who are you? At that moment, a burly middle-aged man emerged from the wall. Clad in iron armor, he exuded an imposing presence. Nailante scrutinized him closely, realizing that not only was this man a knight, but he also surpassed Nailante in strength, ranking as a mid-tier bronze knight. I am the newly appointed Lord of Storm Territory. Who are you? Nailante stepped forward, feigning ignorance as he shouted toward the middle-aged man atop the wooden wall. Ah, the Lord of Storm Territory. I am Sir Dilly, a vassal of Baron Quint. My lord, you have trespassed into Baron Quint's domain. I request that you withdraw immediately. The man on the wall, Sir Dilly, smiled insincerely, his tone laced with arrogance. Baron Quint's domain? Sir Dilly, I recall this is a buffer zone. When did it become part of Baron Quint's territory? Nailante's expression darkened. The other party was attempting to twist the truth. Furthermore, not only is this a buffer zone, but a significant portion also belongs to my storm territory. The journey from the boundary to this point had taken merely 4 or 5 minutes. Nailante had been calculating the distance, and they had barely traversed 400 or 500 meters. Thus, it became clear that Baron Quint had not only violated the rules by establishing a camp and deploying troops in the buffer zone, but had also encroached upon the territory that rightfully belonged to Nailante. I'm sorry, my lord, but I do not comprehend your words. This is indeed the domain of Baron Quint, and he has issued orders that no one may approach this camp. I urge you to leave quickly, or you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing Nailante's words, Sir Dilly's face darkened, his famed smile vanishing entirely as he spoke. The guards on the wooden wall raised their longbows. Clang. Observing this, Quake and his companions promptly drew their swords, positioning themselves protectively in front of Nailante, while Vivian and other guards swiftly knocked their arrows, confronting the situation on the wall. My lord, Sir Dilly cautioned, I advise you to remain in your role as lord and enjoy a few more days before the dark creatures breach your castle. This buffer zone is not within your jurisdiction. Furthermore, this is the dense fire forest, a place where magical beasts frequently appear. Lingering here could pose a danger. Noticing that Nailante and his companions showed no fear and seemed prepared to resist, Sir Dilly spoke again. This time, His words tore through any semblance of civility as he intentionally unleashed his aura of combat, the strong radiance of a mid-tier bronze knight enveloping him. The atmosphere grew tense, and both sides remained locked in a standoff for over 10 seconds. During this time, Nailent's gaze remained unwavering, fixated on the arrogant Dilly. You are quite right. This place is indeed different from others. After a prolonged silence, Nailent suddenly burst into laughter, his merriment evident. Quake, Vivian, lower your weapons. We shall depart. With that, Nailent turned back along the path he had come, accompanied by his 18 subordinates. Watching Nailent's retreat, Dilly broke into a triumphant grin. Ha ha! Who would have thought he was merely a cowardly lord? A few words and he retreats. This certainly saves us trouble. Sir Dilly, do you think provoking him like that will have no repercussions? A captain of the guards cautiously inquired. What repercussions could there be? The Baron has already sent word advising us not to worry about this lord. We need only scare him off. It is said he is merely a pitiful baroness' second son. It turned out that a few days ago, Gunter had learned of the return of the Lord of Stormhold and had already sought information, eventually discovering that Nailent was merely a second son of a baron, which had relaxed their concerns, prompting them to underestimate him. I see. Sir Dilly, you truly are formidable. The captain promptly offered his flattery. Ha, he is but a boy yet to grow into his own. Not to mention we have 50 guards in our camp. I alone could wipe them out. Indeed. Indeed. Sir Dilly is a mid-tier bronze knight. Well, I shall take my leave now. Let the guards remain vigilant, lest that Lord of Stormhold attempts any underhanded moves. By the way, have that sentry who was on watch whipped 10 times upon his return. He must have been asleep in the woods. With that, Dilly descended from the ramparts. How infuriating, my lord. We must report this matter to the Count immediately. He will surely seek an explanation from Baron Blackiron. Quake muttered angrily on the return journey, Dilly's hubris provoking the ire of every guard. Quake, considering that Dilly remains so brazen after we discovered him, do you believe it would be useful to inform the Count? Based on the original owner's memories, such matters would likely devolve into a protracted dispute. The fire forest lay on the fringes of the duchy. Aside from affecting Nailent, it would hardly impact the Count or the King. Even if the King commanded Baron Blackiron to take action, he would likely find excuses to delay, given the remoteness of the area. Only if both barons escalated the matter would the King take genuine notice. Additionally, Nailent harbored certain ulterior motives. The camp was established within his buffer zone, suggesting that any potential benefits there could rightfully belong to him. However, should the King or the Count become aware, he would be left helplessly watching the situation unfold. But my lord, they are infringing upon our rights in Stormhold. Quake protested, unwilling to relent. Ding! The task of locating the camp has been completed. Rewards in the form of new plant species have been distributed. Ding! Baron Gunter is determined to encroach upon your interests and has even threatened you, undermining your dignity as lord. You must deliver a sufficient blow to your enemy. System side quest: destroy the camp within the buffer zone. Slay or drive out the enemy. System reward: a basic combat technique manual and information on 2 small sprites. Hiss, information on 2 small sprites? At that moment, Nailent heard the system's notifications in his mind and nearly leapt from his spot in excitement. This reward was exceedingly generous. While he was not particularly concerned about the basic combat technique manual, information on the sprites was a rare treasure for developing his territory. Moreover, the system's quest aligned perfectly with Nailent's current thoughts. He vividly recalled Dilly's earlier threats and the serfs they had abducted. More importantly, the territory Gunter was so eager to seize was undoubtedly of significant value. It lay within his buffer zone, and even if the sprites belonged to Gunter, it could not be allowed. Observing Quake's continued indignation, Nailent suppressed his excitement and remarked, Quake, have you forgotten that protecting the interests of our territory does not necessarily require intervention from the Count? My lord. Do you mean? Quake's eyes widened in astonishment. Did not Sir Dilly say it himself? This place is unlike others. It is the fire forest, frequently inhabited by magical beasts. If one day they were to be exterminated, it would not be surprising. Nailent smiled faintly. Chapter 36. New Crops. Quake instantly grasped the implication. his expression lighting up with excitement. If the Lord was willing to resolve the matter through force, he was more than eager to proceed. However, once the initial thrill subsided, Quake considered the reality of their situation. But my lord, our numbers are too few. The camp we just encountered is too fortified, and the guards on the wooden walls alone number at least 40. Quake was not foolish. He recognized the disparity in strength between their two sides, knowing that they were insufficient to take a camp that rivaled a well-fortified stronghold. My lord, should I not take the opportunity to shoot them down at night? If I come every day, I can weaken their strength. At that moment, Vivian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Her anger at Dilly's threats toward her lord was no less than Quake's. But her reticence in speech had kept her quiet until now. Hearing that her lord intended to eradicate the camp, she believed her archery skills could serve as a valuable asset. Although there was a clear area of 50 to 60 meters around the camp, it posed no challenge for her marksmanship. No, Vivian, I intend to prepare for a decisive strike against them. We must not alert them prematurely. Nalente shook his head. This matter requires careful consideration. The caravan must depart tomorrow, or we will miss the Count's summons. Once you return from the tulip field, we shall address the camp's situation. This time will allow us to prepare adequately. Now, we have another task, to scout how many enemies are within the camp, so I can plan accordingly. To capture the camp, Nalente understood he needed to return and prepare thoroughly. The days leading up to the caravan's departure provided him with the necessary time. Yes, my lord. Subsequently, Nalente instructed Sherry to send bees to the camp, and several bees silently circled Gunter's encampment, quickly returning with information about the guards. According to Sherry's report, there were a total of 51 guards clad in attire similar to Quake and his companions, indicating that the camp was well guarded. Additionally, there were 30 unarmed individuals, likely the mining serfs, akin to Vivian. The fact that there were more guards than miners further convinced Nalente of the camp's invaluable treasures. After scouting was complete, Quake had already called back the 2 guards watching the captives, and the group continued forward along the road. The territory of Nalente had few serfs, resulting in only a single road that encircled the entirety of Stormhold. They did not need to retrace their steps. By following the dirt path, they could return to the castle as for the captured guard. Nalente chose not to keep him. Given their current hostility with Gunter, releasing him was out of the question. Quake would handle it, digging a hole for him afterward, as was the harsh reality of this world. My lord, the bees have informed me that their hive is nearby. May we go take a look? As they neared within 5 or 6 miles of the castle, Sherry suddenly approached Nalente, speaking in a hushed tone. Is it nearby? Certainly we can. A beehive signifies honey, and if they could bring some back, it would mean a continuous supply of honey in the future. Thank you, my lord, Sherry exclaimed joyfully. She understood that the honey would surely belong to the lord, but what delighted her was commanding these little creatures to play with her, and she cared not. The location of the beehive was not far from the road, so only Vivian and 2 guards accompanied Nalente as he followed Sherry into the adjacent wilderness. My lord, over there. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, Sherry pointed excitedly at a tall tree. The group looked, and indeed, there was a hive situated on the tree. This hive was unlike any Nalente had ever seen. It was enormous, oval-shaped, measuring at least 1 meter in length and approximately 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter. The bees nearby seemed to have sensed their approach, buzzing around in the air. My lord, please wait here. I shall go communicate with the bees. Sherry immediately addressed Nalente upon seeing the hive. Be careful. Nalente nodded. They lacked Sherry's innate talents, and approaching now would surely result in being stung mercilessly. I know, my lord. Sherry, undeterred, slowly approached the hive, following a few bees. My lord, there are stones here. Please take a moment to rest. As Sherry engaged in conversation with the bees, Vivian had already cleared a large rock for Nalenter to sit upon. Nalenter, feeling no need for formality, approached the stone and sat down with a sigh of relief. Today, in order to guard against magical beasts, he was fully equipped. Although he had donned the engraved armor seized from the headless horseman, the total weight of his gear still amounted to 40 to 50 pounds, leaving him utterly fatigued from the bumpy journey. This was precisely why ordinary individuals, no matter how robust, seldom donned iron armor. Its exorbitant cost was one reason, but more importantly, they simply could not bear its weight. Such armor was the exclusive domain of knights. "My lord, are you thirsty? Would you care for some wild fruits?" No sooner had Nalanter settled than Vivian, her eyes suddenly sparkling as she surveyed the surroundings, inquired sweetly, like a devoted wife. "What wild fruits?" "My lord, it's from this little tree. Don't be fooled by its hard exterior. It's quite delectable with a sweet flavor within." Noticing Nalanter's curiosity, Vivian hurried over to a long, slender wild fruit. "Isn't this sugarcane?" Nalanter exclaimed, examining the little tree closely. Although it was somewhat smaller, it resembled the sugarcane from his previous life. "My lord, what is sugarcane? Do you recognize this wild fruit?" Vivian was taken aback. Such fruits were only known to the villagers of their unfortunate village. Many girls there, lacking the strength to farm, would scavenge through the underbrush for edible morsels, often resorting to gnawing on tree roots in their hunger. When Vivian first arrived at Storm Territory, her skills as a seamstress had yet to reveal themselves. And in a moment of desperation, she had once dug up tree roots to eat, inadvertently discovering the exquisite taste of this little tree. Though it could not truly satiate her, the sweet juice provided her with a significant boost of energy. Nalanter could no longer contain his excitement and approached the little tree. It looks identical, with its purple skin climbing like bamboo and the leaves sprouting at the top. In the next instant, Nalanter drew his sword and severed the little tree at its root. He needed to taste it to confirm his suspicions. After all, encountering sugarcane in this otherworldly realm was genuinely astonishing. Smack, smack. How sweet, it's truly sugarcane. Though this sugarcane was not as stout as its counterpart from his previous life, its surprising sweetness assured Nalanter that it was indeed sugarcane from this strange world. "Ha, Vivian, you've done splendidly," Nalanter exclaimed with unrestrained joy in his previous life. Sugarcane was not only a delicious fruit, but also pivotal in sugar production. Coincidentally, in this world, sugar was an invention yet to be realized. The sole source of sweetness for the nobility was honey. Chapter 37. The caravan sets off. Do you not find this unbelievable, in the medieval west of Earth? The situation was quite similar to that time. Sugar had not yet been discovered, and honey was used as a substitute. They would even specify the number of barrels of honey in their wills to demonstrate their wealth. It was only during the Crusades that they first learned of the existence of solid sugar. Initially, sugar was exceedingly precious, often used as medicine to treat ailments such as coughs, fevers, and soldiers' ailments. Even during the Black Death, sugar was utilized for healing. "You need not thank me, my lord." Vivian, slightly flustered by Nalanter's exuberance, felt she had merely stumbled upon a wild fruit that could not fill a belly. "My lord, if you require more, there should still be plenty of these little trees." Sugarcane. Vivian added quickly. "There are more? Vivian, lead me to them." Nalanter's excitement grew. Under Vivian's guidance, Nalanter began searching through the nearby thickets, indeed discovering several clusters of wild sugarcane. Because they were wild, the sugarcane was somewhat scattered. But according to Vivian, this was not all. Numerous places in Storm Territory bore witness to the presence of sugarcane. Hearing this, Nalanter nodded with a smile, opting not to continue navigating the thickets. Some of the sugarcane was still immature, requiring at least another month to fully develop, yet he was in no rush, as he needed time to process this newfound bounty. Upon returning to their original spot, Sherry, the little girl, approached with a look of excitement, having nearly finished her conversation with the bees. "My lord, look, this is the king of the bees." Sherry scampered over to Nalanter, extending her palm to reveal an enormous bee, the queen of the hive. "Well done, Sherry." This was indeed a double blessing, signifying that not only would he have sugar to enjoy, but also honey. Moreover, acquiring such a large hive of bees might prove invaluable in the impending confrontation with the Quint camp. Subsequently, Nalanter instructed 2 guards, with Sherry's assistance, to carefully lift the enormous beehive in this world. Beekeeping technology was virtually non-existent. Honey could only be procured from the wild. However, with Sherry's help, Nalanter could transport the entire hive back to the castle without concern. The following morning, in the castle courtyard, 3 carts laden with goods awaited departure. Nalanter would send a total of 12 individuals to accompany the caravan to Tulip City. Aside from Quake and his elite guard squad, the other was the steward, Thomas. With Anthony deceased, He was the only literate individual familiar with Tulip Castle. Thomas would report on the development status of the territory to the Count and explain the circumstances surrounding Anthony's demise. "My lord, I shall take my leave. During my absence, please take good care of yourself." As the steward, Thomas was deeply invested in the castle's affairs, and the prospect of being away for about 10 days left him rather reluctant. "Rest assured, Steward Thomas, you need only fulfill my instructions promptly." Faced with the steward's concern, Nallanter felt a bit awkward. After all, Thomas was not a beautiful woman. Had it been a lovely stewardess displaying such reluctance, he would surely have offered a warm embrace. "Yes, my lord." Oblivious to his discomfort, Thomas replied with a sense of regret. "Quake, I entrust the safety of the caravan to you. Also, remember to procure the items I instructed, particularly the leather armor." After conversing with Thomas, Nallanter turned his attention to the fully armed Quake. The leather armor was intended for Vivian's squad. Given that this trip might yield considerable profit, it was essential that they not enter battle-clad in tattered rags. "Yes, my lord, Quake will ensure the caravan's safety while fulfilling your orders." "Excellent. Then let us set off. I shall await your return in Storm Territory. To the death. I pledge my loyalty to you, my lord." Quake stood tall, his left hand bent and striking his chest with vigor, performing the universal military salute of this world. After the salute, Quake turned towards the caravan, raising his hand dramatically. "Everyone, let us depart." Once the caravan had left, Nallanter made his way directly to the study. "System, I wish to draw a lottery." Last night's falling star event had occurred, but without the system's prior notice. Nallanter had refrained from utilizing the search function. Under normal circumstances, the probability of meteors nurturing little spirits was exceedingly low. A barony might be fortunate to encounter 2 spirits in a year. If Nallanter continued searching, the likelihood of wasting energy points stood at 99%. However, while little spirits were temporarily out of reach, the lottery must not cease. Nallanter urgently needed to enhance his strength for the impending matters regarding the buffer camp. As the large spinning wheel materialized, he unhesitatingly pressed the start button. Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have obtained an intelligence fruit." The lottery quickly yielded results, revealing a purple fruit resembling a plum. An intelligence fruit. Well, it's certainly preferable to that charm fruit. Though not entirely satisfied, Nallanter accepted it, acknowledging that it was at least better than the previous charm fruit. As the fruit was extracted, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, prompting Nallanter to pop it into his mouth. Oh! The sensation brought forth by the intelligence fruit was entirely different from that of the enhancement fruit. As the juice slid down his throat, Nallanter felt a jolt throughout his body, followed by a remarkable clarity enveloping his mind. If just a moment prior his brain resembled a single-core processor, consuming the intelligence fruit transformed it into a dual-core processor. His mind not only sharpened, but also enhanced his perception of the surrounding world. Is the effect truly this formidable? Initially, Nallanter had been indifferent to the intelligence fruit, confident that he did not require any cognitive augmentation. Yet at this moment, all he could think was, "Indeed, this is delightful." With the delightful law achieved, Nallanter suddenly recalled the elusive flame triple-slash technique he had been struggling to comprehend, prompting him to retrieve the parchment. "Ha! The intelligence fruit is indeed impressive. It has opened my mind. Here comes my ultimate move. I, the humble Carly, pay my respects to the Lord." In the castle's grand hall, Vivian entered, accompanied by several stonemasons and carpenters. "Please take a look at this blueprint." Nallanter wasted no time and directly handed over the design he had prepared the previous night. In this world, aside from castles, towns had yet to see the creation of facilities such as restrooms. The stonemasons and carpenters cautiously accepted the blueprint and began examining it. "So, can you construct this building?" "My lord, according to your design, we can build the structure, but creating small divisions within the rooms, as well as digging a trench below, might render it uninhabitable." One boulder mason cautiously responded. There is no need for you to ponder over these matters. All I require is your assurance that the quality will be upheld in the construction. By the way, the work on this toilet shall commence forthwith. Determine what materials are necessary and how many hands are needed. Consult with the captain of the guards regarding this. I wish to construct 3 toilets in May Village and 1 in Ayun Village." "Yes, my lord." Subsequently, Nailante entrusted the management of the toilet construction to Vivian. He also instructed her to issue his first decree. Starting tomorrow, the serfs are prohibited from carelessly spilling their excrement. Those who contravene this will face a punishment of 10 lashes, and repeat offenders shall be publicly hanged in the square. Naturally, Nailante took into account the difficulties faced by the serfs until the toilets are completed. He also provided guidance, allowing the serfs to dig a pit to bury their excrement for drying and fermentation, which can later be excavated and utilized. After laying out these matters, Vivian convened with the craftsmen in the front courtyard to discuss the toilet construction, while Nailante retreated to the rear garden to continue his training in combat techniques. Chapter 38. A surge in sales time swiftly passed, and 2 days had elapsed since Thomas and his entourage departed from the castle. At dawn, they finally arrived at the territory of their first neighbor within the Tulip Domain, Blackrock Territory. Blackrock is a barony renowned for its abundant black stones, although it is somewhat remote. It has not fallen into disrepair like Stormwind Territory, for beyond Blackrock lies the lands of nobility. As the caravan entered the town of Blackrock, the townsfolk curiously scrutinized this merchant group. Typically, merchant caravans arrive from the north or west, but this one had come from the south, a place known solely for its misfortunes. Clop, clop. Not far away, a fully armed contingent was spotted hastily approaching the castle. Baron Boris himself led a 30-man guard team. "Who are you?" Baron Boris scrutinized the group before him. "Esteemed Baron Boris, we are a merchant caravan from Stormwind Territory, dispatched by my master, Sir Nailante, to bring local specialties for sale in your domain." As Nailante's steward, Thomas represented his master's dignity. Though his tone was respectful, he maintained a stance of dignity. "Stormwind Territory?" Boris paused, then recalled, "Indeed. I remember a party passing through en route to Stormwind Territory, some time ago. Is your lord one of the barons appointed by the Earl? But how could he have been allocated to Stormwind?" The Earl had conferred titles to 8 vassal barons' sons for a competition, a fact well known to Boris, who hoped such fortune might bestow itself upon his own family, were it not for his young age and lack of suitable heirs. "Yes, esteemed Baron Boris, my lord Nailante hails from the Barrack family, being the second son of Baron Andrew." "The Barrack family? Ah, I see." Initially puzzled by Nailante's assignment to the land of misfortune, Boris found clarity upon learning of his lineage, as the enmity between Alding and the Barrack family was common knowledge among the vassals. "Pray tell, what goods have you brought this time?" Boris inquired with curiosity, pondering what specialties could possibly emerge from such a destitute place, where serfs were merely fortunate to survive. Observing the 3 fully laden carts, Boris darkly speculated whether Nailante had exploited the serfs' grain entirely. Upon hearing this, Thomas finally allowed a smile to grace his face, as many townsfolk had gathered at a distance to watch. Precisely the effect he sought. "Esteemed Baron Boris, our caravan brings salt and rare dried sea fish." With that, Thomas commanded the guards to promptly uncover the canvas from the carts. "Wow, so much salt. And dried fish. Where did all this come from? Aren't there fishmen and sea monsters by the coast? How many fish would it take to yield this much dried fish?" As the specialties from the carts were unveiled, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted among the townsfolk, who huddled in corners, eyes wide with longing for the 3 carts of goods. Particularly, dried fish, which could fetch 30 copper pieces per pound, was a luxury exclusive to the nobility. Boris, too, felt his pupils constrict. Both the salt and dried fish were beyond his expectations for local specialties, having assumed they merely consisted of grains exploited from the serfs. "From whence do you procure this salt and dried fish?" Boris inquired. Now curious, these 2 specialties were beyond the reach of even his own Blackrock domain. The salt might be explained as sourced from proximity to Baron Cunter's domain, purchased and then sold at a lower price. However, the sea fish could only be produced in quantities by the wealthiest of nobles. "Esteemed Baron Boris, this salt is produced by the little sprites of Stormwind Territory, and the dried fish was caught under the direct leadership of our lord Nailante, alongside the serfs." Nailante had long since prepared this explanation. Salt sprites. What extraordinary luck. Boris did not doubt the source of the salt, though he felt a twinge of jealousy over Nailante's fortune. As for the dried fish, he refrained from pressing further. Whatever means were employed to catch them, he knew they would not disclose it. "What price do you intend to sell this dried fish?" I fear ordinary citizens may find it unaffordable. Esteemed Baron Boris, the price is 7 copper pieces per pound for salt and 10 copper pieces per pound for dried fish. So inexpensive? Are you certain you haven't misspoken? While the flavor of dried fish pales in comparison to fresh sea fish, the addition of salt for curing keeps its price at 30 copper pieces. Yet, suddenly, not only was the salt cheaper, but the dried fish was also a third less expensive. Boris couldn't fathom Nail and T's business strategy. Was this an act of charity? Esteemed Baron Boris, this is the price set by my lord, and it shall remain so for future sales. Very well. Since I am a neighbor to Sir Nail and Tay, you may proceed with your sales. With that, the disheartened Boris took his leave, returning to the castle with his guards. My lord, shall we not purchase some? If they sell at such low prices, will our salt from Baron Cunter not become unsellable? After exiting the town, the captain of the guards cautiously asked Boris. Traditionally, they had procured salt from Baron Cunter's domain, retaining some for castle use and selling the surplus to their own vassals at a markup. Purchase from them? Those are specialties from the land of misfortune. Do you dare consume them? Boris retorted. Moreover, regarding the salt sales, that sharp-tongued illegitimate son of Cunter, I would rather not do business with him unless absolutely necessary. Now, since Stormwind territory is providing salt to the vassals, it suits me just fine. I would prefer to forego such a paltry profit than see Cunter benefit from my money, as vassals of the same Earl. Boris could not refuse the Stormwind caravan from conducting business in the town. However, the circumstances surrounding Stormwind's salt production afforded Boris a sense of vindication. In times past, when purchasing salt from Cunter, he would often find it mixed with substantial quantities of sand, and Cunter would deliberately have his caravan linger in White Salt Town for days, ensuring they spent more money there. The nobleman feared the taint of misfortune. Yet the common folk cared little for such superstitions. Salt priced at 7 copper pieces per pound was sufficient to make them forget all else, along with the 10 copper pieces per pound for dried fish, a delicacy the villagers had never before tasted. Thus, once Boris departed, the townsfolk quickly gathered around. My lord, is it true your salt is only 7 copper pieces per pound? A ragged serf timidly inquired. Indeed. The salt is 7 copper pieces per pound. And the dried fish, is it truly 10 copper pieces per pound? A decently attired commoner asked. Indeed, the dried fish is 10 copper pieces per pound. If you wish to purchase, hurry along. We shall only remain in Blackrock Town until noon before we must continue our journey. Thomas replied to each query. Then I shall take 2 pounds of salt. I want 3 pounds of salt. I will take 5 pounds of salt and 1 pound of dried fish. With the prices confirmed, a throng of serfs and commoners surged toward the caravan. Do not push, form an orderly queue, one at a time. We have an ample supply of salt and dried fish. Now it was Thomas and his companions who became busy. The guards swiftly began to maintain order. Meanwhile, Thomas stood atop a cart, holding a ceramic jar, responsible for collecting payments and distributing goods. As the bustle continued, noon soon arrived. Gentlefolk, the time is drawing near. We must set off. Although the carts were no longer crowded as before, many villagers from nearby settlements continued to trickle in, however. With tasks at hand, Thomas and his companions could not afford to linger long, so they began to halt sales. My lord, will your caravan return in the future? The townsfolk stepped back, but one ventured to ask the most pressing question. We shall not return. Our caravan will only travel to Tulip City and will not stop in Blackrock Town again. Thomas called out from atop the cart. Chapter 39. How does one conquer? What? You will not return. Why will you not return? We are all eager to purchase your salt. In an instant, the townsfolk, who had just moments ago been brimming with joy, displayed expressions of disappointment. Having tasted the low-priced salt, they naturally hoped for a second opportunity. Moreover, they discovered that the salt they had previously purchased from their lord was heavily adulterated with sand. However, the salt acquired from the convoy of Storm territory was genuine, devoid of even a single grain of sand. By this reckoning, the salt they procured for 7 copper coins amounted to more than a pound. Observing the expressions of disappointment among the townsfolk, Thomas, however, wore a smile and continued, Yet, although our convoy may not return, you are still welcome to travel to Storm territory to purchase it. Travel to Storm territory for purchases? Setting aside the fact that a round trip would require 2 days, that region was known to be a cursed land of misfortune. For the mere sum of 3 copper coins, no one was inclined to make that journey. After all, it hardly seemed worthwhile. The townsfolk, upon hearing these words, exhibited little surprise. Anticipating their reaction, Thomas proceeded to unveil a significant revelation. Our Lord has proclaimed that if you venture to storm territory to procure salt, the price will be even lower, only 5 copper coins per pound. What? 5 copper coins per pound? At this revelation, the townsfolk finally displayed astonishment, for this represented a price cut of nearly half. Indeed, it is 5 copper coins per pound, guaranteed to be free of sand. Furthermore, we at Storm Territory impose no restrictions on the quantity of salt you may purchase, Thomas affirmed with a grin. Additionally, I have a suggestion for you. Those of you with the means can form a small trading caravan to journey to Storm Territory and buy in bulk, allowing you to return and sell it for 7 copper coins each. With that, Thomas did not linger but directed the convoy to move onward beyond the town. The townsfolk, watching the convoy depart, felt a spark of inspiration ignite within them as they absorbed Thomas's advice. Though the profit was but 2 copper coins, it was undeniably a lucrative venture, for salt was an essential commodity. In this world, trade was predominantly conducted by the nobility. The prospect of engaging in commerce involving salt was something they had never dared to consider before. 3,397, 3,398, 3,399, 4,000. Ha ha, we have earned 40 silver coins on this trip, Thomas exclaimed, seated in the wagon, cradling a large ceramic jar as he placed gleaming copper coins into a wooden chest. When the final copper coin was nestled within, Thomas burst into joyous laughter. In Black Rock Town, they had sold over 400 pounds of salt, along with more than 120 pounds of dried fish, all at a cost of less than 3 silver coins, yielding an income of 40 silver coins. This was merely the earnings from a single morning. Had they remained for an entire day? Acquiring a gold coin would have posed no challenge, especially with numerous subjects from Black Rock Territory arriving in droves. At this moment, Thomas could not help but feel profound admiration for his learned and sagacious lord, who had orchestrated such a profitable enterprise in just over a month. Steward Thomas. Just then, Captain Quake interjected. Why has our lord decided to sell the salt and dried fish at a reduced price? Surely, selling at the original price would yield greater profits, especially for the salt, which we have ensured is free of sand. The serfs and commoners would hardly complain about the cost. While Quake was pleased that the convoy was generating revenue, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for their lord at the sight of such fine salt being sold at such a low price. Quake, this illustrates the distinction between us and Lord Nallanter, Thomas remarked with a slight smile. Then, with a solemn expression, he gazed towards Storm Territory. Before we set off, I inquired about this matter with our lord, who explained that we would have an abundance of salt and dried fish in the future. However, these products must be sold to convert them into currency. The nobility of the duchy is limited in number. If we were to sell exclusively to them, we would never exhaust our supply and would only earn a meager sum. But if we sell to the commoners and serfs, the scenario shifts dramatically. The number of serfs and commoners far exceeds that of the nobility by tens of thousands. Even if each individual purchases just 1 pound of salt, the amassed copper coins could likely fill the entire castle. If the price is set too high, the serfs will undoubtedly be unable to afford it. Thus, we have no choice but to reduce the price. Moreover, our lord emphasized that the most crucial aspect is, he wishes to see Baron Cunt kneel and sing conquer. Kneel and sing conquer? How does one even sing the word conquer? Quake's eyes widened in disbelief. I am uncertain how it is sung, but I assume our lord will instruct him when the time comes, Thomas replied, shaking his head as he returned his focus forward. As they continued their journey, the convoy would pause for half a day at each noble domain, replicating the sales strategy employed in Black Rock Territory. Upon departure, they informed the townsfolk that they could later travel to Storm Territory to purchase salt, with no restrictions on commoner caravans. Consequently, after traversing just 5 noble territories, they successfully sold the entirety of over 3,000 pounds of sea salt and 2,000 pounds of dried fish, netting a total of 4 gold coins and 20 silver coins. With the goods sold out, the convoy's pace quickened. As they approached the territory of the Barrack family, Quake dispatched a soldier to deliver some salt and salted fish to the barrack domain, while the convoy continued toward the Tulip City, just a day's journey away. As Thomas and his companions neared Tulip City, Storm Territory was abuzz with activity. The construction of public restrooms in the town had commenced, as Nalanter summoned Vivian to enlist 100 robust serfs to begin the work. What do you suppose this restroom is for? Such splendid stone structures must be intended for the future civil officer's residence. But there is only one civil officer, and yet 3 restrooms are being built. Could it be for selling beer? I observed such stone houses at Baron Kunt's domain that sold beer. Those establishments are taverns. What we are constructing here is a restroom, regardless of its purpose. Our Lord has commanded us to work and has generously offered 30 copper coins as wages. We must labor diligently. Indeed, Lord Nalanter is most generous. However, he seems to lack agricultural skills, as he has instructed us to plant the wheat seedlings so densely that many may end up hollow. Sure. Do you wish to be hanged in the square? How dare you speak ill of our benevolent Lord? Besides, he has graciously lent us 50 pounds of meat, and that small amount of wasted wheat pales in comparison. True. Let me ask you, could you eat meat every day before? In the early stages, the serfs speculated about the purpose of the restrooms. However, upon the completion of the first restroom, they were astonished to find that it was indeed built for their benefit. The serfs could hardly fathom that such spacious, pristine stone structures were intended to address their sanitation needs. While they initially perceived their lord's expenditure as extravagant, they soon found themselves diligently flocking to the restrooms, not solely due to the recent edict prohibiting the indiscriminate disposal of waste, but because they felt that apart from using the restroom, they would likely never again have the opportunity to associate with such pristine stone edifices in their lifetimes. Once all 3 restrooms were constructed, Nalanter personally inspected the villages of Wheatleaf and Misfortune, verifying the quality of the stone structures while also assessing the state of the roads. To his relief, the foul odors that had once permeated the area were absent, indicating that even prior to the restroom's completion, the serfs had effectively adhered to his decree against the disposal of waste. Now that 5 days have passed, the contents of those pits should have fermented sufficiently. With a significant milestone achieved in improving sanitary conditions, it was time to proceed with the next step. Nalanter, having learned from Peter the Boot and Kimby the Manure, was made aware of the serfs' concerns regarding the potential consequences of planting the wheat too densely, which might lead to inadequate nourishment. Consequently, he ordered Peter and Kimby to utilize the waste buried in the pits to irrigate the wheat fields. Though the village leaders did not fully grasp the reasoning behind this, they regarded their lord's command as divine favor and promptly commenced the task without hesitation. Fiery triple slash. In the castle's garden, Nalanter concentrated his fighting spirit, gathering and compressing it within several distinct energy veins for approximately 4 breaths. First slash. Boom. Nalanter's form abruptly surged forward, and with the execution of the first slash, a layer of fierce flames enveloped his sword. The fire blazed with intense heat. This was not a mere illusion, but a tangible manifestation of flames resulting from the highly compressed fighting spirit released in an instant. The second slash, the third slash, as the flames danced upon the blade. By the time Nalanter unleashed the third slash, the flames had reached their zenith, distorting the air around him. With the third slash cleaving downward, a stone weighing several dozen pounds was violently severed. Bang! In an instant, the stone shattered into fragments, many of which were charred black. Ha! What a thrill! Indeed, everyone loves a grand move. Had I possessed the fiery triple slash that day, the Hellhound would likely not have had a second chance to attack me. Indeed, Nalanter had successfully mastered the fiery triple slash technique. After consuming the intelligence fruit that day, the fighting spirit techniques inscribed on the parchment had become comprehensible to him. After several days of relentless practice, he had finally acquired his first significant move. Even if that Dilly is a mid-tier bronze knight, with my fighting spirit technique and Vivian by my side, I should be more than capable of dealing with him now. Nailin let out a sigh of relief, having grasped the key challenge posed by the Kunte camp. Meanwhile, within the opulent and resplendent hall of the Kunte Baron's castle, a curious thought crossed his mind. How is it that those unfortunate souls have yet to bring the fish and meat for sale? Seated upon a sofa crafted from snow fox pelts, Kunte raised a silver cup to his lips, sipping on a potion-infused coconut while frowning in contemplation. Despite having amassed considerable wealth through salt, he still harbored a longing for the fish from the storm territory, as his expenditures were substantial, necessitating an equally great income. "My lord, Captain Johnny seeks an audience in the courtyard." At that moment, a servant approached the entrance of the hall. "Let him in." Shortly thereafter, Captain Johnny was ushered into the hall by the servant. "I pay my respects." "My lord." "Ah, Johnny, why are you not patrolling the town diligently? What brings you back?" "My lord, I have come across urgent news and felt it imperative to report to you immediately." "What urgent news?" Kunte, rarely accustomed to hearing the word urgent, adjusted his bulky frame. "My lord, did not the castle steward mention the other day that the salt procurement convoy would be diminished by the end of this month?" "Indeed, that was mentioned." Kunte nodded. The noble convoys typically arrived in Kunte territory once a month, at the month's end, but just 2 days prior, a peculiar phenomenon had occurred. The noble convoys from the tulip territory had decreased by more than half. Although the steward had mentioned it, Kunte had dismissed it at the time, assuming it was merely a delay due to unforeseen circumstances. However, upon hearing Johnny's words, his heart sank. "My lord, I might have discerned the reason. Just now, in the tavern of the town, I overheard a steward from a tulip territory convoy discussing that the neighboring storm territory has begun selling salt." "The storm territory produces salt as well? Did they not just a few days ago express their need for salt by drying fish to bring to us?" Kunte was taken aback, struggling to believe it. "My lord, that steward specifically stated so. And moreover, the salt from the storm territory is being sold at a considerably lower price. Even commoners can purchase it for merely 7 copper coins per pound, and if one travels directly to the storm territory, it would only cost 5 copper coins." Captain Johnny replied cautiously. "Could it be that you misheard?" Kunte's hand trembled slightly while holding the silver cup. "My lord, I am quite certain. I even invited that steward for a pint of beer. And he claimed that the salt from the storm territory is free from sand. Were it not for the noble's superstitions about bad luck, they would likely cease purchasing from us altogether." "Bang! You scoundrel! Selling at 5 copper coins per pound to commoners, and without sand. Has that worthless scion lost his wits? How much profit can he possibly make?" After receiving repeated confirmations, Kunte was compelled to believe it. Furthermore, it was indeed true that the noble buyers from the tulip territory were diminished by half this month. With this thought, he smashed the silver cup onto the floor, his face contorted with rage. Salt was the specialty of his Kunte territory, and if Nalente continued to meddle and disrupt, his profits would undoubtedly suffer greatly. "Send someone to investigate and ascertain the situation. Also, where is that salt-producing sprite? The sale of salt in the vicinity must remain firmly in my grasp." Kunte's animosity towards Nalente had reached a peak. As the saying goes, disrupting someone's financial path is akin to killing their parents. Especially when Nalente was so miserly and tight-fisted with Baron Kunte's revenue. "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing the command, Johnny withdrew his head and exited the hall. Chapter 41. Report on Achievements, Tulip Castle. This grand edifice was constructed on the mountainside, having been shaped through the tireless efforts of several generations. The peak had long been leveled, and the dimensions of Tulip Castle had expanded to at least 5 miles in length and width. It boasted not only complete defensive facilities but also numerous splendid gardens. At this moment, within the council hall of Tulip Castle, the esteemed count sat upon a high dais, an iron throne perfectly accentuating his commanding presence. "Alding, is there any scion whose civil officer has yet to arrive?" Below the count, 7 men stood in respectful attention, these being the civil officers of the scions competing in the achievement assessment. However, Count Augustus distinctly recalled having conferred titles upon 8 scions last month. To report to the esteemed count, it is the second son of the Barrick family, named Nalente Barrick. Alding could hardly contain his glee. As Anthony had been specifically assigned to deal with Nalente, and this tardiness was surely intentional. My, how audacious of that scion. The count is awaiting him, yet his civil officer dares to arrive late. Meanwhile, at a corner obscured by pillars, 2 young ladies were eavesdropping. One of them was the illustrious Miss Stella, the flower of tulip, dressed in a flowing white silk gown, her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders. and her cerulean eyes shimmered like calm waters. At this moment, she exuded a languorous and alluring aura, a state unimaginable to the surrounding youth. Had it not been for her father's insistence, Stella would have preferred to refrain from attending such a tedious assembly. However, her devoted maid, Lena, found the proceedings captivating and immediately began chattering after listening intently. The barrack's second son? Then let us commence. Upon hearing the reply, Count Augustus nodded, refraining from further commentary. Andrew Barrack was among his most valiant vassals in battle, and out of respect for him, Augustus resolved to inquire further later. Yes, my lord. Alding discreetly displayed a smile before addressing the 7 civil officers below. You may begin reporting the developments of the scions from last month. My lord. I am the civil officer of Sir Billy Lane. Last month, the Greenwood territory collected 20,000 pounds of wheat from the serfs. Upon receiving this tax, Sir Billy employed the local populace and serfs to vigorously cultivate the wasteland. And after more than 10 days of labor, the arable land in Greenwood territory has expanded by over 1,000 acres. My lord. I am the civil officer of Sir Dean Kirby. Last month, the Highland territory collected 19,000 pounds of wheat. Sir Dean used this grain to procure cattle and sheep, and now the territory boasts 10 dairy cows and 30 sheep. As each civil officer reported the accomplishments of their respective scions, Count Augustus nodded in approval from his elevated position. Although the individuals receiving titles were all vassal scions, they had begun to earnestly develop their territories to varying degrees. For instance, the most outstanding among them was Greenwood territory, which demonstrated a willingness to allocate tax revenues as rewards to the local populace rather than oppressing the serfs to toil for them, indicating that this scion understood the importance of compassion and the fundamental principles of territorial development. Miss, who do you believe among the scions is excelling the most? Lena, having listened intently to the civil officer's reports, immediately turned to her mistress. Miss, I feel that the scion from Greenwood is remarkable. He managed to cultivate over 1,000 acres of arable land in just a little over a month. By autumn, his territory is sure to reap a bountiful harvest. Lena, it seems you are quite invested in the affairs of these scions. In stark contrast to her maid's enthusiasm, Stella appeared disinterested, hardly paying attention to the reports of the civil officers. To be honest, she held little regard for the scions of vassals, let alone the heirs of vassals. This was not out of arrogance, but rather due to her experiences at Swordwood over the past few years, where she encountered many sons of vassals. Most were braggarts with no real prowess, many in their 20s yet only achieving the rank of a bronze knight. This only highlighted that these vassals' offspring spent their days indulging in revelry rather than diligently honing their skills. Although Stella was a woman, she had attained the rank of a silver initiate knight through her rigorous training. Oh, no, Miss, Lena is merely, the devoted maid Lena flushed at Stella's inquiry. Her excitement stemmed from the knowledge that the Count was essentially selecting a husband for her mistress. As her maid, she would be by Stella's side for life, making it quite relevant to her. Are there any other matters you wish to report? Once all the civil officers had concluded their reports and submitted written records, the Count inquired solemnly. Given that the scions had only recently arrived in the territory, it was expected they would have little to report. My lord, Sir Dean has asked me to deliver some small gifts to Miss Stella. Upon hearing the inquiry, the civil officers knew the meeting was nearing its end and promptly presented the gifts prepared by the scions. For these scions, winning the achievement assessment was not the only path to victory. The true and more promising route lay in winning the favor of the flower of tulip. If they could capture Miss Stella's heart, then concerns about a baronial title would be unnecessary, and perhaps even a viscountcy would be within their grasp. Thus, even on the very first report day of the month, they had prepared gifts to please Miss Stella. Very well. Inform the scions that I shall convey them to Stella. The Count nodded in satisfaction at this display, recognizing that these scions were not entirely foolish, understanding his true intentions. After speaking, he directed a servant to collect the gifts, preparing to adjourn the meeting. My lord, a man claiming to be the steward of the Storm Territory Castle requests an audience. Just then, a soldier burst in from outside, delivering the news in a loud voice. Lord of Stormhold? But isn't Baron Dock already deceased? The Earl was perplexed. The last appointment of the Lord of Stormhold had occurred just last year. After the demise of 4 successive lords, he had seemingly resigned himself to the misfortunes of that cursed land. My lord, the castle steward claims that his lord's name is Narrant Barrack. The guard, equally bewildered, could only respond truthfully. Narrant Barrack? Allocated to Stormhold? The Earl found it hard to believe his own ears. Below, the civil officials were equally astonished. To prevent any unfair advantages in the upcoming contest. The distribution of the territories for the younger sons was only revealed after their departure, leaving all but Old Ding in the dark. Old Ding, what is the meaning of this? Upon hearing the name Barrack, the Earl furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward Old Ding. My lord, I now recall that Narrant was indeed assigned to Stormhold due to a clerical error made by one of my servants. However, by the time I became aware, Narrant had already set forth. For this, I have punished the errant servant with execution by hanging. Old Ding quickly feigned a look of horror as he explained. Why did you not report this error to me? The Earl glared fiercely at his own brother. My lord, I intended to inform you, but it coincided with the collection of the first half of the year's taxes, and in my haste, I completely forgot. Old Ding acknowledges his fault. Please show mercy. My lord. Old Ding knelt before him. Humph. The Earl scowled, his displeasure evident. Nevertheless, as Old Ding was a noble viscount and his own brother, he could not humiliate him in front of so many. Ultimately, the Earl suppressed his anger and commanded the guards, bring the castle steward in. Chapter 42. Impossible? Oh, miss, did you hear? That worthless younger son has been assigned to the cursed land. What terrible luck. Lena rushed to inform the miss, having just received this shocking news. However, Stella, out of boredom, had immersed herself in her training and only emerged from her meditation upon hearing Lena's exclamation. What worthless younger son? Miss. The worthless younger son is Narrant of the Barrack family. He is already 16 and has yet to ascend to the rank of a bronze knight. He is considered the most inept at the Tulip City Noble Academy. Lena quickly clarified. I can't believe he's so unfortunate as to be assigned to the cursed land. Assigned to the cursed land? Stella finally perked up, having heard of the infamous reputation of the cursed land, and instinctively began to eavesdrop on the commotion in the hall. I am Thomas, the steward of Stormhold Castle. At your service, my lord. Thomas entered the meeting hall under the escort of the guards. Rise. What brings you to Tulip Fortress, and where are the civil officials from Stormhold? The Earl frowned slightly at the sight of Thomas arriving alone. In response, my lord, the civil official Anthony has passed away. Thomas replied in a calm tone. Dead. This revelation took the Earl by surprise, and Old Ding, along with the other civil officials, displayed expressions of astonishment. How could he die? Anthony was a noble knight. After a moment, Old Ding finally regained his composure and immediately demanded an explanation. Anthony had been dispatched to deal with Narrant, and he was accompanied by 5 guards. How could he have perished so easily? In response, my lord, Sir Anthony was slain by dark creatures. Stormhold recently suffered 2 attacks from these dark beings, and during the second invasion, their numbers reached 28. Among them was a hellhound and a headless knight. Along with skeletal soldiers, 2 waves of dark creatures, with one wave numbering 28. And they even had a second-tier hellhound and a headless knight. Truly, it deserves its reputation as the cursed land. Sir Narrant is indeed unfortunate. Upon Thomas's words, everyone present was left in shock. 28 dark creatures had the power to raise a small town. Without at least 70 or 80 guards, it would be impossible to fend them off. Most importantly, the hellhound and the headless knight could only be confronted by titled knights, as they absorbed the gravity of the situation. They couldn't help but offer silent tributes for Narrant in the cursed land. If Narrant managed to win the contest and survive 3 years, they would consider it a loss. And what of the casualties among the hellhound and headless knight? How did Stormhold fare? The Earl inquired with a slight frown. In response, my lord, aside from Sir Anthony being killed by the dark creatures, over a dozen guards perished, but the civilians suffered no casualties. This was a directive from Narrant himself. After all, claiming that not a single guard had died seemed implausible. Such minimal casualties. However, the Earl was still astonished upon hearing this. Of course, he did not wish for the people of Stormhold to perish, but given the number of dark creatures, he believed Narrant's forces would be insufficient to triumph. Impossible. With 28 dark creatures invading, How could the casualties be so few? Were the previous 4 barons, each possessing battle chi, less capable than Nerent, this training failure? Old Ding immediately sensed a flaw in the narrative. The previous barons could not deal with such a number of dark creatures, and he found it hard to believe that a worthless younger son could succeed, especially when the very Anthony he had dispatched had perished. He suspected a conspiracy, likely that the dark creature invasion was fabricated to cover up Nerent's treachery against Anthony. What Sir Olding says does seem plausible. Those barons perished in battle. How could Nerent, having no battle chi, have possibly survived, and with such minor casualties? Not only did Olding doubt this, but the other civil officials also wore expressions of skepticism. Given such a number of dark creatures, none of their territories would have confidence in resisting them. However, facing the doubts of the crowd, Thomas remained unfazed. My lord, Sir Nerent has already become a titled knight, and coincidentally, the dark creature invasion occurred right at the castle gates. Sir Nerent led the charge, personally slaying the Hellhound and the Headless Knight, enabling the guards to eliminate the remaining dark creatures under his command. My lord, we have brought the corpses of the Headless Knight and Hellhound. They are in the carriage outside the castle courtyard, and I can have the guards bring them in. Nerent had anticipated that Old Ding would not easily overlook Anthony's death, thus he had brought the 2 corpses of the second-tier dark creatures to quell the suspicions. Have them bring the corpses in? The Earl was curious about the truth of this matter. Moments later, upon receiving the Earl's permission, Quake and others brought in the 2 intact dark creature corpses into the meeting room. It's true. These are indeed the remains of a Hellhound and a Headless Knight. That Nerent is truly remarkable. How could we have ever called him worthless? Perhaps it was mere luck. Did you not hear that these dark creatures fell right at the castle gates? Dark creatures are easiest to deal with when they first land. As the 2 massive corpses appeared, no one dared to question further. Even the Earl nodded in approval, clearly impressed by Nerent's ability to dispatch these 2 second-tier dark creatures. Although luck played a role, having the courage to confront second-tier dark creatures was a testament to immense bravery. Wow! Miss, that useless younger son has become so formidable. He actually killed so many dark creatures. Behind a column, Lena gasped in astonishment. For someone like her, who lived in the safest part of the Earl's territory, saw dark creatures as beings from another realm. However, those who had lived in comfort for so long had grown increasingly fearful of dark creatures. This younger son does possess some skill. From what you said earlier, he should have recently advanced. Stella expressed newfound interest. During her time at the academy, many noble scions had slain low-tier dark creatures like hellhounds, but those noble offspring were either high-tier bronze knights or silver knights. She had never heard of a mere low-tier bronze knight accomplishing such feats. Nerent is truly impressive. He is indeed the offspring of Andrew, capable of dispatching 2 second-tier dark creatures at such a young age. As the discussions below gradually subsided, the Earl spoke in a deep voice. Thank you for your praise, my lord. I will certainly relay your words to Sir Nerent. Bang! Olding, you scoundrel, where are you? I shall slay you today. Just then, the previously closed doors of the hall were suddenly kicked open, and a burly man with a fierce gaze strode in, wielding a massive axe that weighed dozens of pounds. Exuding a truly intimidating presence. Chapter 43, Land of Fortune? This burly man was none other than Andrew, Nerent's adoptive father. Andrew brandished the giant axe that his son had just gifted him, his gaze sweeping the hall. Soon, he fixed his stare upon Olding, who stood before the civil officials. Olding, how dare you frame my Nerent? Today, I shall slay you. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Andrew's high-tier silver knight battle chi surged wildly as he rapidly charged toward Olding. Bang! In mere moments, Andrew was upon Olding, who, as a mere initial silver knight, saw the enormous axe blade looming over him and fled for his life. Andrew's colossal axe blade cleaved through the ground, instantly shattering the magnificent marble floor of the conference hall into countless fragments. Olding, you cannot escape today. With a misstrike, Andrew continued his pursuit. My lord, save me. Andrew has gone mad. Realizing he could not outrun Andrew, Olding swiftly altered his course towards the elevated platform. The lord, however, found himself somewhat exasperated by Andrew's furious demeanor. He had intended to console his old friend later, but had not anticipated his arrival would be so abrupt. Alding, you cunning wretch, if you possess the audacity to trap me, then do not hide. Andrew, please, calm yourself. Alding had reached the Lord's side, and at last the Lord spoke. My lord, I am guilty, but I must first eliminate this scoundrel Alding. You may deal with me afterward. Andrew, failing to reach the platform, glared at Alding from its edge. Andrew, has nothing happened to Narrant yet? Please, be patient. I will provide you with an explanation shortly. The Lord, feeling helpless, then addressed the servants by the hall's side. Why have you not offered a seat to Baron Andrew? Humph. Upon hearing this, Andrew shot Alding a resentful glare before sheathing his axe and taking a seat nearby. Once Andrew was settled, the Lord pondered for a moment before speaking. The land of misfortune is perilously dangerous. Although Narrant has evaded this crisis, should dark creatures re-emerge in the future, his life may be at stake. I have decided to select a new territory for Narrant. What say you, Andrew? Thank you, my lord. Andrew's expression finally softened. Ah. This time, it was Thomas who was taken aback, never expecting that his lord would indeed choose to reassign the territory. What is it? Steward Thomas, do you have something to say? Everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward Thomas. My lord, it is this way. Before departing, Lord Narrant instructed me that he did not wish to change his territory. What? He does not wish to change territories? How could Narrant say such a thing? Does he truly have an affinity for the land of misfortune? Andrew immediately lost his composure, fully aware of his son's character. Historically timid and cowardly, it was perplexing how he had managed to slay 2 second-tier dark creatures this time. Yet, Andrew firmly believed that remaining in the land of misfortune was not a choice his son would make. Lord Andrew. It was Lord Narrant who personally conveyed this. He stated that while the storm territory may appear as the land of misfortune to others, to him, it is a realm of fortune, as he is a lord favored by the god of radiance. As Thomas's words fell, everyone in the room couldn't help but burst into laughter. The land of misfortune transformed into a land of fortune. What then could be said of their territories? Were they to be considered divine realms? Furthermore, no noble would dare to boast so shamelessly. Even the usually stern lord struggled to suppress a smile. Ha ha ha, my lady, that son of his is truly amusing. He dares to claim he is favored by the god of radiance. Lena, eavesdropping on the conversation, immediately erupted in laughter. Even Sidella, whose face was typically calm, wore a subtle smile. In this world, though servants often flattered their masters with such phrases, no noble would openly proclaim themselves as favored by the god of radiance. As that would be utterly disgraceful, Andrew, somewhat irked, cast a glance at the civil officials, causing them to quickly suppress their laughter. He then took a deep breath to quell his fury and looked at Thomas, saying, Then tell me, how could the storm territory be deemed a land of fortune? If you cannot provide sufficient reasoning, as his father, I shall take it upon myself here to agree with the Lord on changing territories. Andrew, of course, could not accept the notion that the land of misfortune had transformed into a land of fortune. The onlookers also gazed intently at Thomas, eager to know how the storm territory had come to be so fortunate. Was it due to frequent invasions by dark creatures? Lord Andrew. Upon Narrant's arrival at the storm territory, he fortuitously acquired 2 small fairies. Thomas replied respectfully. What? He obtained 2 small fairies within a month. The crowd, who had anticipated a spectacle, was taken aback. Moreover, they were a purple fairy and a yellow fairy. The purple fairy chose the Swordwood forest as its habitat, while the yellow fairy produced salt. This yellow fairy was, of course, a fabrication by Narrant to conceal the truth of his salt extraction from the sea. Hiss! The Swordwood forest and a salt mine? Everyone in the room gasped in astonishment. That was indeed remarkable luck. Whether it be salt or swordwood, both were commodities that could sell easily. Steward Thomas, are you speaking the truth? Narrant has truly acquired 2 small fairies, and they are the Swordwood fairy and the salt mine fairy? Andrew's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Lord Andrew, hence why Lord Narrant expressed his reluctance to change territories. Thomas nodded earnestly. Andrew fell silent. Indeed, this was extraordinary fortune. Furthermore, should Narrant be forced to change territories now, he would likely lose both fairies. Once a fairy has been utilized, the products they yield would remain consistent. it was uncertain whether they would retain their efficacy after being relocated. For example, if the Swordwood Fairy were moved to a territory devoid of Swordwood, it would become utterly useless. The Salt Mine Fairy posed even greater uncertainties. While the presence of Swordwood could be readily observed, the existence of a salt mine was not so easily discerned. No one could guarantee that the fairy would continue to produce salt in a new location, unless the fairy had not yet been utilized. It would only activate randomly regardless of the location. Sigh. Andrew let out a soft sigh, unsure whether it would be more prudent for Nerent to change territories or remain in the storm territory. Lord Andrew, if Nerent truly does not wish to change territories, I can exempt the storm territory from future tax obligations. The Lord, seated on his iron throne, discerned Andrew's predicament. As a vassal, he was naturally required to pay taxes to his liege. It was his duty. In addition to taxes, the liege also held the right to summon vassals for military service for 2 months each year, during which the vassals would receive no remuneration. Steward Thomas, has Nerent truly made up his mind? Yes. Lord Andrew, Lord Nerent instructed me thus. Very well. Andrew nodded. Although his younger son had been somewhat cowardly, he was now displaying courage. Perhaps as a father, he should let go, for no illustrious lord had ever flourished under protection. They forged their paths through bravery and battle. My lord, let Nerent remain in the storm territory. Andrew respectfully addressed the lord. Excellent. I shall have the necessary documentation drafted for the tax exemption to be presented to Nerent's subordinates shortly. The lord nodded. Since all reports from the younger son have been concluded, let this meeting come to an end. My lord, I have a gift from Lord Nerent for Miss Sidella. At that moment, Thomas suddenly noticed several servants holding gifts ahead and felt a jolt of anxiety. He had completely forgotten to remind his lord to present a gift to Miss Sidella. After all, such matters were originally Nerent's personal affairs, and as a steward, he could not interfere. Yet now, the servants clearly held 7 gifts. If his lord neglected to present one, they would undoubtedly fall behind the other noble's sons. Very well, give it to the servants. The lord nodded. Subsequently, Thomas produced a bottle of perfume he had carried with him and handed it to the servant. Upon receiving the perfume bottle, the servant's lips twitched. As a servant of Tulip Castle, he recognized this bottle of perfume as the ordinary fragrance typically scattered in the corridors of the Earl's castle. The other civil officials, witnessing this, were equally astonished. The lord observed this with amusement, but chose to remain silent. Once the servant accepted the perfume, this meeting could be considered truly concluded. My lord, following Sherry's guidance, the 2 spies who recently infiltrated the Storm Territory have been captured. Inside the Storm Territory castle, Vivian was reporting to Nerent. How many is this now? My lord, this marks the 6th one. Very well. Confine them for now. Nerent nodded. Since 2 days ago, Kunt had been sending spies into his territory, but Nerent was aware that after the salt was taken, Kunt would undoubtedly send someone to investigate. Thus, he had preemptively instructed Sherry to deploy bees to patrol the border between Kunt's territory and Storm Territory daily. If anyone approached, they would return to report, which had successfully led to the capture of 6 spies. The convoy should have arrived at Tulip City by now. They should return within 5 days at the latest. Salt was merely the beginning. Since you are so arrogant, do not blame me for making you kneel and sing of conquest. Nerent calculated the time, strategizing the resolution of the encampment. Although the convoy had yet to return, he had already been planning the destruction of the buffer zone encampment. My lord, I have dispatched the bees today. Shortly after Vivian left, Sherry dashed into Nerent's study. This little girl had been mingling with the bees every day, enjoying her time in the castle. The guards and servants, upon witnessing her frolicking amidst the buzzing swarm of bees, felt as though their scalps were about to explode. Excellent, Sherry. This evening, I shall instruct your mother to bake an extra couple of loaves of white bread for you and Vivian. Yes. Thank you, most generous and handsome lord. Although Sherry possessed such extraordinary abilities, she remained, at her core, merely a young girl. Young girls, aside from being delicate and easily toppled, are simply fond of delicious food. Thus, Nalintor often bribed her with white bread. During these days, aside from preventing enemy spies from infiltrating, Sherry had another crucial task to fulfill. This task involved her executing the first phase of the plan against the Kuan-Te camp. The assignment was straightforward. Each day, Sherry was to dispatch 2 swarms of bees to the Kuantii camp, specifically targeting the guards stationed on the wooden walls, particularly the archers atop the watchtowers. The Kuantii camp resembled a small fortress, with wooden walls towering 5 to 6 meters high. Nalantar, with a mere force of 25 men, could not afford a direct assault. He needed to infiltrate the village quietly, avoiding any gunfire. Theo ensured that the guards remained oblivious during their surprise attack on the camp. The only viable strategy was to eliminate the sentries from the wooden walls. Thus, the decision to have Sherry unleash her bees upon the guards was made. Over these past few days, the guards at the Kuantii camp had been plagued by misfortune, as a swarm of bees seemed to have taken up residence nearby, visiting the camp several times daily. Whenever they encountered a person, they would sting, especially targeting those stationed at the watchtowers, each of whom had suffered from these venomous assaults, with some even left bruised and battered. Sir Dilly, a knight of mid-ranking title, found himself utterly powerless against the bees and ultimately had to issue an order for the guards to temporarily take cover whenever the bees appeared. Meanwhile, Dilly had dispatched guards to search the nearby woods for beehives, but to no avail. Nevertheless, Dilly had not suspected that these bees were being sent deliberately. After all, such a phenomenon was unheard of. Never had he heard of anyone capable of commanding bees. In a charming garden of the Tulip Castle stood a magnificent little house, exquisitely constructed from marble. This was built by the Count for his only daughter, Miss Stella, the flower of tulip. Wow, miss, what a beautiful shell. It was gifted by Sir Billy of the Greenwood. In the lavish hall, the gifts presented to Stella by the younger sons were arrayed upon a grand table. Stella showed no interest and was engrossed in perusing a book, while her maid, Lena, eagerly unwrapped the splendid gift boxes. If you like it, then it's yours, Stella replied without lifting her gaze from her book. Ah, miss, I couldn't possibly accept it. If Sir Billy finds out, he will surely blame me. Lena immediately declined, yet her hands hastened to unwrap the next gift. As each box was opened, exquisite colorful crystals, fresh magical fruit, unique handcrafted bracelets, and other delicacies were placed upon the table. Is this a gift? Upon unwrapping the 7th gift box, Lena was puzzled, recalling that the servant had mentioned there were 8 gifts in total. There is still Sir Nalantar's gift left to unwrap. Could it be his? Miss, Sir Nalantar is rather stingy. Each gift box bore notes written by the younger sons, and thus Lena quickly deduced that the only remaining gift was from Nalantar. How is he stingy? Upon hearing Nalantar's name, Stella registered a flicker of reaction, for there were few who regarded the land of misfortune as a place of fortune, not just in the duchy, but perhaps across the entire continent. Miss, look, this bottle of perfume is indeed a gift from Sir Nalantar. This is precisely the fragrance we use to scent the corridors and halls of Tulip Castle. Lena held the perfume bottle out to Stella, her face reflecting indignation. Comparing it to the other gifts from the younger sons, it was evident to Lena that this gift, lacking even proper packaging, was indicative of Nalantar's stinginess. Chapter 45. The fragrance of wine does not fear the depths of the alley? Hee. Lena, regardless, it is Sir Nalantar's heartfelt intention. If he learns that you speak of him so, I shall not come to your aid. Stella chuckled, for she had no intention of accepting the gifts from the younger sons. Had it not been for her father's insistence, she wouldn't have even allowed them into her room. However, conversely, Nalantar's actions seemed more of a slight than a gift. He clearly does not hold Miss in high regard. I am not afraid. Lena pouted defiantly. Although Lena was Stella's maid, she was also of noble lineage, her father a legitimate baron. Thus, while she served as a maid to Stella, she was a noble lady outside the walls of Tulip Castle. Stella shook her head with a smile, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and returned to her book. Noticing her mistress's silence, Lena prepared to set the perfume down, but being a young lady, she instinctively removed the wooden cork before doing so. Pop! As the cork was removed, Lena intended to bring the bottle to her nose for a whiff, yet before she could, an unprecedented fragrance wafted toward her. Ah! Lena's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the perfume bottle in her hand. At that moment, Stella, seated on the sofa, also detected the enchanting aroma, raising her head in surprise. Miss, this perfume is exquisite, unlike anything I have ever encountered. Lena exclaimed in awe, presenting the bottle to Stella. What kind of perfume is this? It truly smells delightful. Yet, why was I unaware that jasmine perfume could possess such a fragrance? Stella marveled at the porcelain bottle, which likely cost less than 10 copper coins, as the daughter of a count. She was no stranger to some of the duchy's high-end perfumes, and she was certain that the perfume within this bottle was of equal quality. Miss, it seems I have misjudged Sir Nalanter. But who would have guessed that he would use such a simple bottle to contain such precious perfume? Lena's cheeks flushed crimson, having quickly been proven wrong. He truly is an unusual younger son. Stella found herself at a loss regarding Nalanter's true nature. If it were any other noble younger son, such a precious perfume would undoubtedly be housed in an opulent vessel. Had it been presented that way, there would have been no room for misunderstanding. Had Lena not opened it instinctively, Nalanter's stingy reputation would have been firmly established. In truth, Nalanter had no knowledge of such unforeseen circumstances. He had entirely forgotten about the gift for Stella, having never laid eyes upon her, unaware of her beauty or otherwise. When the caravan arrived, Nalanter had merely instructed Thomas to deliver some gifts to his adoptive father, which included the ordinary battle axe of the headless knight and some salted fish, as a form of compensation for occupying the original owner's body. Lena, please step outside and see if Nalanter's caravan has departed. If it hasn't, inquire whether they possess any more of this perfume. Stella inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. The perfume carried an alluring fragrance that she had grown fond of, prompting her to issue the command to her devoted maid. Yes, miss. At the foot of the mountain beneath the castle lay the city of Tulip, where passers-by curiously observed a peculiar caravan. What made it peculiar? Because this caravan had set up a roadside stall right in the east square of Tulip. Such a sight had never occurred in the East City. Known for its affluent noble residents, setting up a stall was an utterly unprecedented act. This odd caravan belonged to Thomas and his companions, although the salted fish and salt had been sold along the way. The perfume concocted by Nalanter remained unsold, priced at 50 silver coins. Only the nobility residing in the eastern part of the city could afford such a luxury. The carriage halted, and the perfume was displayed upon a wooden table borrowed from Tulip Castle. Thomas, disregarding the dignity of the castle steward, smiled at the onlookers and proclaimed, "Esteemed noble gentlemen and ladies, come and take a look. The precious perfume produced by the Burlick family is being offered at a bargain. This perfume is jasmine-scented. Just one drop can scent an entire room for a day. If applied to the skin, the fragrance is even more delightful." Thomas politely began his introduction, gesturing to the perfume on the table. However, despite the crowd's presence, not a single person stepped forward to examine the wares, and low chuckles could be heard within the throng. These folks are quite amusing. Not only have they set up a roadside stall in the East Square, but they are also selling such inexpensive perfume. Could they be from some rural territory, unaware that the East City of Tulip is home to nobility? Indeed, that bottle of perfume looks like the most ordinary scent used to freshen up the halls. Over in the southern district, it costs a single silver coin per bottle. If one were to wear it out, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. Pop! Just as the nobles continued their mockery, Thomas sensed the shift in mood and promptly opened a bottle of perfume. As the cap was removed, the fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping the surroundings. The expressions of the nobles, who had been derisive moments earlier, suddenly froze in disbelief. This is jasmine fragrance, but wait, there is something else. Why is it so enchanting? The nobles, now silenced, gazed in astonishment at the porcelain bottle in Thomas's hand. Esteemed ladies and gentlewomen, this exquisite fragrance is crafted by the Barrick family using a unique formula, with a scent that is truly delightful. If you find it to your liking, do step forward to sample it. Thomas observed the expressions of the onlooking nobility, seizing the opportunity to extend his invitation. However, despite the moment, not a single noble lady responded. Had this perfume been displayed in a high-end boutique nearby, they would have surely rushed forward. Yet, here at this roadside stall, under the watchful eyes of many, the noble ladies exchanged glances, hesitating to approach. It seems I may not be able to accomplish the task assigned by my lord. Thomas felt a chill in his heart upon witnessing their reactions. He had originally suggested to his master that selling to a perfume shop would be the most suitable option, but his master had remarked, The fragrance of wine does not fear the depth of the alley. Such fine perfume should not allow the shops to reap all the profits. Most importantly, his master intended to establish his own brand to produce and sell more perfumes in the future. Yet, Thomas knew his master had underestimated the vanity of the city's nobility. Even the slightest possibility of being ridiculed would give them pause. Ladies and gentlemen, there are only 17 bottles of this precious and delightful perfume left. If you wish to purchase, please do not hesitate. Thomas, undeterred, continued to smile and encourage. The noble lady's eyes sparkled with interest, yet they remained rooted to the spot. Only 17 bottles? Such a small quantity? At that moment, a small, haughty voice rang out from the back of the crowd. The voice echoed. The surrounding ladies turned to see who had the audacity to speak so boldly. Unafraid of potential ridicule for purchasing perfume from a street stall. It is Miss Stella. However, when the crowd recognized the newcomer, their expressions shifted to surprise, their earlier anticipation of a spectacle vanishing entirely. Who would dare mock Miss Stella? Even if she were to purchase perfume at a silver coin per bottle, there would be those who would extol its virtues. Greetings, Miss Stella. Greetings, Miss Stella. The crowd instinctively parted to make way for her. Bowing in deference, Stella held her head high, her posture straight, gracefully traversing the throng while acknowledging the crowd with slight nods. Lena, with an air of haughty delight, followed closely behind. It was she who had called out just moments ago. Greetings, Miss Stella. Thomas, well acquainted with the Count's daughter, stepped forward and bowed deeply. This perfume is delightful. I would like to purchase some. For the first time, Stella spoke. It is an honor, Miss Stella. Thomas was overwhelmed with joy. He had initially feared his efforts today would fail. But the Count's daughter had unexpectedly graced him with her presence. Miss Stella, may I inquire how many bottles you wish to purchase? I shall fetch them for you. My lady intends to buy them all. Steward Thomas, how much do you charge per bottle? As Thomas spoke, Lena stepped forward, taking the lead in the negotiations. All of them. Thomas was momentarily taken aback. What is it, Steward Thomas? Are you unwilling to sell? Lena questioned with a hint of confusion. Well, Miss Stella, Lord Naren instructed me before we set off that each person is limited to one bottle. Thomas replied cautiously, noticing the widening of Lena's eyes, a flicker of anger evident. He quickly added, however, Miss Stella, you shall certainly be the exception. I can sell you 7 bottles. Would that be agreeable? Thomas felt a mix of trepidation. Should Miss Stella decline, he feared potential repercussions from his master, who had emphasized the need to promote the perfume and prepare for future sales. Steward Thomas, this is Miss Stella. Lena remained somewhat irked, chiding Thomas for his lack of discernment. However, her protests were silenced by Stella's gentle smile and a nod, as she simply replied, that is acceptable. What is the price of your perfume? Stella inquired softly. To answer you, Miss Stella, it is 50 silver coins per bottle. 50 silver coins? So inexpensive? Stella responded with surprise, her azure eyes blinking in disbelief. Then, with an irresistible tone, she commanded, Lena, give Steward Thomas 7 gold coins. Stella was not naive. Upon observing the cheap bottles holding the perfume, she immediately deduced the reason for the low price and promptly instructed Lena. Lena cast an incredulous glance at her mistress, but under Stella's watchful gaze, she eventually retrieved the 7 gold coins. Handing them to Thomas, Lena collected the 7 bottles of perfume, and the pair departed from the crowd. Thank you, Miss Stella. Thomas expressed his utmost respect as he watched her leave. Ladies and gentlemen, once Stella had exited, Thomas turned to the remaining crowd. However, before he could finish his sentence, the crowd erupted in excitement. I want a bottle. Here is a gold coin. Me too. Here is a gold coin. Soon, Thomas was engulfed by the throng. Fortunate that Quake and the others remained by the table, preventing the perfumes from being toppled or pilfered. 17 gold coins. Miss Stella truly is a kind-hearted lady. With the gold coins clutched in his hand, Thomas felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Stella's singular action had effectively doubled the price of the perfume and led to its swift sellout. With Miss Stella's influence, Thomas was confident that the next time he returned to Tulip City to sell perfume, The dragon brand jasmine from Stormvale would be even more sought after. Narrant remained unaware that his self-assured notion of the fragrance of wine does not fear the depth of the alley had nearly led to the perfume stagnation, jeopardizing the reputation of the nobility. Ultimately, it was the opportunity presented by the flower of tulip that salvaged the situation, allowing him to avoid 30 years of struggle. That moment, a cart laden with sugarcane slowly entered the castle. "My lord, what shall we do next?" Vivian and Shirley gazed at their master with eager anticipation. "Well, we shall extract the juice. Use the stone mill just crafted by the stonemasons to crush all this sugarcane and collect the juice." Narrant, holding a piece of sugarcane without concern for appearances, answered the inquiries of the two lovely maidens. But first, we must wash the sugarcane thoroughly." 6 days had passed since the convoy set out, and some of the rapidly growing sugarcane had already matured. With the stonemasons having completed the construction of the toilet stone house, Narrant had instructed them to build a large stone mill and a series of stoves beside the castle's front courtyard. Indeed, a series of stoves. The length of these stoves measured at least 12 meters, capable of accommodating 8 large pots atop. This setup was inspired by the traditional method of boiling brown sugar that Narrant had witnessed during his childhood in his previous life. When he was young, he often visited his grandmother's house during summer vacations, which was adjacent to a rural brown sugar factory. To sneak a taste of sugarcane, he and a group of idle companions would frequently linger near the brown sugar factory, becoming well acquainted with the process of making brown sugar. The term boiling sugar suggests that, as long as the raw materials are available, the process is not particularly challenging. First, the juice must be extracted by washing and chopping the sugarcane, removing both ends. After extracting the juice, it is placed into the first large pot for boiling, requiring constant stirring to ensure even heating. Once it has been sufficiently boiled, it is transferred to the adjacent second pot for continued cooking. This process is repeated, transferring it to the third pot and so forth. As the boiling continues, the sugarcane juice becomes increasingly viscous. By the time it reaches the 8th pot, the juice will have transformed into a syrupy consistency, at which point it can be ladled into wooden containers to cool. Once the syrup has completely cooled, the result will be the sweet and delectable brown sugar. Not doubt. The making of brown sugar is not excessively complicated. As Narrant began to guide the process, Vivian and the guards immediately sprang into action. After washing the sugarcane, they commenced juice extraction, the liquid flowing into wooden barrels through the grooves of the stone mill. Once the juice was collected, Narrant instructed the guards to start the fire for boiling. Each guard tended to 2 large pots, wielding long spoons as tall as they were, continuously stirring the liquid within. "My lord, the amount of sugarcane juice is dwindling. This seems rather unprofitable." Shirley, having consumed 2 hefty stalks of sugarcane, felt a pang of regret as she observed the juice level decreasing in the pots. Initially, she had been excited to hear that her master was creating a delightful concoction akin to honey, named brown sugar. However, now she felt it would be better to simply enjoy the sugarcane, which was equally sweet and waste-free. "Surely, you may feel this way now, but once the brown sugar is made, I assure you will not voice such sentiments again." In this world, the concept of sugar was non-existent, so Shirley had no understanding of its allure. However, Narrant was well aware that in his previous life, certain unsavory individuals had used lollipops to entice young girls, and he did not believe that this little girl could resist the temptation of brown sugar. Moreover, with the emergence of brown sugar, it is likely that this world's method of consuming bread will be revolutionized by this time-traveling individual. Lant has always had a profound affection for the brown sugar steamed buns from his previous life. And now that brown sugar has arrived, he can have Rose, the talented chef, experiment with it. Furthermore, the advent of brown sugar signifies that white sugar is not far behind. With white sugar, jams and other delights will soon follow. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lant could hardly contain his saliva. "My lord, it seems that the last remnants of liquid in the large pot have become rather sticky. You think it is ready?" After more than half an hour of supervising the guards in the boiling of brown sugar, Vivian suddenly spoke up. "Oh, let me take a look." Upon hearing this, Lant promptly rose from his chair and swiftly approached the 8th large pot. It's nearly done. Sherry, quickly bring over that wooden box." At this moment, the sugarcane juice in the 8th pot had thickened to a consistency comparable to that of the cough syrup from his previous life, prompting Lant to instruct Sherry. Once Sherry huffed and puffed her way over with a wooden box, measuring 1 meter square and resembling a drawer, Nalant directed the guards to scoop the syrup into it. After filling the box with syrup, they smoothed it out with a small spatula, followed by patiently waiting for it to cool and solidify. As time passed, Nalant, alongside Vivian and Sherry, stood vigil by the wooden box. "My lord, is it ready yet?" And the color of the brown sugar seems to have turned yellow, rather than red. At this moment, Sherry, previously filled with regret, was now entranced by the irresistible aroma wafting from the wooden box. Nearly drooling with anticipation. Though referred to as brown sugar, the syrup extracted from sugarcane is not truly deep red, but rather a hue that is slightly reddish with a hint of yellow. "It should be about ready." Nalant pressed his hand down to confirm that the brown sugar had indeed solidified completely. He then took a spatula and cut the brown sugar into small pieces resembling gold bars. "Here you go, Vivian, Sherry. Each of you take a piece. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord," Sherry and Vivian exclaimed, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the small piece of brown sugar in their hands. As they received their portions, Nalant himself seized a piece and, without hesitation, popped it into his mouth. "Oh, yes. This is the taste. Haha, my brown sugar has succeeded." The brown sugar, made from pure sugarcane juice, was incomparable to the industrial brown sugar that had been hastily produced in his previous life. As the sweetness enveloped his senses, Nalant was instantly transported back to his childhood, rich and delightful. Seeing Nalant relish the moment, Vivian and Sherry swallowed hard, holding their brown sugar pieces in anticipation. "You too, do take a bite," Nalant encouraged them. Until he had tasted it, they were hesitant, but with his prompt, they quickly followed suit. "Yes, my lord." With his permission, the two ladies promptly mimicked Nalant and placed the brown sugar in their mouths. Wow! The instant the brown sugar touched their tongues, both Vivian and Sherry were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. "My lord, this is absolutely delicious." Sherry's expression was particularly exaggerated, her already large eyes resembling those of a startled snail, while Vivian continuously pressed her lips together, savoring the sweetness. "Sherry, do you now find brown sugar more delectable than sugarcane?" Nalant inquired with a smile, not at all surprised by their reactions. "Brown sugar, my lord? Sherry adores brown sugar," Sherry responded without a moment's hesitation. "Haha, the best is yet to come. Sherry, go fetch your mother." "Of course, my lord." Upon hearing that more delights awaited, Sherry dashed off towards the inner fortress without delay. After she left, Nalant turned his attention back to Vivian. "Vivian, please draft a decree informing all villagers in the Storm Territory that during their free time, they may venture into the thickets to seek out sugarcane. Once they find the sugarcane, instruct the villagers to harvest and bring it to the castle, offering a reward of 1 copper coin for every 3 stalks. And to ensure that no villagers are unfamiliar with sugarcane, you should take a few stalks to show them." The sugarcane was nearing maturity, and the successful boiling of brown sugar signified that it was time for a bountiful harvest. With the population of the Storm Territory being sparse and the arable land limited, Nalant, as a time traveler, understood that while growing crops could only ensure sustenance, it would not lead to rapid wealth. To truly generate profit and development for the territory, they must rely on trade and the export of goods to earn from other noble lands. He believed that brown sugar would undoubtedly become a pillar industry for the Tulip Territory. "Yes, my lord." After instructing Vivian, the exceptionally alluring chef, Rose, approached Nalant. Though he had managed on his own in his previous life, he was not particularly knowledgeable about baking bread in the Western style. However, Nalant only needed to provide the concept, and Rose quickly grasped the idea. "My lord, are you suggesting that we brush this brown sugar onto the bread like honey during the baking process?" Rose inquired, holding a piece of brown sugar, her eyes filled with wonder as she looked at her lord. "Yes, Rose, and today, not only for my white bread but also for the black bread given to the servants and guards, we shall incorporate this brown sugar." Nalant nodded in affirmation. He had only recently had the opportunity to taste honey bread, produced by the bees that Sherry had tamed. While experts in his previous life recommended minimizing sweet consumption due to the risk of obesity and various health issues, in this world, such concerns were trivial, as most people struggled to have enough to eat, let alone gain weight. Furthermore, sugar had the added benefit of enhancing one's sense of happiness, which is why Nalant intended to occasionally treat his subordinates to such delightful delicacies. "Yes, my lord, I shall endeavor to experiment, praising your wisdom and generosity," Rose exclaimed, clutching several pieces of brown sugar as she made her way into the castle. Having tasted the brown sugar herself, she was astonished that her lord could create something sweeter than honey. Eager to try her hand at baking with brown sugar, her mind buzzed with new culinary inspirations. As the castle buzzed with a joyous atmosphere, the citizens of the Storm Territory were also stirred by Nalant's decree. They had seen sugarcane before, though few had paid attention to the slender, short, little trees, with most only knowing it as a delicious wild fruit from the cursed village. However, things had changed. Their lord had named this little tree sugarcane and offered a reward of 1 copper coin for every 3 stalks. Searching for sugarcane was not as labor-intensive as chopping wood or farming, making it accessible even for children to contribute significantly in an instant. All the idle individuals in the territory began to traverse the thickets and underbrush in search of sugarcane. Chapter 48. The Return of the Caravan. It is time for dinner. As twilight descended, the guards of the Storm Territory Castle finally heard the eagerly awaited announcement. 2 servants, guided by Vivian, entered the courtyard carrying several wooden basins. Upon hearing the call, aside from the 5 guards on duty remaining on the walls, the other 10 swiftly jogged to the food distribution area. The guards dutifully approached the wooden table with their trays, each receiving a generous portion of black bread and a ladle of whale meat soup. "Thank you for your generous gift, my lord." Inhaling the rich aroma of the meat soup, even though their lord was not present, the guard, Carrie Ba, sincerely expressed his gratitude. After his thanks, Carrie lifted his plate and prepared to depart. "Wait a moment, Carrie." At that moment, Vivian, overseeing the order among the guards, called out to him, "Captain Vivian, is there something you need?" Carrie inquired curiously. "Today's dinner, in addition to the regular black bread and whale meat, has also been generously supplemented by our lord with a piece of brown sugar black bread." As she spoke, Vivian placed a piece of black bread, about the size of a child's fist, onto Carrie's plate. "Brown sugar black bread?" Carrie was somewhat puzzled, but regardless, since it was an extra treat from their lord, he gratefully accepted it. "Thank you for your generous gift, my lord." Carrie reiterated his thanks once more. He then made his way to a nearby table with his wooden tray. Subsequently, the other guards followed suit, each taking their trays and settling down at the wooden table to enjoy their delicious dinner. The guards did not immediately taste the small piece of brown sugar bread, but instead began to soak their larger portions of regular black bread in the fish meat soup. After all, no matter what name it bore, black bread was simply black bread, and fish soup was what Carrie Ba and his fellow guards craved most. As the fish soup and black bread filled their bellies, Carrie Ba patted his stomach contentedly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Happiness was so simple. With a kind and generous lord, every meal left them feeling full. "I almost forgot. There's a small piece of—" "What was it?" "Oh yes, brown sugar bread left uneaten. I cannot let this go to waste." Carrie Ba understood the value of food, and even though he felt quite full, he still reached for the brown sugar black bread. For him, this piece was merely a single bite. With a crunch, Carrie Ba unhesitatingly shoved the brown sugar black bread into his mouth, and as he did, he instinctively rose to wash his plate. However, in that instant, his body suddenly jolted, his eyes widening in astonishment. Carrie Ba exclaimed in surprise. The sudden exclamation from Carrie startled the nearby guards, who looked up in discontent and exclaimed, "Carrie, the cow's tail. Have you been stepped on by a cow's tail? What are you howling about, scaring us half to death?" "It's not me. It's this bread. It. Carrie, undeterred by the disgust, directly spat out a recognizable piece of brown sugar black bread from his mouth. Then, in a flustered manner, pointed at the black bread, at a loss for words. "What's wrong with the bread? Did you bite into a small stone? That shouldn't happen. Ever since Lady Rose arrived at the castle, the black bread has become much more delicious, and there shouldn't be any stones." The other guards were perplexed. "No, it's just that it's so incredibly delicious." After a moment of struggle, Carrie finally managed to convey his message. "Delicious? So delicious that it made you scream? Carrie, are you joking with us?" The other guards were clearly skeptical. If Carrie had been eating white bread, they might have believed him, for they had never tasted the nobility's white bread. "I'm not lying to you. You'll know for yourselves once you taste it. This brown sugar bread is the best I've ever had." Saying this, Carrie hurriedly shoved the black bread back into his mouth, this time choosing to savor the rich sweetness without chewing. Is it really that good? Seeing Carrie's expression, which seemed genuine, the other guards began to feel a flicker of doubt, and they too picked up their brown sugar bread and took a bite. Ah! Wow! Oh! Soon, a series of exclamations erupted in the castle courtyard, as the guards, who had initially doubted Carrie, now wore expressions even more exaggerated than his. For those who had never tasted honey, the sweetness was an entirely new experience. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, as per his usual routine, Nalantar completed his morning training in the back garden and was washing up, preparing to head downstairs for lunch, when Vivian rushed up excitedly. "My lord, the caravan has returned." Vivian's face was alight with joy. She knew her lord had been eagerly anticipating the return of the caravan, for it brought the hope of a rise in the storm territory, and now it was time to await the results. Returned? Nalantar paused at her words. "Yes, my lord, the caravan is about 2 miles away from the castle." Vivian confirmed with a nod. "Vivian, go fetch Lightning to the courtyard. Lilia, help me put on my clothes." After his bath, Nalantar was only in his undergarments and had yet to don his elegant silk attire. "Yes, my lord." Both Vivian and Lilia responded simultaneously. With Lilia's assistance, he quickly donned an appropriate outfit and hastened downstairs. Arriving in the courtyard, Nalantar mounted his steed, Lightning, and, accompanied by guards, rode out of the castle to meet the approaching caravan. Nalantar could have waited inside the castle, but his eagerness to learn the results of this caravan was overwhelming, akin to the anticipation of discovering a lottery outcome. Each passing minute felt unbearable, as they beheld the castle standing a mile away. Thomas, Quake, and the other guards felt a surge of warmth and reassurance. After nearly 10 days away from their territory, they had finally returned, having successfully fulfilled their lord's commission and returned laden with goods. The 3 carriages that had departed fully were now equally full on their return. Additionally, 20 commoners clad in plain linen garments followed behind the caravan. These were the families of the 5 guards who had accompanied Anthony. "The Lord has arrived." At that moment, Thomas and the others suddenly spotted the procession emerging from the castle and immediately recognized it was the Lord coming to greet them. "We pay our respects, my lord." "We salute you, Lord." As the formidable figure of the Lord approached, the entire caravan bowed in deference. "Welcome back." Nalantar nodded at Thomas and Quake among the guards. "Report, my lord, the first guard squad has successfully completed the tasks you assigned. The caravan returned without any losses." Quake was the first to report to Nalantar. "Well done, all of you." Nalantar nodded in satisfaction. "My lord, I too have successfully completed all the tasks you assigned, selling all the goods." After Quake, it was Thomas's turn. "Excellent work, Thomas." At last, Nalantar felt a sense of relief regarding his first venture into commerce. "Let us return to the castle." With a grand gesture, Nalantar led the caravan back toward the castle. Chapter 49, Nazia's Gift. "So, you mean to say that the salt and dried fish were sold out after passing through just 6 territories?" In the hall on the first floor of the castle, Nalantar listened intently as Thomas recounted the detailed journey of the caravan, occasionally interjecting to inquire about specifics, eager to lay the groundwork for future commercial development in the Storm Territory. "Indeed, my lord. All the salt and dried fish were sold out after traversing 6 territories. Had we not lingered too long, we might have managed to sell everything after passing through only 2 or 3. Thomas nodded vigorously, while sipping the honey tea that Nalantar had specially bestowed upon him. Even though selling out after 6 territories exceeds my expectations, considering dried fish is not a necessity," Nalantar replied with a smile. Using the Storm Territory as a benchmark, he had surmised that while the other territories were somewhat better off, they would not be overly affluent. However, he clearly underestimated the situation, as the populace of the other territories was not solely composed of serfs. A significant number of commoners also resided there. While serfs lacked purchasing power, it did not imply that commoners were similarly constrained, hence the dried fish sold as readily as the salt. The only unfortunate aspect was that the nobles remained wary of the Storm Territory's reputation as a cursed land. Otherwise, with the purchasing power of those noble lords, the salt and dried fish would have sold even faster. Of course, the temporary absence of noble buyers had its advantages, as it prevented them from encroaching on his salt business, allowing him to maintain low prices for the commoners, fostering a perception of affordability. Once the commoners developed this perception, they would naturally organize trade caravans to the storm territory. The arrival of external caravans, whether for purchasing or selling goods, was crucial for the development of the storm territory. Thomas, please continue. Yes, my lord. Next, the caravan proceeded forward, and as you instructed, one guard was dispatched to deliver the gift prepared for Lord Andrew. After which the caravan arrived at Tulip Castle. Thomas began to narrate the next phase in detail. I cannot believe my father actually chased Alding down with a great axe before Lord Earl. Nalanter's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback by the boldness of his predecessor's father. After all, that was before a feudal lord. However, it was evident that despite the original shortcomings, Andrew was equally protective of his offspring. Indeed, my lord. Fortunately, Lord Earl was not angered and even sought to calm Lord Andrew. Nalanter nodded, understanding that his adoptive father was a formidable warrior under the Earl's command. Thus the Earl would not impose any severe punishment. More importantly, from Thomas's detailed account, Nalanter discerned that his adoptive father was not merely a brute. One particular detail stood out. Although Andrew fiercely pursued Alding, when the latter fled to the Earl's elevated platform, Andrew refrained from following him. This platform, akin to the dragon platform where emperors resided in his past life, was off-limits to ministers without permission, and Andrew's adherence to this boundary indicated his understanding of the Earl's limits. Reflecting on his adoptive father, Nalanter then recalled the Earl's compensation. It's fortunate I anticipated this. My storm territory was nearly lost. Although this cursed land posed certain dangers, Nalanter truly did not wish to exchange it. Not only was it remote and secluded, but its vast expanse was also paramount. The territories allotted to other younger sons were often split into smaller baronial lands, sometimes divided into halves or thirds. Such territories, while safe, lacked adequate space and potential for development. Moreover, if luck were to run out, they might not even possess a castle. Without a castle, what kind of lord would they be? Conversely, his storm territory boasted the size of a baronial estate and had even received a tax exemption as compensation. Nalanter believed that in a few years, the Earl would deeply regret this decision, for through the sale of goods, Nalanter had fully validated the feasibility of commerce. Of course, the Earl's remorse would be of little consequence. At this moment, the decree regarding the storm territory's tax exemption was firmly in his grasp. This parchment bore only a few words, effective immediately. All taxes on the fief of Nalanter, the vassal lord of the storm territory, are hereby waived. This decree is permanently valid. Signed, Augustus Tulip, accompanied by the private seal of the Earl. This document held the same permanence as an imperial edict in his previous life, rendered void only if the Tulip family were to cease to exist. My lord, after reporting to the Earl within Tulip Castle, I led the caravan eastward to Tulip City, where we began selling perfumes. Thomas resumed, recounting the process of selling perfumes. Is it truly so? After the noble ladies caught a whiff of the perfume, none approached to make a purchase? Nalanter couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Realizing he had fallen victim to habitual thinking, he could hardly fathom that, for the nobility of this world, maintaining their dignity often outweighs all else. He had believed himself to be thoroughly prepared. For instance, he specifically instructed Thomas not to mention that the perfume originated from the storm territory, lest the infamous reputation of the land of misfortune render the fragrance as unappealing as salt and dried fish to the nobles. Unexpectedly, while the infamy of the land of misfortune was avoided, other unforeseen circumstances arose. Fortunately, in the end, that unknown flower of the tulip helped him salvage the situation. Although for Sidella, it was merely an unintentional act. It served as an excellent endorsement for Nalanter's perfume. Just like in a past life, to make an item fashionable, it must be promoted by public figures, and Sidella, in the realm of tulips, was indeed a figure of remarkable renown. More importantly, Sidella had priced his perfume from the original 50 silver coins to a full gold coin per bottle. I must find an opportunity to repay this tulip flower. Nalanter silently etched this favor into his heart. With the matter of the perfume concluded, the subsequent discussions revolved around the mundane tasks of procuring items within the city, and by this point, little of significance remained. It was only at the end that Thomas produced a gift box from within his cloak. My lord, this is a gift from your sister, Miss Nasha. which she asked me to deliver to you just before our caravan departed from Tulip City. Nasha? Nalantar was somewhat taken aback. The name held both familiarity and strangeness for him. Andrew had 3 offspring, 2 sons and a daughter, and Nasha was the younger sister, 2 years junior to the original host. Unlike Nalantar, Nasha possessed an exceptional talent for combat prowess, arguably surpassing even Nalantar's elder brother. And she was currently studying at the Noble Academy in Tulip City. Upon receiving the gift box, Nalantar opened it directly, revealing a fiery red crystal. Could it be a flame crystal? Chapter 50. The flame crystal. Upon seeing the gift within the box, Nalantar was momentarily stunned. The flame crystal, as its name suggests, is a gem imbued with a significant amount of fire attribute combat energy. Its shape is remarkably unique, with sharp edges as if meticulously cut by precision instruments. Featuring several cross-sections, resembling the beautiful gems of a bygone era. Even more extraordinary is its interior. It is semi-transparent, with visible red flames flickering and blazing within in this world. Besides the flame crystal, there exists the ice crystal, wind crystal, and earth crystal, corresponding to the 4 elemental combat energies of fire, water, wind, and earth. These 4 types of crystals are exceedingly rare, typically birthed only by yellow pixies under fortuitous circumstances. Their effects are immensely powerful, allowing knight titles to rapidly absorb the combat energy contained within the crystals, with 1 crystal equating to a month's worth of training speed, significantly accelerating the cultivation of a knight. Since Nalantar cultivated fire attribute combat energy, the flame crystal gifted by Nasha was perfectly suited for him to absorb in this world. Strength signifies everything, and it is often the wealthier nobles who cultivate at a faster pace, precisely due to the availability of combat energy crystals and monster meat. Monster meat nourishes the bodies of knight titles. Even without rigorous training, long-term consumption of monster essence will fortify their physiques. The flame crystal allows knight titles to bypass the tedious process of meditation, enabling them to level up even while reclining. The combined effects of these methods are extraordinarily potent, yet they rely heavily on the accumulation of ample gold coins. As for monster meat, the base price for low-tier monster meat is 1 gold coin per pound, and due to the rarity and difficulty in procuring monsters, it is often a case of supply not meeting demand. While the flame crystal is supplied steadily, with several major nobles within the kingdom having access to such precious mines, its scarcity makes it valued at a minimum of 10 gold coins. A luxury few minor nobles can afford. Nalantar, I've heard you successfully planted the seed of combat energy and have become a knight title. Congratulations, my brother. Moreover, I heard from father that you've been assigned to the Storm Territory. A perilous place indeed. This flame crystal is my gift to you. I hope you can soon break through once more, becoming a source of pride for the Barrack family and for me. Your devoted sister. Signed, your beloved sister, Nasha. As Nalantar picked up the letter from the gift box and read it, a complexity of emotions washed over him. To be honest, Nalantar had felt little sense of belonging to the Barrack family, given that the soul within him originated from Earth. Yet, after hearing Thomas recount how Andrew had stormed into the meeting room to seek justice on his behalf in front of the Count, combined with the heartfelt gesture of his sister sending him such a precious flame crystal, Nalantar began to feel that perhaps he could integrate into this family filled with love and kinship, which could serve as a comforting haven. It is worth noting that the Barrack family is notoriously impoverished within the Tulip Territory, and the flame crystal, valued at 10 gold coins, was certainly beyond Nasha's means. The only plausible explanation is that Nasha had earned this flame crystal as a reward from the Noble Academy due to her outstanding performance. Since you all harbor goodwill towards me, then let me protect you from now on. Silently placing the letter and the flame crystal away, Nalantar took a deep breath. My lord, our caravan has sold all its goods, totaling 21 gold coins and 10 silver coins. After deducting the 14 gold coins and 30 silver coins spent on purchasing supplies, we have 6 gold coins and 80 silver coins remaining. Would you prefer these to be handed directly to you or stored in the treasury? Once Nalantar had tidied the gifts, Thomas fittingly spoke up, already producing a small black pouch. Please record it and deposit it into the treasury. Money in hand serves no purpose for spending, so storing it in the treasury is the most suitable option. After Thomas completed his report, Nalantar called for Quake to inquire about the purchased equipment. The caravan had brought back a total of 15 complete sets of defensive gear from Tulip City. including leather armor, helmets, round shields, and leather boots. Once Quake confirmed that the equipment was in order, Nalantar distributed 10 sets to the second squad of guards. As noon of the following day arrived, after the caravan returned, Nalantar allowed the first squad to rest. After a day of recuperation, the first squad of guards was finally revitalized. Now that the caravan has returned and our initial plan has yielded results, it is time to address the matters within the buffer zone. Each day of delay regarding the buffer zone felt to Nalantar like a day of loss. Although he was unaware of what awaited him within, he was convinced of his impending losses. Moreover, due to the frequent 2 or 3 attacks from bees over the past few days, the guards at the Kuntan camp had developed a habit. Upon spotting bees, they would immediately climb down the wooden walls to hide, knowing the bees would depart within 3 minutes. After so many instances, although the guards briefly left their posts, no danger had befallen the camp, leading Nalantar to speculate that the guards at the Kuntan camp had grown complacent. My lord. Just as Nalantar reached his decision, Shelley hurried into the study. Shelley, what is it? My lord, I just sent bees to attack the camp of Baron Kuntan as per usual. And upon their return, they reported that over 10 additional guards and a wagon have appeared at the camp. Shelley quickly relayed. More than 10 additional guards and a wagon? Nalantar furrowed his brow. It was rather unfortunate that changes occurred at this moment. Yet, the next instant, Nalantar's expression shifted. This is not good. My lord, what is the matter? Since that camp is mining resources, the sudden arrival of a squad of guards and a wagon can only mean they are preparing to transport the mined ores back. This conclusion was not difficult to draw. But Nalantar had not anticipated encountering such a pivotal moment. Shelley, go find Vivian and Quake. I will be waiting for them in the hall on the first floor. Without hesitation, Nalantar instructed Shelley before rising to his feet. Yes. My lord. Shelley responded and dashed downstairs. My lord, you called for us? Vivian and Quake soon arrived in the hall on the first floor. Shelley just reported that there has been a change at the camp, and it is likely that Kuntan has sent people to prepare for the transport of the ores. Nalantar's expression was grave as he shared his speculation. Therefore, I have decided to head to the buffer zone immediately to address the situation at the camp. Understood. My lord, we pledge our loyalty to you. Quake and Vivian responded without any hesitation, with Quake, the burly man, even displaying a hint of excitement. In that case, you both go and ensure that all guards are equipped. We shall depart in 10 minutes. Yes. My lord. Chapter 51. Pre-battle mobilization. With Nalantar's command issued, the entire castle sprang to life. This time, unlike dealing with dark creatures, they were preparing to assault another's camp, necessitating thorough preparations. The ladders made in advance. The bees required for tonight, as well as food and water, all needed to be arranged. Nalantar had originally planned to launch the attack at dawn, but with the sudden developments, they would have to move ahead of schedule and adapt on the spot. Soon, Nalantar's 25 guards assembled in full armor in the front courtyard. The storm territory is my domain, Nalantar, and it is also your homeland. However, there are those who wreak havoc upon my domain, your homeland. They not only plunder our wealth within the buffer zone that rightfully belongs to us, but they have also ventured into the storm territory to abduct our serfs. What do you propose we do in the face of such despicable brigands? Nalantar, now clad in armor and donning a steel helm, rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, rallying his guards for the final pre-battle motivation. Kill them. Quake immediately shouted in response. Kill them, kill them. With Quake leading the charge, the soldiers echoed his fervor. Excellent. As the Lord of the Storm Territory, I shall lead you today to eradicate these shameless marauders, driving them out of our lands forever. Kill, kill, kill. Now, everyone, mount the carts. We are setting off. Nalantar was most satisfied to see that the supplies had been readied under Thomas's supervision, and he swiftly mounted his steed. Board the carts, let us depart. With the command issued, Vivian and Quake promptly directed the soldiers to take their places in the carts. Subsequently, Nalantar, leading the way, rode forth with 3 carts from the castle. Due to the urgency of the situation and the necessity to conserve the soldiers' strength, the carts were indispensable. The group journeyed onward, and after more than an hour, they finally reached a point merely a mile from the border. Concealing the carts and horses, Nalantar and his 29 companions proceeded on foot towards the boundary. Shelley, what is the situation in the camp? After a brisk 10-minute walk, Nalantar's group stealthily approached the periphery of the camp's surrounding woods. Although Shelley was not participating in the battle, her bees were crucial to the night's conflict, thus her presence was indispensable. My lord, the bees have informed me that it seems the people in the camp are continuously loading items onto the carts, Shelley replied. Then it is indeed true. They are transporting ore? Nalantar looked up at the sky. It was still dusk. If the convoy completed loading the ore and departed, it would spell disaster for him. Surprise attacks were most effective under the cover of night. Launching an assault in broad daylight with such a small number would surely lead to their downfall. If the adversary truly transported the ore during daylight, Nalantar faced two choices. Either to select a new target for ambush, lying in wait along the route the convoy would return, or to let the convoy pass and remain in hiding until midnight to strike the camp. This was no easy decision for Nalantar. If he chose to attack the convoy, even if successful, the element of surprise would be lost, making it exceedingly difficult to seize the camp thereafter. Yet, to allow the convoy to transport the ore away felt like a considerable loss to him. Damn it, I can only take it one step at a time. May the great glory grant me favor. And hope that the convoy remains at the camp for the night. Nalantar silently sent forth a prayer to the great glory. Meanwhile, within the Kuant camp, Dilly was entertaining Johnny, who had come to oversee the transportation of the ore back to the castle. Come, Johnny, have a drink. It's still early before nightfall. Though Johnny held no noble title, he enjoyed Dilly's trust, hence Dilly regarded him with a higher esteem. Thank you, Sir Dilly. Johnny accepted without hesitation. Johnny, is everything peaceful within the barony recently? I've been at the camp for over 2 months and know nothing of the current affairs in the territory. After sitting, Dilly drained his mug of beer and inquired of Johnny. Sir Dilly, there have been no significant events in the Kuant territory recently. Lord Kuant's brother has been notably quiet. That's good to hear. With this newfound mineral, perhaps in a year or two, opportunities for our lord will arise. Dilly nodded, excitement gleaming on his face. The Black Iron Count had 2 heirs. One was the legitimate firstborn heir, while the other was the illegitimate son, Kuant. The 2 heirs had never been on amicable terms and had been engaged in subtle power struggles for years. Particularly after the Black Iron Count's lawful wife passed away from illness 3 years ago, Kuant's mother ascended to power. Since that time, Kuant's status had risen sharply and his ambitions had grown. He could no longer tolerate being known as the illegitimate son and aspired to inherit the title of the Black Iron Count someday. However, the firstborn remained the rightful heir, garnering considerable support from many of the Black Iron Count's vassals. As for Kuant, despite his mother's influence, his chances of success in this world of primogeniture remained slim. However, just 2 months prior, Kuant had acquired a yellow sprite from the Black Iron Count. It was this yellow sprite that instilled hope in Kuant's ambitions to surpass the firstborn, for the mineral wealth it revealed was exceptionally rare. Should he successfully mine it for a year or two, Kuant's overall strength would undoubtedly surge. If Kuant were to attain the position of heir, then vassals like Dilly would undoubtedly become great contributors. Hence Dilly's elation. Observing Dilly's excitement, Johnny smiled knowingly, but then recalled something and spoke up. By the way, Sir Dilly, while there hasn't been any major issue in the territory recently, there is a small annoyance that has quite angered Lord Kuant. Oh, what trouble is that? Dilly's smile faded, replaced by curiosity. You might find it hard to believe, but this annoyance comes from our neighboring Storm territory. Storm territory? How is that possible? Would those unfortunate souls dare to stir trouble for Lord Kuant? Dilly expressed skepticism, recalling how that lord named Nalantar had left his camp in a huff after being threatened. Initially, he had been cautious for a few days, but no untoward incidents had occurred since then. If that lord had any semblance of backbone, he should have dispatched someone to launch a covert attack, yet he had not dared to make a peep, truly fitting of a lord assigned to a cursed land. It's not that the unfortunate lord is particularly formidable, but rather that he has simply been fortunate. Johnny chuckled, shaking his head as he explained. For some reason, that unfortunate lord has struck it lucky and acquired a salt mine sprite. Moreover, whether out of sheer desperation or intent, he has been selling salt at an incredibly low price of 7 coppers directly to the common folk and serfs within the Tulip territory. Additionally, He has proclaimed that those who purchase salt from his cursed land, even commoners, can obtain it for a mere 5 coppers, and it is guaranteed to be free of sand. Such a thing exists. Selling at 5 coppers to those commoners, doesn't he stand to lose money? Indeed. The Baron was furious about this, yet strangely, in the past few days, I've sent several serfs to infiltrate the storm territory to gather intelligence, but none have returned. Perhaps that unfortunate lord has taken precautions. You see, there are rarely any passers-by on the roads of the storm territory. If he stations just 2 guards by the roadside, your dispatched informants would be discovered and captured instantly. Dilly chuckled, for he possessed a greater understanding of the local situation than Johnny. Typically, there were no signs of life on the roads of the storm territory, and with only one route available, spotting outsiders would be exceedingly simple. That makes sense. But the Lord has ordered me to locate the position of that salt mine sprite. We must find a way to destroy it. Once you transport the ore back, I can certainly assist you with this. I will send 2 guards your way who are familiar with the area. Then I shall be most grateful. Sir Dilly. Haha, no need for thanks. It is all for Lord Baron's sake. Now, let us continue our drinking. After all, to avoid the ears of that firstborn, you will need to return in the dead of night. So let us indulge. Thus, within the camp, Dilly and Johnny reveled in their drinks while Nalantar and his companions lay in wait outside. As time passed and the night deepened, Nalantar's heart began to settle. The great glory truly watches over me. Though the presence of this contingent in the camp complicates my assault, should I succeed, the ore will be mine. Although the number of adversaries might swell to over 60 at night, Nalantar was unwilling to part with even a single cart of ore, as it represented at least 10 days' worth of mining. Quake, Vivian, relay the order. Everyone begin to consume their rations. Let us fortify ourselves for tonight's battle. It is ill-advised to overfeed the soldiers before a great fight. Should they eat too much, their strength would become flaccid. Therefore, as darkness fell, Nalantar had refrained from allowing the soldiers to eat. But now that night had arrived, he need not worry about the enemy's sudden departure. With the order given, the soldiers promptly began to consume their dark bread and salted fish. Soon, Nalantar's group awaited until midnight, just as he believed the night's events would unfold according to his plan, when Shelley suddenly spoke up beside him. My lord, the people in the camp are stirring. It appears they are preparing to leave. What? Departing at this late hour? Nalantar, who had been resting, jolted upright at Shelley's words. It was still too early in the night, far from the time when fatigue would set in. Why would they suddenly be on the move? Yes, my lord, they have begun to form ranks. Shelley confirmed with a nod. We have no choice. We must begin now. Nalantar gritted his teeth. Shelley, summon the bees, instruct them to split into 2 groups, each following Vivian and Quake. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Shelley immediately began issuing commands to the queen bee nestled within her wooden box. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Subsequently, the queen commenced her diligent wing flapping, producing a resonant sound. Bees lack a sense of direction at night, as they primarily navigate by the sun. However, aside from the sun, they can also rely on the buzzing of their companions as a guiding sound. As the queen's wing beats resonated, the previously stationary throng of bees began to stir, aligning themselves according to Shelley's directives, trailing behind Vivian and Quake. Vivian. Yes, my lord, I am here. Once the guards atop the wall have been driven away, you are to promptly lead the archers with the ladder and ascend. Once Quake and I make our move, you are to immediately breach the walls and commence free firing. Understood, my lord. Vivian responded without hesitation, then began relaying Nalantar's orders in hushed tones. Sir Dilly, I must express my gratitude for your hospitality. It is nearly time for me to return to the castle. Very well, Johnny, do take care on your journey back, and convey my regards to the Lord upon your return. Dilly nodded. Agreed. I shall see you in 2 months. Johnny replied respectfully, bowing slightly. Open the gates and let the convoy pass. Dilly commanded the guards stationed at the gate without further elaboration. Creak, creak. Following the order, the guards began to operate the winch at the gate. It must be noted that substantial investment had been made for the safety of the encampment. Even the gate had been meticulously crafted by skilled artisans to operate in a closing mechanism, thus enhancing its ability to withstand enemy assaults. The sole means to open the gate required the coordinated effort of several individuals to maneuver the winch. Ah, bees. What the devil? Why are there bees at this hour? Just as the gate opened halfway and Johnny and his companions prepared to depart, startled exclamations erupted from the wooden walls. Sir Dilly, what is happening? Johnny and his 10 subordinates were taken aback, swiftly drawing their long swords. Strange, why are the bees active at night? Could the sound of the gate disturb them? Dilly pondered. Though he had already grown accustomed to this odd occurrence over the past week, Johnny, do not be alarmed. It is merely a swarm of bees nearby, which have been troubling the encampment for several days. Unfortunately, we have yet to locate their hive. Otherwise, I would have indulged in some honey. Ah, I see. Noticing Dilly and the other guards remaining composed, Johnny felt reassured and sheathed his sword. Sir Dilly, I shall take my leave now. The stars are obscured. I wonder if it will rain, for I would rather not return drenched. Very well. After exchanging words, Johnny mounted one of the rare horses and led his party toward the gate. Clip-clop, Johnny rode ahead, swiftly arriving at the entrance. Observing Johnny's retreating figure, Dilly instructed his surrounding subordinates. Once the bees disperse, return to your posts immediately. Stay alert. With that, Dilly stifled a yawn and made his way toward his quarters, having endured the night with little rest. Demacia! However, just as he turned, an inexplicable cry erupted from the gate of the encampment. What on earth? Johnny rode out through the gate, yet before he could adjust to the surrounding darkness, a sudden gust of wind struck from the left, revealing a shadowy figure, a burly man lunging toward him. The man's long sword, enveloped in crimson energy, stood out conspicuously as he charged, uttering a bewildering phrase, thud, in the next moment. Captain Johnny had yet to grasp the meaning of Demacia before feeling a chill in his shoulder, as if all his strength had been siphoned away, causing him to tumble from his mount. Demacia? Could the man who sought to take my life be named Demacia? How I loathe this! I have yet to become a noble. Why must I perish? Chapter 53. The Battle of the Encampment. Silence. The assault came with such abruptness that no one was prepared, and they were momentarily stunned by the peculiar cry of Demacia. After a brief pause, all within the encampment finally reacted, their expressions shifting dramatically as they shouted, "Enemy attack! It is an enemy attack!" The scene that had seemed frozen in time was suddenly set in motion. Chaos erupting throughout the encampment as roars and cries filled the air. Clang, clang, clang. The alarm bell at the center of the encampment rang out urgently. Demacia! Witnessing their lord initiate a decisive strike, Quake and the others finally snapped to attention. Raising their long swords as they surged forth from the shadows, crashing into the 10 guards behind Johnny, sending them sprawling. Inspired by their lord's earlier exclamation, which resonated with an unprecedented flair, Quake and his comrades began to shout similarly as they engaged in battle. Thud, thud, thud. As Quake and his allies swung their swords, Johnny's guards scarcely had time to retaliate before being felled by the flurry of blades. What does Demacia even mean? It seems to imbue one with strength upon utterance. After successfully dispatching an enemy, Quake noted that this newfound battle cry surpassed their previous shouts of kill and vigor, especially as they beheld the bewildered expressions of their foes, feeling an unprecedented surge of bravery coursing through them. Nalante observed his subordinates mimicking his actions, uncertain whether this was leading them astray. However, he had no time for contemplation and rushed toward the guardsman, who was preparing to turn the winch to close the gate. Do not panic. Stop them and close the gate. Archers to the walls. The rest follow me. Dilly was not a fool. All weariness had vanished, and he promptly commanded his startled subordinates. Simultaneously, he unsheathed his long sword and hastened toward the encampment's gate. Swish, swish, swish. Ah, not good. There are enemies atop the wooden walls. They have archers in ambush. As Dilly advanced, the sharp twang of bowstrings reached his ears, accompanied by the screams of his subordinates. Blast it! What is happening? Where did all these archers come from? Dilly seethed, gritting his teeth, bewildered by the enemy's prowess. Their trained longbowmen seemed unnaturally accurate, with nearly every arrow finding its mark. Such skill was rare. Only great nobles could cultivate such a formidable force of archers. Steady now. prioritized the archers atop the wooden walls. With the appearance of the longbowman, Dilly was compelled to reallocate his forces. As a mid-tier bronze knight, he had no fear of ordinary arrows. However, those longbowmen posed a significant threat to the guards within the encampment. Yes, my lord. Despite being caught off guard, Dilly's composure reassured his men. Upon hearing his command, the captain of the guards responded promptly, leading a majority of his men toward the wooden walls. Kill them. Eliminate these despicable ambushers. The guards captain bellowed. Leading the charge up the wooden wall stairs, swish, just then, an arrow whizzed toward him with a piercing shriek. The guards captain, startled, instinctively dove to the ground. Thud. While he narrowly avoided the projectile, a subordinate behind him was caught unawares. Struck directly in the chest, with a sickening thud, the unfortunate guardsman clad in leather armor tumbled down the stairs. Curse you! I will slaughter you all. The guards captain, a seasoned veteran, felt his fury ignited, brandishing his long sword as he ascended the wooden wall. Follow me and slay them. Spotting the enemy merely 4 or 5 meters away, he shielded his chest with a small shield and charged forward. At such close range, the longbowmen were mere lambs to the slaughter. Buzz, 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 however. Just as he advanced a couple of steps, a dense buzzing filled his ears. Oh, bees, so many bees. The moment the buzzing reached him, the captain felt a sting on his face. He had been stung by a bee, and this time, it was not the 2 or 3 bees from days past, but a swarm so thick it was impossible to count in an instant. Half of his face became engulfed in bees, and the guards trailing him began to wail in horror, frantically swatting at the insects covering their faces. Swish, 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 thud, thud, thud. Nalante's longbowman seized this rare opportunity. Before the guards could swat away the bees, arrows rained down upon the Quint guards, claiming their lives. You all shoot freely here. I will head to my lord. Seeing the bees aiding them, Vivian commanded before sprinting toward the gate. It is you, wretched lord. How dare you ambush our encampment? Amidst the cacophony of cries echoing around, Dilly paid no heed to his subordinates' casualties. His primary target became Nalante, the only one among the attackers possessing energy. As he approached and recognized Nalante's face, Dilly immediately recalled the unfortunate lord he had mocked while drinking moments ago. In that instant, Dilly's expression contorted with rage. Sir Dilly, you were the one who said it yourself that the flame forest is perilous. One never knows when a beast may appear, Nalante declared, having dispatched the 3 guards attempting to close the gate. A smile gracing his features as he regarded Dilly. You little scoundrel, I will end your life today. Dilly ground out through clenched teeth, realizing he had gravely underestimated his foe. Now, Johnny has been slain by the enemy. Even if I manage to eliminate this scoundrel later, I cannot escape the wrath of Lord Cunter. Haha, this is precisely what I wish to say to you. Die. Consumed by rage, Dilly ceased to utter any further words, channeling all his fighting spirit as he propelled himself towards Nalante. When he was merely 2 sword lengths away, Dilly let out a fierce roar, his long sword shimmering with the brilliance of his energy. Slicing through the air as it descended upon Nalante, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to be complacent. The disparity in their levels compelled him to respond with utmost caution. He swiftly channeled his energy into his sword, meeting Dilly's assault head-on without hesitation. With a resounding clash of metal, their swords collided fiercely, both combatants straining against each other in a test of strength. Indeed, not without reason is he a mid-tier bronze knight. In that singular exchange, Nalante realized the considerable gap in their abilities. His hands stung from the impact. It was worth noting that during his training within the castle, even when striking with full force against stone, he had never felt such pain. Haha, kid, it seems you are still a bit green. Today, you have made a grave mistake. Prepare to meet your end. Dilly assessed Nalante's prowess and concluded that, while he was significantly stronger than an ordinary initial tier bronze knight, he still lacked the experience to match him. Chapter 54. The Slaying of Dilly. After a cold chuckle, Dilly's face morphed into a mask of bloodlust as he thrust his sword forcefully against Nalante. The latter, possessing slightly less strength, was pushed back by the force. Before Nalante could regain his footing, Dilly raised his sword high, preparing to deliver another strike. Seeing this, Nailante had no time to think. He hastily retreated while swinging his sword to parry Dilly's fierce onslaught. In an instant, the air was filled with the deafening sound of metal clashing. "Kid, let us see how far you can retreat." Though Dilly's attacks were indeed ferocious, and he held a distinct advantage over Nailante, the combat techniques learned from Andrew allowed Nailante to maintain an impenetrable defense. Despite Dilly's relentless assaults, he could not inflict any substantial harm on Nailante. However, Dilly was unperturbed. He knew Nailante would soon be cornered. Finally, Nailante found his back pressed against the wooden wall, narrowly managing to block Dilly's strike. Yet, trapped in a corner, he feared that escape was impossible. "Haha, kid, your time has come." Dilly's expression darkened, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he summoned his energy to its peak, raising his sword to claim the life of the unfortunate lord before him. "Is that so?" Nailante replied with a smile of his own. Dilly, startled by this response, was taken aback. Whoosh! In the next moment, he heard a whistling sound behind him. Without a moment to lose, Dilly swiftly swung his sword back to block. Bang! As he deflected the blow, a red glowing arrow struck his sword, exploding upon impact. "There's even another initial tier bronze knight." Dilly's expression grew grave. "But do you think 2 initial tier bronze knights can contend with me? Ridiculous. I will slay you first and then deal with her." Dilly resolved to end the matter swiftly, but as Vivian readied her bow and arrow, he lunged forward to eliminate Nailante. 2 initial tier knights may be insufficient. But what if I add a secret technique? At that moment, Nailante's chilling words reached Dilly's ears. While secret techniques are formidable, they also require ample time to charge, akin to the games of his past life. Nailante's strategy for the night was not solely reliant on Vivian's surprise attack to eliminate Dilly. Rather, he aimed to buy enough time to harness Vivian's assistance. Secret technique? Dilly blinked, his expression shifting dramatically. This is bad. He abandoned his assault on Nailante and retreated rapidly. Flame triple slash. First slash. Yet, how could Nailante allow him this opportunity? With a thunderous shout, the long sword engulfed in flames descended toward Dilly. Realizing retreat was futile, Dilly slashed diagonally to block. Clang. With the sound of metal colliding, Dilly narrowly managed to deflect the first strike. Second slash. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Nailante executed a swift spin, launching a second, even more powerful strike. Damn it. It's a consecutive strike technique. Dilly cursed internally, raising his sword to defend once more. Clang. He blocked the second strike, but this time, his complexion paled. The force behind this blow had more than doubled. Third slash. No. I surrender. With the third slash unleashed, Dilly's arrogance and confidence were finally shattered. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the cumulative effects of the secret technique, he realized he could not withstand this blow. He wished to plead for mercy, but Nailante showed no signs of halting as the sword, ablaze with ferocious flames, descended from above. It cleaved through Dilly's blocking sword, continuing its relentless path toward his face. Thud! Moments later, Dilly collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Phew! Finally dead. Witnessing the demise of his greatest adversary, Nailante's tightly wounded nerves began to ease slightly. Oh! Yet, in the next instant, he found himself unable to repress a wave of nausea. This attack marked his first kill across 2 lifetimes. Unlike the previous encounter with the headless knight, which had disintegrated into bones upon death, this was a gruesome sight. "My lord, are you all right?" Vivian rushed over, her expression laced with concern upon seeing Nailante. "I am fine, Vivian. Go assist Quake in dealing with the remaining enemies." Nailante waved his hand. Thankfully, few had witnessed the scene. Otherwise, his lordly dignity would have been compromised. Due to the sudden assault and the presence of highly skilled archers alongside a swarm of bees, despite being outnumbered by more than half, Nailante's side still held a slight advantage. With both Vivian and Nailante rejoining the fray, the camp's guards quickly dissolved into chaos. After several more minutes of combat, all enemies within the encampment were entirely eradicated. "My lord, the enemies have all been dealt with." As the last of the Hunter guards fell, Quake hastened to report to Nailante. "What are the casualties?" At this point, Nalan T's energy was nearly depleted. Dressed in armor, he sat upon a wooden barrel to rest. His concern evident as he inquired about Quake's report. "My lord, thanks to the bee's assistance, the casualties tonight have been minimal. 5 guards sustained minor injuries, while 2 are severely wounded. It is uncertain whether they will survive." Quake spoke softly. "Where are they?" Although he had anticipated such outcomes, and the absence of fatalities could be considered a significant victory, Nalan T's emotions remained complex upon hearing this news. "They are over by the wooden cabin." Quake promptly guided Nalan T to the exterior of a wooden structure. "The enemies took refuge inside to evade our arrows, and they engaged in combat, only to be ambushed by 5 foes simultaneously." Upon arriving at the 2 wounded guards lying on the planks, Quake recounted the details of their injuries. "My lord," one of the guards, barely conscious, managed to greet Nalan T with great effort. "Do not move. Just lie still. You have done well." Nalan T reassured the guard. "You too. Quickly apply cloth strips to staunch their wounds." The severely injured guards bore numerous gashes from sword strikes, with the most critical wounds located on their abdomens and backs. Their leather armor, crafted from wild boar hide, had been brutally sliced open, revealing life-threatening injuries as blood flowed profusely from the gaping wounds. "My lord, it is no use. These wounds cannot be saved. Please grant me a swift end, and I request that you inform my family that I fought valiantly." Upon hearing Nalan T's words, the guard lying on the planks shook his head in refusal. "Do not give up. You must live to return and tell your family of your loyalty and valor." Nalan T's heart was heavy with mixed emotions. Yet he was resolute in his desire to save them. Soon, the guards fetched cloth strips, and as per Nalan T's instructions, they pressed them firmly against the wounds of the 2 gravely injured guards. "My lord, such grievous wounds may not be staunched even with heated iron. Perhaps it is best to grant them a swift release." As a seasoned veteran, Quake understood that such injuries were likely beyond salvation. Witnessing his comrades suffer, he suppressed his sorrow and quietly urged Nalan T.